Call this meeting to order. If you all rise for the invocation given by Johnny Che with Heritage Baptist Church, and then the pledges to the U.S. and the Texas flags.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege of prayer. We truly do love you. Please have mercy on us for the times we do not show that love in the way that we should. We do have much we could pray for, but today, simply we are asking that you would give wisdom to the judge and all who work here. Wisdom in the decisions that they need to make, both simple and complicated. Help them, Lord, in these decisions so that when they lay their head down tonight, they know that they did the right thing according to your will and according to the law. We ask this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We have all 5 members here. It is January the 18th. It is 9:04, and we are meeting in the Nueces County Courthouse, so I certify that we have a quorum. The next item, do we have any announcements, any conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict? Do any members wish to announce at this time? There being none, we will move on to item D, an introduction of our new public health director, Dr. Fazia Khan. Thank you for being here today. It was a pleasure to meet you earlier.
Good morning. Thank you, County Judge and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. As the Director of Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District, my focus is on 3 best practices: better health outcome, efficient use of taxpayer dollars, and building a strong workforce. If we want to establish the health district as a leader in public health, we need to build, coordinate, and facilitate partnerships. We need to reach the underserved community and populations, and we need to listen to the partners, we need to listen to the community. And we really appreciate all of your support for the mobile clinic that we have going. Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Chesney. In December, the mobile clinic provided services in Bishop and Port Aransas. We provided health screenings, immunizations, and referral to community resources for individuals who live in the rural parts of the Nueces County. We'll continue providing these services. We want to improve, so we want to hear from you. We are also in the process of reopening the Robstown satellite location, where we'll have staff providing public health services twice a week. The mobile clinic and the Robstown satellite location are 2 great examples of Nueces County partnership with the health district. In the past 2 months, we have also focused on applying for multiple grants, and we have also conducted an in-service training, which was won after a long time. I want to build a workforce at the health department that is high functioning so that we can provide the excellent customer service and to the residents of Nueces County and Corpus Christi. We look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. It's very nice to meet you.
Dr. Gonzalez, you want to say anything?
Can I just make a quick comment before he does? If that's okay, Judge? I was just going to, Doctor, I just wanted to thank you for your efforts. It was a pleasure to meet you when we did the ribbon cutting there for the mobile clinic. I had really some very positive comments. I know we probably didn't have as big a crowd as I would have liked, but we did have some good comments from the having it in Port Aransas, and I appreciate doing that. I really just want you to know that me personally, and I speak for me, not anybody else up here, I'm really pleased with how the progress has gone and how the advancement has gone. I think we really are doing public health better than we've ever done it before. You know, that there was a lot of discussion in the community about that over the year or over the last whatever period of time. But what I've seen, and I've kind of kept an eye on this, and I've stayed in touch with Dante and other folks and Steve Vieira before you got there, and I just really appreciate what you're doing and appreciate your professionalism, and we're really thrilled to have you here in the Coastal Bend, and I know you're going to do great things. So thank you very much for being here, and thank you for accepting the position and coming to the Coastal Bend.
Thank you, Commissioner
Yes, ma'am.
Chesney. Appreciate all the support.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Dante, want to say a few words? Did you hear, right?
Thank you. Dr. Dante Gonzalez, I'm the Assistant Director of Public Health. And I just want to say I'm extremely happy, I'm extremely grateful to have a leader like Dr. Khan. We have a lot of new ideas and we have a lot of progressive and proactive things that we're doing with the city and with the county. We're able to merge all of our services and be able to provide it to the rural community and be able to track down the services and improve on those services. We've been able to establish a lot of partnerships now, something that in the past we did not have a memorandum of understanding and an agreement with different partners. We're bringing in college students to our facility and specifically nursing students because we're losing them to the bigger cities, right? They're going out, we're training them here, and then they're going somewhere else. So we're creating a path for them in here at the health department to come in, look what public health is, and perhaps maybe we can snag some of those nursing students to stay with us in public health because it is really important, specifically what we saw during the pandemic. We really needed those clinical personnel, the nurses, which are really pivotal and crucial to our efforts. And I'm sure there's going to be another pandemic sometime in the future, so we want to make sure that we're prepared. And by creating the segue, I think is going to be good for public health and for our community at Nueces County and the city of Corpus Christi. So thank you very much. Thank you for your support. I am grateful to be back as assistant director, and I am also thankful to have a director like Dr. Khan. So I appreciate all of you guys' effort and the consistent words of wisdom that I keep receiving from all of the court. I certainly do appreciate it, and thank you very much.
We appreciate you saying that it's wisdom. We really appreciate that. That's really
Thank you. I appreciate you being here.
Coordination.
yeah. What a concept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, resolutions. We have in recognition of Martin Luther King Jr. celebration and commemorative March, January 16th. There were several of us there at the march and walked, and we read the resolution. If I can get a motion for...
Motion to pass, I'm sorry.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All unanimous, so that passes.
Do you want to read the resolution, Judge? Or let Belinda read it?
Yeah, I don't have it. Somebody has it. Yes.
She does. She was...
Please.
Whereas each year in the month of January, the Corpus Christi Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. comes together to commemorate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. And because this celebration march reminds us of our interdependence and reaffirms Delta Sigma Theta Sorority's commitment to the betterment of our communities through civility and service. And whereas Dr. King was quoted as saying, "The function of education is to teach and to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education." And because the women of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority want to use their collective strength to promote academic excellence, provide scholarships, offer support to the underserved, educate and stimulate participation in the establishment of positive public policy, highlight issues, and provide solutions for problems in their communities. Whereas Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, the Corpus Christi Alumni Chapter, will be organizing the 2023 Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Celebration and Commemorative March, celebrating the 60th anniversary of the monumental I Have a Dream speech. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim January 16th, 2023, the Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Celebration and Commemorative March, and further encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the Corpus Christi Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. on this special occasion.
Thank you, Belinda. Public comment. We have two people signed up. Mr. Davidson, you're signed up to speak. Did you want to speak? I thought I saw him come back in. Did you want to speak now, or do you want to wait till the 1 o'clock, till the item comes up on the agenda? You're
May I speak on a separate subject?
Of course.
Of course, yes.
Good morning, Honorable Judge and County Commissioners. Peter Davidson, 1525 North Shoreline Boulevard. I wanted to thank you for all your hard work and participation in what you do. And I wanted to thank Ms. Deanna King and Ms. Helvelka and Scott Cross for the good job that they always do, because staff usually do not get recognized. So thank you very much, and thank you for your fine efforts.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Xavier Gonzalez.
All my life I've been Javier, but in recent years it's become Xavier.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. My name is Javier Gonzalez. I'm with the Texas Association of School Boards. We're a nonprofit organization that primarily serves schools until we got involved in procurement, electricity procurement. I just wanted to bring something to your attention. We are member governed, and on our board is Michael Robinson, the Director of Procurement for the County of Nueces, and he brought to our attention that while we advertise legally across the state, we weren't advertising in the caller times for local vendors. So I just want to bring to your attention that today, the 18th, and next week on the 25th, we will be advertising for different services that we render and here in the Corpus Christi in the caller times. So that allows local vendors to see an opportunity to get on there. Our contracts are for 3 years. We tell our vendors that when it's not time for them to, for their vendor to their products, we tell them to become a registered vendor so they can keep track of what's going on and see when their stuff is going to come on for bidding. But anyway, I just want to let you know that we are in the local paper and we'll continue to do so. Thank you, Michael Robinson.
Thank you, sir. Those are the only two I have signed up for public comment.
Nobody online.
Nobody online. So moving on to item H, accept the minutes for the January 4th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion? They're in your packets, the minutes.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes for the minutes. Moving on to item I, board appointments. The first is the Coastal Bend Council of Governments, and that is just to remove the former county judge and chief of staff to the current, to myself and my chief of staff, D. We have a motion?
Second.
And a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And that motion was for Judge Scott to replace Judge Canales and D. Hawkins to replace Maggie Turner, just so that
Yes,
county clerk gets it.
Right. For both of them?
for both of them, yes.
And D.
And
Hawkins
the-
to be the alternative for Judge Scott.
And then in the housing, Nueces County Housing Finance, and number 2 on that is the same for me to replace the former county judge.
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion or all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. That is to replace and remove the former county judge and put myself, Connie Scott, as the Nueces County Housing Finance Corporation board member. Number 2, moving on, is appointment of Commissioner Brent Chesney to the Nueces County Purchasing Board, replacing the former county judge.
So move.
A motion by Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hernandez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes to put Brent Chesney as on the purchasing board to replace the former county judge as well. On number 3, the Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee.
Judge, I think we have to table this because somehow there was a snafu and somebody didn't get noticed because we didn't get any letters of reappointment. And I think we need to change this. When I was asking about this, apparently the point of contact is
There's one application.
the coastal parks, but somehow, I don't know what happened, but we don't have any letters of reapplication from any Beach Management Advisory Committee in our backup. So I know that, in fact, I see the chairman on there now. I know they want to be reappointed, but I think we have to table this to reopen because we don't have any opportunity to.
There's one application.
Yeah, but that's a new one, but somehow I don't really understand how. Okay, go ahead, Scott, if you want to tell us what happened on that.
Yeah, so Megan has been working with all the current members seated on that committee, and there are 7 that are ready to reapply on that committee. And so we were going to put it on the agenda for the 8th, pending on what y'all did here today.
We don't have any letters of we don't have any letters of interest.
We were going to bring those on the 8th. If you decided to move this to the 8th. I didn't know this was going to be on the agenda until I saw it.
So I don't know what happened is because the email that I saw was something was sent to Megan, and Megan was supposed to, because these all expired, I think, at the end of last year. This should have been done last year. We just tabled this because of our policy.
Okay.
So there's been some breakdown here, and to me, it ought to just be every board and commission gets notified by the same group and not have to rely on you then to, that's not really. So what I'd like to do is change this process to where every board and commission gets notified of the reappointments coming up by the court administration.
Okay.
To where it's that way. And I don't mean any offense.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I didn't know that y'all were doing it, and it really should be our responsibility, not your responsibility. So if we can change that. So before I make a motion to table, I'd like to make a motion to change the process in how we notify board members, that all board members and commission members and whatever that we appoint be notified by the court administration office. So that would be my motion first, if that's okay.
And I don't, Cliff may be on, I see Cliff is on, because when we come back on February the 8th, we wanted to encourage the court, I know this is not up for discussion right now, but we wanted to encourage the court to consider taking the 11 back to 7 because they are struggling to get quorums with 11 members all the time. And as such, some of these dune permit applications can't move forward.
Well, I think that's what we need to figure out, first of all, is right now we don't have any.
Yes, sir.
And we have a good applicant, but, so anyway, can we just vote on that first and then?
Tara wants to say something here. Tara, I think she maybe sent the notification out.
No, she sent it to Megan, which is how they've done it, apparently.
Right, so currently our process is that we have a board contact for each of the 30-ish boards that are active, I think. So we don't contact each board member individually. I'm sure that we would have some people who prefer email, some that prefer phone calls, some that prefer letters, and they'll inevitably probably say that they didn't get it anyway.
But who's your board contact for Parks Board? I mean, or not? I mean, I don't know how we put it on someone else to notify about our boards. I mean, to me, that ought to come out of our office in some way, and whatever the way is. Emails. They've all got emails, or they've all got texts. So we need to we've got to have some consistent pattern here because we have a situation where we have nobody reapplying for BMAC, which I know they all want to come back, or I know most of them want to come back. So something has fallen through the cracks here, and I don't want that to continue to happen. So I made a motion. I think it's an easy thing to do. We just need to contact and let people know that they're coming up, and if they want to reapply, they can. If they don't have to.
Second.
A motion to table till the next meeting?
No, that was this motion was to redo how we contact, and then I'll do the second motion, Judge, after that.
So are we generally changing the policy on this one, or just for this particular scenario?
No, for all of them.
For all of them.
And if you want to come back with a different way of doing it next time, that's great. But for now, I want a consistent way of doing this, and this is not having a board contact is not to me necessarily the right way to do it. So if you want to come back with an alternative next time, I'll be happy to do that. But for now, I want to do it this way.
So we have a motion and a second to change this over to court administration for us to notify any applicants on renewals for boards. Is there any other discussion on that?
Do we need to reopen the application process then?
Yeah, I'm going to do that in the next
Do that
motion.
after this one?
Yeah, I'm doing one motion at a time. And again, if y'all want to come back with another way to doing it, that's okay, but this way to me just isn't the right way at this point.
Okay.
So we have a motion to move this to court administration for them to notify all applicants for any boards if they are coming up for renewal. For it's the same person. We have a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes.
Now, Judge, I'd like to make a motion to table and reopen this
Second.
We have a
until
motion and
February
a
8th.
second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion's tabled.
Thank you.
The next item is the Krista Spawn Board. And this was the same. I did get a phone call this morning from Mr. Govind Nadkarni, and he is wishing to be reappointed to this.
But did we get a letter on this one?
No, we didn't. He did not realize that he was the one that was up, so I'm not sure if he didn't get notified either, but I did get a phone call once he realized he was on there.
So something's not right here.
Yeah,
I
we're
think
not
gonna have
getting,
we don't have any, we got to reopen this one too, because he hadn't filed his letter of interest, so we're going to have
Yes.
to table this one too. So,
And he's always pretty much impromptu.
right.
he was very adamant he wanted to be reappointed.
Right, and
Yes.
I think, again, we don't have any choice but to make a motion to table and reopen until February 8th.
Okay, there's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes to table to the February 8th meeting.
To table and reopen, right?
Yeah, you have to
okay.
reopen
Table
it.
and reopen
Yes,
that.
yes.
That was my motion, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't make it clear.
Then, item number 5, the Nueces County Coastal Parks Board. We had 6 of the 7 board members did respond and want to be reappointed. We have 1 open spot, and we received applications on this as well. And
Judge, I'd move to, first of all, to reappoint the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are asked to be reappointed.
Can you mention by name, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you mention each by name?
Oh, I apologize. Sure. The letter of intents were from, these are existing board members, Troy Adler, Robert Paulison, Kimberly Zahn Winton, Mitra Khan, Misty Svoboda, and Cody Bates.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Actually, this is your slate, Judge. I messed that up. That's
Yeah,
my bad.
that's okay.
I want to let you, I apologize. That
You're
should have
fine.
been- No,
It's
that's-
going the same. That's
no.
what I was going to
Okay.
do.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'll let you do the next
And then
one.
I would like to make the motion on the one open appointment to appoint M.K. Walling. She has her application in. That would be my request. That's
Second.
my motion. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 And I apologize, Judge. You should have done that. I, again, apologize for jumping in there on those. That's your slate. You should have done it. That's my bad.
It's okay. We're
Thank you.
good.
Sorry.
Forgive you.
And she is here. Just like to say congratulations and thank you for signing up, and we appreciate you serving. So, thank you.
Hey, Commissioner, our next board meeting is on the 26th of this month. If you could be there to swear these folks in, that'd be good, if you can make that happen.
What time?
3 p.m.
Okay.
at Padre Valle Park office.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get the judge to come with us, too. No pressure.
On item number 6, Nueces County Emergency Service District 1. And we had letters of intent from all 3 positions.
Motion to reappoint.
All 3?
Yes,
You can name them.
motion, Velka, Lukenbach, and Moorer.
We have a motion to
Second.
appoint all 3. We have a second. Commissioner Hernandez, Gonzalez, sorry. Any other discussion on this? All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
You only have 1 vacancy then? But there's 2 or 3 people applying.
3 positions expire, 1 vacant position. Yes.
Let's nominate Xavier Torres.
Second, I guess. Not my area, so that.
Xavier Torres being my nomination.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I second that unless
We have a motion and a
somebody's got
second
problem.
for the open position to be Eusebio Torres.
Second.
We have 2 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A second, that's good. That's fine. You're good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion carries, so the 1 vacant position is Eusebio Torres. So. And I don't know you if you're here. Thank you and welcome. Item number 7, Emergency Service District 2.
Judge, I've got some legal questions on that one. So the presentation, and I heard it for the first time last night, and I truly do not have a position on it. I'm just curious because what came up last night, Jenny, was that the Corpus Christi Fire Department has made a proposal to ESD2 to absorb them. And what I really need to know, what I think this court needs to know is how does that work? For example, that's a big, huge decision for that community. There was an election that put those people in place, or put that board in place. In my opinion, at least, I'm leaning towards if they're going to do something different, it shouldn't just be decided by the commissioner's court or the board, or it should be decided by the community, and it should possibly go to an election. So before I, wanted to move forward on this, I'd really like to get a legal opinion for this court as to how these ESDs work. It's been a long time since we've reviewed any of it. Again, and I don't want anyone to mistake this as a for this or against this, because I truly just heard this for the first time in presentation form last night at the ESD in Flower Bluff. There were things that I liked about the presentation. There were things that I wouldn't accept if I were on that board or whatever. But again, I don't have my position, and I don't even know if it matters what my position is because it's up to that board. So I would really like to know how that works. What has to happen? Can the board just make that decision? Does the commissioner's court recommendation matter? Or how would it be able to go to a vote? Because that's a big, huge deal in that community, and that is a well-loved department. And then it's also got, its detractors like anything else does, like I do, like everybody does, right? So I would really like to get that before we make any decisions on this board, and before that board makes any decisions, I would like that, I would like y'all to reach out to that board and say, look, before you go any further, we as a commissioner's court who appoint that board are asking them to please stand down for a minute until we figure out what the real process is. Because like I said, at this point, my tendency is to say, let the people decide, but I don't know if that's even a plausible option. I've heard it is, but I don't know. I haven't seen it. So I would ask for an advisory on that, like pretty quickly, if we can. And then I'd like to table this to February 8th. So that would be my motion to table with direction to the county attorney as part of that tabling.
I think one of the issues there is that people think they're paying taxes double, they're being taxed double from both entities, right? The city and
there's a lot of fodder going on about that. I mean, duplicate, redundant. Let me tell you, I don't know that I buy all that, because if the city absorbs this, they're going to raise taxes. I mean, there's just a lot of debate going on that some is right, some is not. I'm not trying to get into that. I just want to know what the legal remedies are for us. What, if anything, other than appointing board members, can we do? What can the board do? And then, I'd like to have some conversation with maybe with the county judge and maybe with the board chair and with the chief. I mean, I'd like to just kind of hear more about this, because it was, it was very, it was difficult last night because people were emotional about it, and I get it. And so again, I'm not taking a position. I just want to know what the legal options are.
Yes, Commissioner, we'll bring that to you before the 8th so that it can be.
And will that give you time? Because there's really no hurry. I mean, I could push this to the second meeting in February as long as the board doesn't go out and make a bunch of decisions about it. It's up to you. I don't want it to be one of those things where we're jamming everything down your throat. I do want something back. So let me make it as a motion to table to the 8th or whichever the next one is in February 8th, or what's the second one? 8th or the 22nd,
Okay.
depending on your readiness. But if you would, someone, court manager, somebody would reach out to that board and say, look, please don't make decisions yet because we're looking at legal options and, I want to do it that way.
We will do that. Thank you.
Please.
So we have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes to table till February 8th or the 22nd, as soon as the county attorney is ready. On item number 8, the Nueces County Emergency Service District number 3, they had 2 positions open and 2 letters of intent were received from the incumbents, Gary Euliford and Barry Fulkren.
Motion to reappoint Eulenfeld and Firkin.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint. Can all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes to reappoint Gary Euliford and Barry Fulkren. On item number 9, Emergency Service District number 4.
So there's still going to be one vacancy we're not filling right now, right? That's for Carl Hill was
For number 3,
number 3. So
terms for 2.
he's expired on also December 31st, 23rd. Oh, he expires.
I don't have that in my notes, I'm sorry.
I have an issue with that one, Jenny. I remember I talked to you about it. And I don't know how to proceed on this one here, but I think that we need to look into that as far as I'm in interest right now of trying to remove Mr. Hill from that position due to other issues that we probably can't discuss right now. But anyway, I think that we need to look at that. Can we have something by next meeting and see what we need to do?
Yes, if you want to table that one to the 8th, we should have something. We might be bringing.
I don't have that. Is that on number?
Yeah, number 3.
On ESD
Carl
3?
Hill. Carl Hill.
On 3?
He doesn't expire until 2023, but I need to.
It's not on the list, though.
It's not on the list of mine either.
Wait, on ESD 3?
Yeah.
I don't have that as, I'm sorry, that's, hold on, I was looking at 4. I thought my bad. Oh, but I don't have that either.
I didn't have it in mine.
And what is the name, Commissioner?
Hill?
Carl Hill expired December 31st, 23, but I think we need to review,
He expires this year, in 23?
yeah.
Oh, okay, so that's.
But
that's not on
I
here.
think we need
Hey,
to
Joe.
present
That's
some
on.
materials
That's
to the
it.
county attorney
Joe.
to review about remove.
Hold on.
All right, we'll just table that one for right now.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Okay, so this is on 3. We appointed these 2, but we're not going to do anything else on the rest of that.
Right, yeah, we'll just, on that one, we'll
That
table.
was all, that
we'll
was
table
on the
that one.
agenda right now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Moving on to number 9, Nueces County Emergency Service District 4. We have received 3 letters of intent, and there are 3 positions open. The 3 members, Damian Fornes, Otis Group, and Paul Swedish. All 3 have been members. They are seeking reappointment.
So moved.
So we have a motion to
Second.
reappoint and a second. All those, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. A motion to reappoint the 3 members that are vacant, that are expired. Sorry. Item number 10, emergency district number 6. And I have nothing in that. Do y'all have anything on that? Sorry.
3 letters of intent.
Just the 3 incumbents, Judge.
Okay. We have 3 incumbents who have submitted letters of intent. I don't have their names, so would one of y'all say their names, or if y'all want
Mary
to?
Brown,
Brown,
Denise Haskett, and William Ordner.
So move.
We have a motion to reappoint all three with their letters. A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
And Judge, just a point of order or clarification, if we can get IDA to work on these appointments, we have so many ESDs, and over the years, you learn where each one is at, but for the general public may not know the number. So if we can attach the general location of where that station is, like ESD 6 is just an EMS station in Driscoll. It's not even the fire services. Those are based out of Bishop. So just so we can have a better breakdown, or just a reminder sometimes when we can't remember where, I always forget where's Blunts or which number is Blunts or things like that. So that might help just us and the public when we look at these again for future appointments.
That will help me as well. Thank you.
Good point.
Moving on to item number 11, the Nueces County Historical Commission. And we have 2-year terms that expire. All board members expire December 2022, and we have the list of board members who, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 board members. And I didn't receive anything on these, but I understand that all wish to be reappointed. Yes.
So move to reappoint.
Move to reappoint all 17 members, and we have a second. And all those in favor, please.
Judge, just real quick discussion. Just want to say, with great gratitude, we appreciate so much what y'all do. We appreciate all what our boards and commissions do, but we certainly appreciate the Historical Commission extensively, because y'all do some incredible work in our community. And again, all these boards and commissions do, but y'all kind of have a special place in all our hearts up here, so we really appreciate y'all doing this. So that's all I wanted to add, Judge.
Yes,
And the fact that they're probably the smartest, all these PhDs and all these other backgrounds that we know, all of you.
Good point.
So thank you.
Good point.
Thank you.
We do greatly appreciate it.
Thank you again for what y'all do. Appreciate that.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for serving it too.
Dr. Scott, the 4 that we have here today, may have just, if you'll stand up. We have 4 of us here today. Most of our people work.
Oh, please, if you would stand, the 4 of you that are here today, if you would stand, yes. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it, yes. The next item, we're skipping the specialty item because it comes up at 1 o'clock. The consent agenda. Are there any items that any of you wish to pull from the consent agenda for further discussion?
Not me.
Yeah, I want to pull I want to pull I.
Aye. Anybody else have anything they want to?
Hold on.
It goes all the way through V. Do you have anything else you want to pull?
No, that's it.
That's it? Anybody else have anything they want to pull? If not, can I get a motion to pass all items except I from the consent agenda?
So move, Judge.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor, please respond by aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We can go to item I. Commissioner.
Yeah, I pull that one because at the last meeting, we didn't vote against the grants being added to the list, the auditors, where they go, they didn't have to come to court. But again, I guess we'll put it again through consent agenda. And I know there's 4 here: Veterans Treatment Court, Emergency Rental Assistance, Emergency Food Shelter, and Veterans Assistance Grant. you know, I don't have a problem with this here, but I think this is a grant sometimes that we need to be aware of what's going on and how much money is being channeled through these grants, and, you know, what are we paying, you know, if it's gonna be a large amount or not. And especially the rental, I thought we were through the rental assistance. I thought we were through with the emergency food shelter, but maybe we're not. But, you know, I don't mind approving this, Judge, but I think that there has to be a check and balance here. If they're gonna go through you, you know, and you can monitor this.
I had a meeting with Anna as well, and I think that's what our plan is, and we narrowed it down to these 4 items, but it would still come to my attention before it would not come.
Before it gets paid?
Before it gets paid,
Okay,
yes.
as long as it's.
Make that part of the motion.
Yes.
Yeah, as long as it's, I guess if this comes through your office for approval and
Okay.
submission, I don't have a problem with that. But I'd like to make a motion that all this 4 grants assistance be monitored by the judge's office prior to submission.
And maybe add to that to say, if it can come to court,
If there's
that it should
time,
come to
they
court.
can-
If it
yes.
can't because it's in between meetings, then it would go to the county judge. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just to be clear, so that it gives her some flexibility, but takes care of Commissioner Gonzalez's very valid concerns.
And Judge, I know
I
that's
second
been a
that,
motion.
sorry.
I'm sorry, okay, so
My
there's a
bad.
motion.
Yeah.
I was going to ask about
Yeah.
that. So this is just a question of the paper trail, I guess, is that what you're asking for, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Totally got it. So, but normally, this, Anna, I see in the, I was looking for you earlier. I saw you in the back. So normally, remind me, the process is, any grant you have to bring before us to approve to enter or to apply for. Is that
Apply,
correct?
correct.
And some of these grants are fully funded, like we don't have to pay back any. Some require a certain percentage or a
Match.
matching fund, what have you. And so what we're discussing today is, we've already gone through that point, and this is I guess, the reporting part of it, or is it in the actual allocation of the funding, or is this to actually apply for it?
These are payments.
These are the payments.
Payments.
Okay, so we're
Yes.
just wanting to make sure that we're keeping track of the payments and we have that paper trail.
Right.
Okay.
We come to you to get approval to apply, then we come back to you once it's awarded, because sometimes when we apply, it's a different amount, and we get awarded a different amount. At that time, we provide a budget as to how much is going to be budgeted for each item. So this is just basically the payment processing, but it is also reporting, but it takes time for these payments to go through, and sometimes it's a delay that causes effect for the grants progress reports.
So if we were to pass this today, it may slow you down because of reporting requirements to
Correct.
us, but these organizations or these programs are still being funded, right?
Correct,
That's my biggest concern, is I wouldn't want us to get in the way of ourselves in providing these services to these programs.
It does affect like monthly reports, because they have to be based on the payments that are made, and sometimes it requires the proof of payment, which is coming from the bank. So of course, it's a delay. So even if we paid it, we can't show it and request it for reimbursement until we get proof of payment that the check was deposited or, payment was made.
And how long would that take, Anna?
Sometimes it takes a couple months, because the process of approving payment, coming to court, going to the bank, getting it done, submitting it to deadline. We might miss that monthly deadline. We have to provide it in the next deadline.
Well, this way here, make it a lot easier, Anna. I don't think we don't have to bring it to court. If you got to wait 2 weeks, you can go to the judge's office, and then you can get the process going.
Okay, so that would be I guess the auditor's office submitting it, because we don't request, like social services submits the request for payments of the invoices.
However the process goes, making it just got to go to the judge's office.
Okay.
I get notification every day to sign for something like that, so it'd just be another paper that comes in to be signed, so, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second discussion. Any other discussion? Anybody? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. So the motion passes. And do you need me to repeat that? You got it. Thank you. Item J, approved submission of, oh, no, we already did all that. Sorry, we're going to a different thing. Excuse me. On the regular agenda now. A1. Discuss and consider approving a budget amendment for Nueces County Hospital District fiscal year 2022-23. The allocation to the Nueces County Juvenile Justice Center from $407,000 to $474,000. And I'm sorry.
Johnny Hip's available.
Oh, thank you. Johnny Hip is on the line.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. This item has to do with an additional $67,000 amount that the hospital district intends to commit for health care at the Juvenile Justice Center. This item was being discussed at the time the budget was adopted last fall, but the amount never made it into the budget. And so this item is to take care of doing that. It's also here to address the court's policies of having anything over $10,000 ask coming to the hospital district to go before you all. And then in addition, it is to approve the actual amendment to the district's budget. The $67,000, and they may want to jump in here along the way, but it's intended to for the hospital district to pay additional health care expenses that relate to people at the Juvenile Justice Center. And the Juvenile Justice Center is one of those areas where the hospital district and the county co-share or share the amount of health care expenditures that are there. And so what we're doing is the hospital district is increasing the amount that it will cover, and that the amount of dollars, the $67,000 that we're covering additionally, was going to be applied to, I believe, some other things at the Juvenile Justice Center that I think they can address.
Let me just ask, first of all, because what you said, Johnny, was because it's over the $10,000. So, did this court vote to ask you for this money?
Commissioner, I don't know. I mean, I don't recall, to be honest with you. There was quite a bit of discussion going on in the last few minutes. The budget was adopted last year. The $67,000, I believe the ask was conveyed to us by IVA, and so we acted upon it. Our board approved that at its meeting in November, and so we have it here today for you all.
No, this is...
Commissioner, I believe, I'm almost certain that it was discussed, maybe only briefly, in the final minutes before y'all adopted the budget last fall.
Address that they didn't make it to the budget, so we had to fix it. Yes, it wasn't requested by the court, so right now what we're addressing is just to make it according to the rules. If the court approves this, so the hospital district already is addressing, like they're willing to pay for the $67,000 to cover the deficit that is to the juvenile department.
That's not my question. My question is, we have a process. The process is the hospital district is not to be asked for anything over $10,000 by any member of this court or staff.
Correct.
Without court vote. So did this court vote and ask you to go ask for this? That's what I'm asking.
No, that's correct. No. So it was just to hit the deficit, and that's why I'm bringing it back right now, just to address that deficit. But yeah, that you are correct, Commissioner. The court didn't approve this.
Right. So we have a process. The reason we passed this policy is to avoid situations like this, where someone who doesn't have the authority, in this case you, as a county manager, did not have the authority to go make this request.
Correct.
Therefore, I learned of it when I saw it on the agenda and had to ask and say, what's the deal? So my problem with this is the hospital district, as usual, is stepping up to help us, which we appreciate, so not aimed at Johnny. But my problem with this is a clear violation of a policy is a violation of this policy, and I've got a problem with that because we're doing it in the opposite effect, and we're trying to avoid these things. So I guess I need to hear from Homer. I remember having this discussion back in the budget, and it probably was just a snafu, but I don't Like, I don't like this. I don't like when we violate our process. That's a big, that's one of my things, and I cannot be consistent on it. So I'm a little bothered that, and I appreciate the hospital district doing it, but Johnny, I would have to say to you on this, please, right? Please don't bring this stuff before your board, because now we're doing it in reverse order. I mean, you've already voted on it, so it'd be silly for us to not take it, but we're putting, your board's getting put in a spot being asked by the county to do something, and it really wasn't asked by the county. It was asked by the county manager. So I get we're still trying to work this process out. I'm not being critical. I'm being thankful for what you're doing, but I'm just asking you, Johnny, please do not consider anything ever that is not voted on by this court, because it violates our process, and we're trying to do that to protect y'all. I know y'all passed a similar policy. We tried to do this to protect y'all because you're getting all these asks that none of us knew you were getting asked about, and we've set the policy in place to protect y'all and to protect the county. And here we are, second meeting of the new year, and we've already violated our policy. So I'm a little stumped because, I don't know. I'll let everybody else talk, but we can't keep doing this. And I did this on you.
Yeah.
You know better. You were here when that policy was passed. You were part of the way we did this policy. Again, no good deed goes on whatever the word is. But again, be clear, Johnny. I'm thankful for your board always stepping up and helping us, but I just don't want this to be the case. It doesn't matter if it's county manager or me or Joe or John, anybody of us. We don't have the right to ask you for anything over $10,000 as per our policy. So please help us when you get these. And the first question should be, okay, does the court vote on this? And it would have been, oh, no, it doesn't. So we need to go back to the court first. So I guess I've said my piece. Y'all can do what you want to do with it. Thanks.
Commissioner, thank you for that. IDA is normally the conduit to us from things that happens at the court, and so we respect the situation, and we'll do whatever you all need to do. But we do rely on her to provide information to us from you all and stuff, and so we'll work through this.
So did we have a motion?
John, is this normally a routine payment y'all make every year to the juvenile, right? Every year you provide this assistance of $407,000 to assist the juvenile center with medical or treatment, whatever it is for the juveniles. Is this an ongoing annual thing, right?
It is, Commissioner. The amount may change from year to year, but the hospital district making funds available to cover healthcare expenses at the Juvenile Justice Center is a year-to-year thing. That's correct.
But this year it just went up $67,000, which should probably, you probably would have done it anyway, but it wasn't done the right way. But of course, I don't have a problem with the $67,000 either, right? And I'm sure you all don't either. But and we understand that probably should have gone the other process, and we need to follow the process. But as Commissioner Chesney said too, I think that at one point, if it comes before the hospital district, it should just say, we're going to table it and let it go back to the Commissioner's Court. I think that's what we're trying to say here, that we just need to, before you take a vote, it should come back to us. Yeah.
I agree with both Commissioner Chesney and Gonzalez. This was done so we can have transparency on what's going on. And what Commissioner's Court needs to agree on, vote on. So, but, it's been done, and it's something that's needed. So, I'll see where this takes us.
I should make a motion, then, I guess, to approve the $67,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the $67,000 and discussion to, in the future, bring this before the court, and we will move forward as a unit. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
No, with explanation on violating the process. This is my no vote.
So 4-1, the motion passes. Moving on to item number 2, receive an update on the status of the Bob Hall Pier design, and we do have.
Judge, before they get started, I've got some concerns on this one too. First of all, my understanding is this hasn't been brought to the Parks Board.
No, it has.
It has?
It has. It was
Oh,
brought
okay.
to the Park Board in November.
This presentation?
Yes.
I just thought I got something
Yes.
from the chairman said it hasn't been brought, and did they render any opinions or weigh in on this, or?
The Park Board didn't render an opinion on this. The conversations I've had with Troy are that we would probably defer to the court to make a decision based on the information that you're going to get today.
Well, I get that, but the Parks Board is
I get it.
repeatedly told me they want to be more involved, so they don't. I mean, it's like they either need to make us recommendations when they're there or not. So I mean, I think Troy's probably watching, so he can hear me say this.
Yes, sir.
That's not to me. That's not acceptable. I'm trying to get this train back on the track.
Yes, sir.
So that it goes to the Parks Board like it's supposed to. I'm trying to get this train back on the track so that it doesn't continue to get circumvented like it did under the prior administration. So the Parks Board can weigh in and give us recommendations. We may not always agree with the Parks Board,
Yes, sir.
but they are there to make recommendations on these things. So I'm not comfortable with the fact that they've had it and didn't make a recommendation. So I would ask that not be the case going forward anymore. I want their recommendations. I really lean on their recommendations because they're the ones that are really doing this every day, watching this every day, and need to help me do it. So I'm going to stress again, I'm asking you and I'm asking the board to not defer things. I need recommendations. That's
Yes,
what
sir.
I can't count
Troy's
on.
on here if
No,
he wants
I
to.
know, and I'm saying it so Troy and everybody else hears it. I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
being critical. I'm trying to do this in a way that, look, I got a lot of grief for the fact that the Parks Board was left out of stuff. Well, okay, I don't want the Parks Board left out. I want them weighing in on everything that relates to Park Board's activities, so I would ask that happen. I've got concerns, too, because my understanding is the engineer we hired to watch this, John Michael, did not know anything about this presentation before we've had it. Is that, and that's not your question.
That's
I'm gonna
not in my
I'll ask
wheelhouse.
Scott or Lewis. I mean, my understanding is, so I reached out to him last night and said, have you seen this? Because I was kind of shocked, I'll be honest, by some of the data in this. And he told me he hasn't seen it. And I'm like, I don't understand this. That's why we hired him, to look at everything related to everything. So I've got some real questions on even moving forward with this today, because I want him to look at this, because this is a huge number. And no offense, I mean, here we come again with the engineer who did the work and assessed it and originally said it was all okay, and now that same engineer is coming back and saying, oh, wait a minute, it's going to cost between $900,000 and $1.4 million to fix the existing structure that still remains. That's a great concern to me that that's coming forward. I had a passing conversation, I think once, with Scott Mears that said, hey, look, there could be some issues with the building. I said, okay, great. And so this is what I get. This is the first time I've had it in front of me. And you're telling me not you're telling me. I know. I'm just saying, and I'm being told, I'm not aiming this at you. I'm being told that the engineer that this court hired, John Michael, to also watch over this and look at this, hasn't even seen this and have a chance to assess it. So quite honestly, I think we need to table this and send this back to February 8th, and I'd like to send it back to the Parks Board and let the Parks Board weigh in on and let John Michael take a look at this. That's the system we had in place for this. It hasn't been adhered to, so I
can assure you,
I'll
though,
let anybody else weigh in that wants to, but before I make my motion to table, but I don't think it's appropriate to have this presentation, and I got to tell you, I'm not happy with our team on this. I'm really not. I mean, whoever, I'm just not, and that's not Parks Board. I'm not happy with the fact that John Michael hasn't looked at this and weighed in on this to give us, a different viewpoint, because he's not even here. I checked and I said, hey, can you come tomorrow? And he said, no, I'm somewhere else. I can't remember where he said. I'm not going to be here, and I haven't had a chance to look at it. So
Well, I can assure you all the Park Board did get a full presentation on this in November before Thanksgiving. It was presented there. We would have come back in December, but the court's decision was to waive any presentations until January. And so that's why we're just bringing it here. I didn't want to try to get on the January 4th date, because that was right after the holiday, and I was, people were just getting settled in, and so I suggested bringing it here, thinking it would be a lighter agenda than what it is.
I'd like to just say one thing. And Scott, we've gone back and forth with the Coastal Parks Board. First, because they were making decisions they shouldn't be making without coming through us. Then we ask them to make recommendations before they do anything else, so we can decide what we want to do. And hopefully, mostly we always support what they want anyway. But we agreed that they would come to us with recommendations before they would make any kind of decisions. So we talked about this on maybe 6-7 months ago. And here we are again, you know, and I'm really disappointed on the engineer. I'm telling you right, in the engineer, I'm really disappointed, sir, because this is twice you come to us with different numbers. And I really don't appreciate that. The last time you came here with a different number, I was the one that told you that you were the engineer, that you should have known better at the time you were doing your design, what we were going to need, and you didn't have that. It was always $1 million. So here we go again with more money. You know, I don't know how much money more we're going to add to the pier, you know, but I think, you know, I agree with Commissioner Chesney. You know, we need to know up front what's going to happen, where we're going, what's happening, and, you know, we keep getting surprises all the time. And I tell you what, I'm tired of spending money on the pier, you know. To tell you the
I'll
truth.
take the message back to the board. I mean, I understand that your position on that, and I think, you know, there was a lot of confusion with all that this last administration. You know, I'm you know, defending the board because, I mean, they appoint me and I carry out their orders.
And I understand, Scott, but I think we have to slow down. If it's just confusion, we need to slow down, right?
Yeah.
And look at things. But I mean, I agree. I bet we should table it. I agree. I'll second the table if we're going to table it. But
I would, Judge. I'd like to motion to that we table this with specific instruction to send it back to the Parks Board for their review and recommendation, as well as, and without, but before that is done, that John Michael, who we've hired to participate in this, take a look at this and give his opinion to the Parks Board as part of the new presentation, the new material, because it's got to be the whole team, not just part of the team. And this is a big, big ask that we're going to now want to spend another $900,000, $1 million for, and I'm not comfortable at all with not having the entire team weigh in on this. And the team on this is, look, this is a team deal, right? This is Parks Board's a team, and I want them in. So you don't have to take up for the Parks Board. I'm saying we messed, you know, there was a lot of mess up last year. I am saying, I am begging, I want the Parks Board in on this. I want them to make the recommendations. We want, I mean, that's not just me, that's all of us want the Parks Board in. It got screwed up last year, and I did my best to get that back on track last year. It didn't work. I think I have a real opportunity to get that back on track now so that the Parks Board can go back to doing what they're supposed to do. And then, yeah, ultimately, I get it because it's got to come to us, and we have to decide because we're the funding arm. But that board is important to me and this court, and we want them to be heard. So they're part of the team. And John Michael needs to be part of the team, so that's got to be part of the motion. Let me tighten the motion up because I'm rambling and I apologize, but I'm really bothered about this. So the motion is to table with specific instruction to send it back to the Parks Board to make a recommendation based on all the information, which includes John Michael being involved in this process.
Yes, sir. It'll be on the 26th, and I encourage any of y'all to come to that park board that you want to. It'd be great.
Swear 'em in.
The meeting's on the 26th.
26th at 3 p.m. Padre Bayou Park office. We
So
got plenty of room for you, Judge.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion to table passes. So discuss and consider item number 3, approval of professional services and license agreement between Nueces County Coastal Parks and the Gordian Group to provide a customized job order contract. This, I believe, just reduces your purchasing costs. Or something.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So just to remind the court, it's in the agenda language, the background, and that we came to court back in August of last year to talk about setting up a job order contract program. The court approved us to go forward with the condition that we would vet the contract with Jenny's office, and Alex Fielder down there. Let me tell you what, she is a rock star with her work that she does for us. But so anyhow, so between that point and today, I spent my time vetting this whole program with Michael in purchasing and also with Alex in the county attorney's office, and gaining a better understanding of the relationship between Sourcewell and Gordian as far as this program is concerned. And so it had been talked about years ago, and I wasn't real comfortable because I didn't understand a lot about it. But now that I have the knowledge that I have, and working with purchasing and our legal office, I'm recommending y'all approve us approving this contract that the county attorneys have vetted extensively. It's been and they're good with it, because this could produce some real cost savings for us as far as, you know, getting local contractors and building a local team of local trades that we can use, eliminating change orders, reducing costs, having fixed pricing. There's no cost up front for any of this. It's low risk, and it allows me the purchasing power, still following the same guidelines, and correct me if I'm misstating anything, Michael, but still following the same guidelines with the procurement levels that I have the ability to do as a department head, between 525, 550, all that stuff. You know, it doesn't eliminate y'all's approval for big projects. For instance, here's a great example. Y'all gave me $685K for the Padre Bayou Park office from the insurance proceeds to go back out there and fix that building. Okay, I find a contractor, because it's maintenance to repair this building. I find a contractor under this program. I still have to bring that before you because of the dollar amount. It doesn't eliminate y'all's approval. But and I've got Michael and I've got Bill with Gordian online right now that can answer some more technical procurement questions that I may not be able to answer, because I'm still learning this as I'm going on. Once y'all execute this, it still takes about 90 to 120 days to get the program up and running. But I really think, and I don't know, you know, as far as inland parks or public works, I think once we see how this thing works, they may be interested in jumping on board too at some point, but not right now. I'm the guinea pig. Okay. Bill, do you have anything you could add to this to help me out here?
Yeah, I would just say that this is really going to help increase participation from the local contractor community, and be especially helpful in the case of time-sensitive projects, or if there's a storm or emergency projects. You'll have a bench of local on-call contractors that would be available to start work right away if the need pops up. But Scott, I think you did a great job explaining it.
And I put down the benefits. There's some bullet points in the agenda item there for you to really see, you know, the benefits here. And it's compliance with federal funding and FEMA funding, which you see we're starting to get a lot more federal grants and federal funding. And so that's a good thing. But anyhow.
So is this similar to a sole source contract?
Michael? No?
No.
Okay.
No. It's like a co-op under the job order contract program. Just under Sourcewell.
Yeah, the Sourcewell co-op was what Gordian was awarded originally. So that was the competitive bidding process of how Gordian was selected. And so just as we use cooperative purchases for other services and work that the county does, it meets that competitive bidding requirement of the Purchasing Act.
But so does sole source, right? Which is kind of how
That's
sole
a different
source.
one where there's no competition, but this one had competition.
I thought the sole source also, they had to get somehow selected from a group by whoever got sole sourced. No?
You can't have a group if it's sole source. That's just one vendor.
No, I mean the person who gets on the sole source list, don't they have to go through a process to get on that list? And you're saying that's different than what this is?
Yeah, it's not a sole source list. It's more like a cooperative where multiple vendors compete to get awarded, and once they've received that award through the competitive process, then that's what meets the Purchasing Act.
Okay.
So then once they've met that requirement, then then Scott can select them for work for different jobs.
Can select Gordian.
Gordian is
like a
do you
contractor.
want to jump in here and
kind of like a general contractor? I'm just trying to, so explain to me then, do this for me, explain to me how you get on the sole source list. How does that process work? That it also matches, it also adheres to the Purchasing Act.
So I don't want to confuse sole source with this. This is not.
I know, I'm asking you for the difference. What's the sole source? Tell me how
sole
that
source
works.
would be, like, for example, we have installed computer software.
How do they qualify?
Oh, how does one qualify for a sole source?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so per the law, if they have secret processes or a monopoly, or they have a patent on a particular process that they use that no one else can use, or if we have installed parts that we are called captive parts, where we can only buy from one source to fulfill that need, That's what qualifies as a sole source. And I'll generally receive a sole source letter from the vendor claiming that sole source, and then we'll bring it back to the court to vote on whether they consider it a sole source or not. Like in the case of the software program for ME's office, we determined that the letter they provided did not satisfy, my needs, and so we were going out to bid on that. But there are cases like Tyler Technologies, in some cases with the courthouse software, that they are the only provider of it, and so when we have little branches of software that branch out from that, we can only get it from them, and that's what qualifies them to be a sole source.
And that's a great explanation. That's all I was looking for.
Yes,
sir. This was done in a competitive bid process, whereas sole source doesn't. So I just because I don't, me and my sole source, I don't like it, but this is definitely better, and I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
And Commissioner, you may recall those pedestals that we put in at IB McGee. Those were sole source because they had a patent on them, and I tell you what, they've been great. But anyhow.
So,
okay.
How does this deal with buy board? Is it separate? Is it?
It's under Sourcewell. Is that? I don't know. You may have to help me out here, Michael. I'm not. I don't.
So, what is the question?
How does this deal with buy board, or is this similar, or is it?
It's similar.
Separate
It's similar to buy board, but this is a different cooperative. It's under Sourcewell. Sourcewell is another cooperative where vendors compete for that work. Gordian is on multiple cooperatives. This is the one that they felt was best aligned for the county, and we provided all of that information to Jenny's office, or I believe Scott did, so that they could read the Sourcewell terms and conditions to make sure that they were in alignment with the county's needs. Once it passed that test, then we're bringing it forth here.
So, more having. Help me out. So,
so what this is going to help us is more,
having more options. Is
So what happens frequently if you think about the local vendors that are in the community, and when we hit $50,000, I got to stop selling or buying from them because now they're at a point where any more work that they get must be competitively bid.
Right.
So you no longer have the ability to go tap a roofer on the shoulder and say, hey, we need to repair this roof.
Right.
But if they're under this JOP program that's with the umbrella of the Sourcewell contract and the JOP program, that's what creates the competition, meets the Purchasing Act requirements, and allows them to go beyond $50,000. And so they may have small jobs that could be $5,000 or $10,000, but the sequential purchases will eventually get you up to the 50. Anything that Scott has on this program that's for a particular job that's over 50, he'll be bringing before you to get permission from the court to approve that singular repair. But if he's got small ones that are $5,000 or $3,000, this allows those local vendors to continue to work beyond 50. And then if you heard earlier when the gentleman that was here from Buy Board, he mentioned that that's another cooperative, and they're now advertising in Corpus Christi for the first time ever in their history. And so as a member of their board of trustees, I had pushed for that. And so that ad, we really want you to get the word out to the communities, the businesses there, so that they can participate. And we really need them to participate when Scott's folks with the Gordian Group are asking for their help. It's going to help them.
And so the Gordian Group, they get paid a flat rate or a percentage, or how does that?
Is Bill on still?
Bill's.
Yes, it's a percentage of the construction projects, and we implement the program at risk up front. There's no cost unless you all are using the program, but there's a small percent fee that's in the contract that gets applied for every work order package.
And so when Scott has a job, for example, to work, the Gordian Group will solicit those vendors to provide quotes, I believe, for that job. And then Scott has the ability to determine if he's okay with, what that offer is to do the work. So he gets to approve those offers before, for all the ones that are within his dollar value. And then any that go beyond, like I said, would come back to court.
This is a big change or a difference, a noticeable difference in the other ways we've operated by board or anyone else.
It's very similar, and what I would invite us to do is maybe have Bill come and visit, maybe with each of you individually, to answer any additional questions that you have about the nuances of how it works. But I think that each commissioner is going to find this very valuable to them.
Well, it sounds great. So I'm going to motion to table this so that we can have that opportunity to visit with them, because I think something this substantial requires some time and a visit beforehand. So motion to table, Judge.
We have a motion to table. Do I have
Why
a
do we need to
second?
table?
I think the commissioner wants to get more detailed information because
this is a lot. I mean,
he really likes this, but
I like it, but it should have come, knowing that this was on the agenda, that should have reached out to us and given us an update. I mean, I think that this is just a lot to understand at one time. Now, if you all tell me right now it's the same exact thing that we've done with Bible Ward, right, or anyone else, then
let me let you know that the court, for this particular project, this has already come before the court. The process was described, and the court approved us to move forward, and that's what landed us at this point. But the court has used,
this group.
Yes, with this group. And the court has already done projects with Gordian to do work here at the county. That's how the park building, I believe, is being constructed at the I.B. McGee Park. Was through a JOC program that we got, also at the observation deck.
I guess since you made a motion to table, we're not supposed to discuss. Can we withdraw just to discuss? Just to
withdraw.
Mike,
I'm sorry,
Commissioner.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Mike, I really like the idea of getting our local vendors involved. That's been taking some time, and I know we've had quite a few local vendors upset with us, and I think this will work great for us, for our local vendors, and we really need to get the word out to our local vendors that this is possible, that this can be done, and for them to gain some work and do some work around our area. So I really like this process, and thank you all for thinking about it.
And Gordian actually helps do all the legwork. We give them contacts, and they help us do all the legwork with getting them brought into the program.
But they can work up to $50,000, and then after that, if they want to keep on, they need to be in competitive bidding.
If you're taking small bites, but if it's one big project, let's say it's 60 or 52, it still have to come to court to get y'all's approval because of the procurement policies we follow.
Yeah, I was going to say that's our policy already. So, but there's nothing new to that. I mean, the way I guess you're explaining it, but it's not. It's a new process. That's the process. That's the law.
Yes, correct.
All right.
Well, like I said, I just like the idea that our local vendors are given the opportunity to compete.
I knew Commissioner Chesley would love that. I mean, we need local. I mean, we've all got local trades that we go to that are spot on, that we always want on our jobs.
Yeah.
But depending on how we're limited, how many times we can use them if we're just taking small bites of the apple. When we got an outstanding roofer, an HVAC guy, we want them back. There are a lot of contractors out there that believe in a slow nickel and not a fast dime, and they're worth having.
And they live here, they raise families here, they buy here. So yeah, I think we should support them as much as we can. Thank you all very much for doing it.
So moving forward, do we have a motion to proceed then with this?
I'd like to proceed, but I did have questions. I wanted to make sure because I was looking at this contract. Jenny, I mean, this is a Sourcewell contract, right? So have you reviewed this contract to where it's favorable or not, it's favorable to the county? Have you had a chance to?
We have gone through this contract. As Scott mentioned, Alex in our office went through this contract, both the underlying agreements and everything, and it's good to go.
Okay, and I heard him say that, but I just always like to get that on the record while you're here. So as long as the county attorney is indicating that this is not an unfavorable contract to the county as far as the legal terms, I would like to make a motion that we pass this at this point, since it is just a follow-up to what we've already done in the past.
Excuse me, Commissioner, I have one more question, Mike.
Yes, go ahead.
How does a contractor contact you, or do they have to register with purchasing like they used to, or?
Bill, would you like to chime in on how that process works for the vendors to
participate? So once Gordian's under contract, and we assist the county with contractor outreach to the local community, there will be a pre-bid meeting and the contractors will all have to submit a bid response to get awarded under the program. But ultimately, the county makes the awards, and we work with your purchasing department just to kind of help with some of the contract documentation and pre-solicitation activities. But once those contractors are awarded, their contracts will also have language that adheres them to your purchasing policies and thresholds. But they will go through a competitive bid process in order to get awarded as part of this program.
Thank you.
So I have a motion to pass this. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The four of us in attendance, the motion passes to.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you all. Look forward to working with you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to number 4, discuss and consider approval of a dune protection permit for large-scale construction of single-family residence located at Lot 5, Mustang Island Estates.
Okay, so I've got the chair of our BMAC, or current chair, or past chair, online, Cliff Schlabach, and Megan, I think you may be on, I can't see. Anyhow, so this has been vetted through the Beach Management Advisory Committee as well as the GLO, and they're recommending approval of this particular dune permit application based on the discussion there in the information provided to you on the permit. One of the things that they're recommending is they're recommending the use of permeable materials for non-foundation surfaces such as driveways to reduce surface water runoff, erosion, and stormwater drainage volumes. This is something that BMAC feels strongly about as far as a recommendation moving forward on these dune permits. Many of y'all who are familiar with the island, many of you are not. It's not like we have extensive drainage systems out there on the island. Your groundwater table is usually 2.5 to 3 feet below the surface. You get the rains like we had in 15, 16, and recently the groundwater table's at the surface. And so all those things that we can do that are cost effective with the homeowners, the developers, and the contractors that will help improve our drainage out there and prevent erosion and flooding is a good thing. And it's something that we need to look at, as far as a recommendation moving into the future. Because pretty soon, you just got nowhere to run off water. It goes to its lowest point, and unfortunately, and fortunately, in some ways, a lot of these developers have the ability to apply for a Corps permit and fill in those wetlands and mitigate somewhere else. The problem is they've got to find some place to go mitigate. Well, a lot of those natural swells become your drainage relief, like stormwater retention ponds in the park. So that's something we're even doing in coastal parks with the new parking lot that we got grant funded that we're going to be bringing to you on the 8th. But anyhow, so that's one of the recommendations in the permit that came from BMAC to you.
So I got to ask, because I've gotten calls from the city,
Yes, sir.
and I've gotten calls from the developers, and they're pushing back on this stuff, and I owe the BMAC a meeting with I said I would try to facilitate that with the new county judge, and obviously we've got to get that board still in place. There are holdovers, but we've got to get that situated because and to include the city and to include some of the development community. I don't know who to put at the meeting yet, but so was this permit agreed to by the developer, or was the developer opposed this permit and the BMAC passed it anyway? I'm just asking, and I'm not saying that critically. I'm just asking the question.
Cliff, Megan, y'all need to chime in there because y'all have that detail. I don't.
I'll go ahead and address that. Thank you. I'm Cliff Schlabach, Chair of the Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee. We have considered a number of these dune protection permit applications. We have more or less started recommending for having impervious surfaces instead of impervious surfaces out there. And we feel like it's a very important issue as far as protecting, one of the best dune systems that we have on the whole Texas coast. And we have made only, at this point, recommendations. And I believe that's right. Is that right, Megan? That we have only done recommendations only. So being as it's just a recommendation, they have the option of, the developer has the option of either doing it or not doing it at this point. But we would really like to have that meeting that Commissioner Chesney just spoke about so that we can work out some issues. I think there's a lot of educating that needs to be done on this issue. This is not a new issue in other areas as much as it seems to be here. Some of the other areas that already have this program or a program in place to address, this issue is Port Aransas, it's Austin, it's San Antonio, it's Houston, it's Fort Worth. There's a whole bunch of them that have already implemented a program, to address this issue. And I think that Nueces County is running, behind the 8 ball here, and that we need to, we need to educate ourselves. We need to educate the developers. We need to educate everyone involved so that we can come to an agreement on this, because this is very important. As I already said, we have one of the very best sand dune systems on the whole Texas coast. Other areas would love to have the dune complex that we have that protects our mainland from storm surges and from flooding. So, yes, this is an important issue for us, and we would like to go ahead and set up a meeting so that we can, so that we can all get educated on this.
And Cliff, I have to ask, because what you said was these were only recommendations, but the way I'm reading this is they're conditions. So that's why I'm asking is this, in this permit that I'm reading, it says the BMAC member majority voted 4-2 to recommend issuance of a permit with the following conditions, not recommendations. So maybe someone can clear that up. Applicant will implement the use of permeable materials for non-foundation services to promote groundwater infiltration and reduce surface water runoff, and so forth. So help me out, somebody, with, to me, that maybe that's not the and then there's the recommendations above about, different stuff. And so I'm not saying y'all are wrong, but I'm reading this as conditions, and if I'm reading it wrong, I need to be corrected. And I'd like to, and I don't normally see these like 4-2 votes either. That's interesting. It's normally pretty unanimous, so there must be some disagreement on the commission as well. So Megan, you want to try, or somebody, or Cliff, or whoever, just help me out on that?
I can speak to this if you like. So their recommendations from both the county and the BMAC, once they go to GLO, they're reviewed by the GLO, and the GLO is the one that provides conditions for the permit applications. And so when they provide these conditions, when they agree with our recommendations, that is when they become a permit condition according to the GLO. So their recommendations on our end, and they go to the GLO as such. The GLO comes back, and in their letter, it states that they are conditions of the permit.
Right. So, okay. So we're talking a little semantics here. The semantics are, if
they
we
turn into conditions when they come back from the GLO.
Say that again.
They turn into conditions when they come back from the GLO. They are considered recommendations from the county and the BMAC.
But if we endorse it and you endorse it, then chances are good they're going to endorse it. So before that's what I'm trying to get to is, I'm a little, so let me ask the question again. Did the developer support this, or did they oppose this?
The developer did not respond for the longest time, and then they decided to try to push it through without the use of permeable materials. And so that is what's happening now, and that's why it's in front of you, is because there's a disagreement on the method of construction.
Well, but it always comes to us anyway. So, I mean, I'm confused, right? So
also,
we have to approve the BMAC. We have to approve the BMAC permits too. They normally readily come to us for. Now we normally just approve them and pass them on down the road. But I've been voting on BMAC permits for a long time. You're saying not all of them come to us?
The no permit required doesn't have to come to court.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, that's the only one that doesn't have to. And legal has weighed in on that.
Okay, so obviously the ones that have to come to us, because we've been voting on these for a long time, this is one that has to come to us.
Yes, sir.
Because why does this one have to come to us?
Because it's a full-scale permit. You either have a full-scale dune permit application, or you have what's called an exempt permit. An exempt permit comes into play when you have a plotted, developed area. And let's say it was back in 2014, some good work by Greg Smith and the BMAC committee back then. They looked at all these plotted developments that were out there in 2014 when they went from 200 to 350. And they adopted the new 350 setback. Well, that impacted a lot of plotted developments out there. And so the easternmost lots that were purchased that may not have been anticipating building on at the time, BMAC came back at that time and said, okay, all these lots outside the 350 going toward the west of the 1,000-foot setback line, those lots there, they're just plain lots, they're plotted to develop infrastructures in, those will not need a permit. There'll be a no dune permit required, but they still have to go to the process. Mm-hmm. Those lots that are now at the very end, a Hurricane Hannah comes, LOV moves, line of vegetation moves landward, now part of that lot is in the 350. According to the rules, you can't build in the 350, and if you do, you are required by the beach management plan to use permeable surfaces. So then you have to go in and you have to issue an exemption inside the 350. If not, you're basically doing a taking. You can't keep them from building on their lot. But anything inside the 200 from the line of vegetation of 200 has to be deemed recreational in nature. It can't be a structure. But it just depends on what happens after a storm when that line of vegetation changes. So there is that's the difference between a full-scale, small-scale, or large-scale dune permit, an exemption, and no dune permit required, but it still goes through the process.
So we would have to, this is totally normal that we would have, this isn't because the developer's pushing something through, as Megan indicated. This is, we would always get this
exactly.
One. Okay, so let's be clear on that. This is not because developers objecting or whatever it is Megan's language was, because I've been voting on these for years and that didn't set right. So tell me what, Scott, that you've heard that the city's pushback on this is, because this is going to prompt me to have this meeting, right? I owe them a meeting, okay?
Yes, sir.
And so this is the first one that's come, and I'm going to get that done. I got to get with the judge's schedule and do this, and so I need to understand what the city's pushback on, because I'm really getting a lot of this right now that I wanted to do in that meeting, and I apologize for that. Because
no, this is great.
Again, I'm not being critical, and I don't know that this isn't the right thing to do. I don't know that it is yet either, because I haven't had a chance to have that meeting. And that's on me, and I'm going to get that set. So tell me what the city's pushback is under your impression, under your understanding.
The city is in support of it.
Okay.
Now, and what happens is that you have, just for a point of clarification here, and it gets confusing amongst our two local governments between city and county sometimes, and people at large. You've got the original beach management plan that was done by the county years and years ago. The county has the dune permitting authority under the Dune Protection Act. It is the county who has the overall jurisdiction when it comes to the beach management plan and the beaches of Nueces County. Later on, when 2011, 2012, when they were looking at the GLO, said, okay, all you jurisdictions up and down the coast, with the exception of Nueces County, nobody wants to play by the rules and set back. That's what happened in Ike after, in Galveston. That's what's happened down in Cameron County. They come back and they say, okay, we want all these jurisdictions to have an erosion response plan, same as our beach management plan, but we're going to tie a caveat onto it. If you don't have an erosion response plan, you can't get KEPRA funding, Coastal Erosion Protection Response Act funding, to renourish your beaches. Well, Nueces County has never been an engineered beach until Hannah. And so then that's when Greg Smith, Jennifer Smith Ingalls, Fred McCutcheons, who was on BMAC at the time, and myself, we went to work with Bob Payne over at the city, and we started doing this joint erosion response plan. So you have a beach management plan, but then you have this joint erosion response plan that the county attorney will tell you is just a supplement to the beach management plan. And so that's where it gets a little confusing, and Commissioner, one of the things when we have this meeting that needs to be talked about, we desperately need to update that beach management plan and that ERP plan, and I'm willing to get grant money and do it so it's at no cost to the county.
And let me ask you, because it was Councilman Smith that reached out and had concerns about this. He's not a councilman anymore.
Yeah.
And so when you say the city has signed off on this, they've voted to sign off on this. I'm just, again, curious, because it was Councilman Smith that was the one who reached out to me and said, hey, there's some things going on at BMAC, and I called Cliff Schlable and said, hey, I've gotten calls from the council members, what's going on. And again, my bad. I just hadn't had time to set it up, and I didn't know these were coming until they came, and that's okay. So,
Megan, why don't you spend more time talking with the staffers over there at the city?
So, just to be clear, I have not heard from the city that they are buying into our recommendation on their level. A couple of the city folks have attended BMAC meetings in the past, but I've never heard them say that they are buying into what we're doing.
Because I've heard the opposite.
Okay.
They support at the permitting and planning level what we're recommending, but they themselves, I don't know if they plan to consider the same actions or not.
Okay, so to me, what we need to do, and I don't mean to take all the court's time on this, is and I don't know if there's any downside if we table this one and get that meeting set, or this one and the next one, because I don't know the answer. I mean, I'm just telling you, Councilman Smith is who reached out and said they got problems with it, and I'm assuming he was calling as a councilman. I don't know for sure, but he's not the councilman anymore. There's a new one, and I got to get with him.
Yeah.
Again, I immediately reached out to Cliff and said, hey, look, and again, my bad. I hadn't had time to get this meeting set. So, is there any harm in just like for these 2 permits?
You could, and so that you don't hold up, because that's the big thing with and let me say to that, some of the calls you've been getting have not been any fault of the city or the county or the process.
No,
we've had folks out there that aren't listening to what we're guiding them to do that are.
No, it's just questions. It's
no.
Like we don't know why would there, and that's all
what I'm thinking here on these right here is, if y'all would approve these, and I know Cliff, chime in if you don't like this, but it's the easiest way to keep this moving forward until we have this meeting. If y'all wanted to approve these on the fact that it's just a recommendation and it's ultimately the contractor or the homeowner that makes that end of discussion, I don't know if that does anything with the condition that the GLO approve the permit. And we can circle back around to looking at this being more of a standard practice after we have a meeting. At least it doesn't hold the developer up.
Well,
Can I speak up for just a minute?
Well, and normally I wouldn't have a problem with that, except the developer also has reached out with concerns. So, I'm in a bad spot here because it got on the agenda before I had my meeting, but I have had developers that have reached out and concerned. I had the city reached out and concerned. I called the chairman of the BMAC and said, look, I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting calls. And again, shame on me for not getting a meeting. I don't know how many times I can say that, but so normally I would say that's okay, but I did get reached out to by the developer also that had concerns. So, and again, I didn't commit to anything and say he was right or wrong. I just said, okay, let me try to get something going on this. So,
Megan, what's your input there?
So I would support Brent in tabling the application so that we can have a conversation. I think there's a lot of misinformation flying around, and I think it would be helpful to sit down and go through everything.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
I appreciate that. I mean,
all right. I just didn't want to hold anybody up on their
I get it,
price points, materials, costs.
I get it, and if you hear differently from
because we do have an issue from time to time with the developers, in the timeline on when these things get, through our committee and through the GLO and get back to them so they can go ahead and start construction. That is a big issue, but right now, I think that we do, it would be best maybe just to go ahead and table and have our meeting so we can work, through these issues, because I don't know how we get to a point where we all feel comfortable with this issue.
I think it's just information. I appreciate that. I think it's just information. It's really, I just need more information. So the other thing we could do.
We have a motion to table?
Yeah, the only thing we could do too, I think we're going to set a special meeting. We could, and for that only, we could table it to that meeting only for the standpoint that if the developer wants us to go forward with this one, and then we have the big picture discussion later, then we could put it on for whenever you are going to set this. I think we're trying to do a special meeting, someone said, or something for Monday. And that way, if the developer says, no, we're ready to go, and then we can have the big picture issue later so that we don't delay the developers, maybe that's an alternative. But I don't know, because the developers aren't here, so I don't know what.
Yeah, and they knew it was going to be here. They had every chance to show up here today.
Right.
And so the other thing too is just before you go into that meeting and to support Megan and Cliff on this, what they're asking for is considering permeable surface, not permeable pavers. The first thing a developer does, he goes, permeable pavers, that's so much more expensive. Well, we've also, when we have this meeting, we've ran the numbers on construction costs versus concrete, permeable surface, and permeable pavers, so we can show the difference that we're asking, and it's not that
Why don't
much.
you just have the meeting and come back and.
Yeah,
We
let's
have a
just-
motion to table,
Okay, I'm sorry.
so
No,
we'll
I
discuss
would like to
it.
table it to our special meeting in case the developer just wants to move forward, and then we'll get together and have the big picture meeting from that standpoint, and
You
that
ready-
would be the motion.
You ready to bring it back?
Yeah, and that's
On
for
4 and
item
5.
4 and 5.
Yes, yes,
We have
ma'am.
a motion to table to our, and you want to go ahead and set it for the Monday meeting, the special meeting, if we're going to have that?
And again, it would be super quick. All I would be able to say is that if the developer wants to go forward, it would be a quick motion to pass, and there wouldn't even be discussion.
But it's not a meeting, it's a workshop Monday, it's not a special meeting.
Well, but I think we need to make an agenda. I don't want to do just a workshop without action items. I mean, on what you're wanting to
Oh,
do.
yeah, but it's gonna have to be actually, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
But I
No,
had a bunch
it's
of
my
stuff
fault,
in
but I mean, so yeah, I think we're,
Motion to table until Monday?
yes, if that's
You
when we're
have
setting the
time
special
to
meeting.
get it cleared up between now and then?
Okay, so is that when we're setting the
If we
special
set one for Monday, yes. Otherwise, it will be on the February 8th.
Correct.
Yes.
That'd be the
uh-huh.
table.
The
That'd be the
first
motion.
available meeting,
That'd
I
be the
guess,
motion.
leave it that.
That's a good way of saying it, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you. For 4 and 5.
For
I
4
second
and
that.
5, we have I'll second that.
Or you, either
Yeah,
way.
I think you had the motion, and I seconded.
Okay.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Scott, if you'll talk to the developer, I need to know what
I
he
will.
wants to do. Okay.
I will. I'll make it happen. I'm glad to be on the hot seat.
Moving on to item 6, receive a briefing from the Office of Emergency Management on Winter Storm Elliott. Good to see you there.
Good morning, Corey.
I've been planning to have another meeting with you as well. It's on my list.
Yes, ma'am. I know that you are extremely busy right now, so got all the patience in the world.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Are you ready to update us?
I am. All right, can I go to the next slide, please? All right, so basically, here's the overview of this briefing. I think this briefing is about 9 to 10 slides. We'll try to be as brief as possible. So the overview is storm overview, our consideration in the ramp up, the warming center operations, which will be taught through by Edward Herrera, the warming center costs, demobilization, highlights, lessons learned, and recommendations. Next slide, please. All right, so we put this slide in so you guys can see and understand what we was thinking about and our processes on the week prior, or the week of Winter Storm Elliott hitting. We all know about Winter Storm Elliott. I think it was approximately about 30 to 40 deaths that occurred through that winter storm, mostly up north. But the issue down south here in the coastal Bend area is the week prior we had temperatures around 70 degrees, and then we had a quick drop off of temperatures. And as you will see in the next couple of slides is that drop off happened very rapidly. So we had what's considered as a hard freeze, and a hard freeze is a temperature below freezing for over 18 hours consecutively. And then how we thought about that is we came up with ideas of how we can best serve the citizens of Nueces County. We know that people are going to need a warming center, and we stress warming center instead of shelters because shelters come with another set of criteria that we have to kind of think about. But a warming centers we can open up and we can have people come in that really need them. Next slide. And this is the breakdown of the temperatures over that time frame. The different colors on the right-hand side shows the low temperatures, and on the left-hand side shows the highs. During that week, we had highs around 30 degrees to 40 degrees. But we also had lows with wind chills in the lower teens and the lower single digits. And it started on Thursday night, and it continued all the way through Sunday afternoon. Next slide, please. All right, so what was briefed to us by NOAA and the National Weather Center is our more important days was going to be on Sunday morning and Monday morning. But that didn't turn out to be the exact truth because it's weather and it does what it does. We found out that Saturday night was the big impact. That's the coldest time that we had. Next slide, please. All right, so we sat down as a group. We set up a conference call with all the department heads to talk about the freezing temperature that was coming up and their processes and plans on preparing themselves, the county as an entity for the winter storm that was coming up. We talked to each one of the department heads. They had their plans in place. They were ready to go. And then we started talking about what would happen for us by using the ICS, the Incident Command Structure. And at this point, I'm going to bring in Edward Herrera, who is in charge of our operations under the Incident Command Structure. And he will talk about the setup of R&B for the warming centers.
Thank you.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Well, hopefully it's, well, I'm surprised it's still morning. So thank you for this time. So essentially what we do, this is mostly parks and community services. What we generally do is we start setting up. As Louis said, we had a conference call. We've been following the weather. This is a week prior, so we know it's coming up. So we began getting our processes of winterizing and getting everything ready. So in the case of the warming shelter, the process actually came that Monday. So we know it's going to get cold. We don't know how cold it's going to get, so we start making plans. So that Monday, we begin planning. Our biggest issue is personnel. So we know that we're going to run a 24-hour operation, and we're going to need medical personnel, not only our personnel. So we reached out to the Red Cross. So one of the issues is, okay, can we get the Red Cross? And since this is going to be a Christmas holiday, makes it even more difficult. So we were planning, our original plan is we stay with our personnel. So we had all our personnel planned. So this is mostly community services personnel and parks personnel that are going to be housed through this event. So the event, prior to the event starting, so around Tuesday or Wednesday, 24 to 36 hours before, we start moving in our supplies. As you can see, that's the end result of our operations. What you don't see, you'll see a little bit later on, is we've had a room where we have all our materials stored. So we have snacks, we have coloring books, we have heater meals, we have water, we have all these other storage deals. So can you go back to the other side? So what we generally do is we'll segregate our population. So what I didn't show you there is we have couples, we have single women, single men, and generally we'll have an area that for people that, what we're anticipating is our population, so we know our population in the rural areas. They're regular people that have homes, it's just their homes don't have the correct heating, or they don't have the, versus people that we get because they're street people. Not saying that they're bad or anything's wrong with them, it's just a different type of clientele, different ways that you handle them. So we meet with our partners. Our partners in that area are Robstown EMS, or the EMS service there, and the community Robstown, because we rely heavily on their services for their to check out participants, to have everybody in. So Louis, we've been working with Louis, and they've come up with a new check-in system that we initialized this last time. Usually it's paper and pencil, but everybody generally has a phone or something. So we come up with a system to where we can now better track our population as far as where they come in and track them in and out of the system. So once we've got everything set up, we begin that Thursday. Judge, you're the one that's going to be making the call. Okay, we're going to open up the warming centers at 6 o'clock on Thursday. At this time, in this case, that was the pull date. So everything is ready. We have our personnel there. We pull the trigger at 6 o'clock to come in at 6 o'clock. So we have people arriving probably 5-ish to 6-ish all through the night. So at the end of the days, because we demobbed on Christmas Day at about 10 o'clock, we had about, through the period of time, about 30 different individuals plus volunteers. So 30 individuals that we serviced, and then the additional volunteers from both Robstown, my staff, and some Red Cross personnel.
Don't the RTA buses deliver people during that time as well? Usually?
Yes, that's part of the program. So during that time, we directed them first, if they were coming out of the city of Corpus Christi, they needed to take them to the Salvation Army. They have 120 beds, so we wanted to fill that up first. Then anybody that requested to go to a warming center was given permission, or they rode for free. So it was a free ride to go to any one of them. But once Corpus Christi filled up, then we started receiving them over there. We also received some, because last year we worked together with them on a similar operation. It was for about a week. And so a lot of the personnel, the street people, knew where we were at, and they knew to get on the bus, and they knew directly to say, I want to go to Robstown Fairgrounds. So that's one of the takeaways that we took, is continue on with one location, because everybody knows that's the location to go. We don't have to do any advertising. We don't have anything to do anything to anybody, because they'll know that once it gets a certain temperature, they're going to go to Robstown Fairgrounds. So that was part of the operations. In this case, we ended up using the ballrooms because the exhibit hall was already being set up for the stock show. So we had helped Jason and them set up the stock show. But usually that's where our location is, because it's a lot closer to the showers, and it's scalable. So the whole operation is scalable. So as like I said, we tried to incorporate the Red Cross personnel. We ended up with about 3 of their personnel. So we managed to shift our schedules around so that maybe we could get a little bit more time off with our family. So because we're trying to rotate personnel in and out during the operation. So we ran through. We did have a couple of medical emergencies. Not that they were. How would I put it? They weren't due to slip and falls or anything. It was a medical condition that the participant
Pre-condition that they had when they were
that we needed to address. So they came back, and everything was fine, but we ended up having to mobilize and take people out. So the operation ran smoothly, as I said, through that Sunday at about 10 o'clock when we demobed, and we transported all the personnel to the Salvation Army. And by that time, as Louis said, we were anticipating colder temperatures for that Sunday into Monday, but that did not happen. So, Louis.
Very nice.
All right, so one of the things we wanted to bring to the court is the overall cost for the warming centers for this event. And in the green, you will see the total donated cost, and then in the red, you will see the cost to the county. The total cost altogether was $2,142.51, and the amount donated was $952.51, and then the end cost was $1,240 to the county. So how do we pay for that? One of the things that you guys did for us, Judge and Commissioners Court, you guys set aside funding for the emergency management session of about $25,000 for this type of emergency, for warming center and mass care. And as we get more into talking about mass care and those type of effects, they follow up on a certain thing called ESFs, emergency support function. And in our emergency operation plan, we talk about mass care as an ESF 8. And we set aside some money for this. So we do have the funding to kind of cover what we need to pay for this warming center. Next slide, please. All right, some of the highlights. So we wanted to recognize a few people who helped us out in this warming center. It was a very quick operation. We asked for things like 2 days prior, and then they came through like the next day. And that's Coastal Bend Food Bank for their assistance. Mother Teresa Shelter, the Red Cross, and Emergency Services, both in Robstown. And we like to also recognize the City of Corpus Christi for their efforts, and then the team out at R&B for their effort. I mean, they were tremendous. Edward's Inland Parks team was also tremendous. They stepped up to the plate in a short amount of time, and I thank them for that. Next slide, please. So some of our lessons learned. So what we're going to propose over the next couple of months, Judge, is developing a volunteer organization or a volunteer corps that can kind of help us when we have short snaps like this, when we need people to show up, especially around holiday time, and have them dedicated to us. We also wanted to talk about the installation of pipes out in R&B, and I'll let Edward take over for that.
So, as Louis says, each operation is individual, and each operation has its own flaws and determinations. So, essentially what happened is that it's common knowledge, if you use water, it's not going to freeze on you. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that we're training the personnel over there is that you do not cut off both sides of the backflow preventer. So in this scenario, what you're seeing there is we got 4 of those frozen backflow preventers. It got that cold where it broke that metal piping. Wow. So Commissioner Chesney, so that was the reasoning that we had to shut off the water. We had the water for those 2 events, and then the rest of those backflow preventers had come in, and we were replacing them. So we have plans to deal with that. We have plans to deal with electrical output. So that's one of the things that Louis is going to come to you in the future is we have all these people sitting in this building, and the failure point is we don't have redundant electrical sources. So I'm one of the types that I don't like to buy a generator and have it sitting there because then we've got to maintain it. We've got to turn it on every once in a while. We've got to do all this. I'm more of the bring it in when we're about to need it. So we had a week's notice, could have brought it in, set it up, not used it, because we didn't need to use it, but have it there in case the power went down. So that's another fault point that we were looking at. So we've addressed this. We had all these units repaired, and now we're insulating all those backflow preventers. The rest of the pipes in the facility came out fine. It's just the backflow preventers, which, again, you look at the metal, think, it's not going to freeze that hard to where it's going to break. But sure enough, that's one of those things that we are looking at.
That's not standard practice in the wintertime to insulate pipes for, just in case for emergencies or anything.
Well, in this scenario, what we should have done, shut the backflow preventers off, left the side to the fairgrounds on, drained the pipe, and then let it go.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's the solution there.
Okay.
But in this, to enhance, I won't get into the bushes, the weeds, so yeah.
You learn from mistakes.
Yes. So that's one of the solutions, or it's one of the takeaways that we have. The training, as Louis says, we're going to do some ETN training that he set up for this next go-around. So this is going to be a hurricane, and we're inviting the whole Commissioners Court to come out on Monday, even though I think we have a workshop Monday. That's where all our staffing, or as much staffing as we have, all my people are pretty much trained in emergency management. In this case, we're going to train in evacuation banding so that we can track people as they're headed to San Antonio or whatever locations are. So we've got all our different departments. And as Louis says, another takeaway here is that we need to involve all the other departments to an extent, to where, okay, if the county decided that you're going to send you home, well, Parks doesn't go home. My community service people don't go home. We go to work. Yeah. So if we're sending you home like Dale's people, one of Dale's people can as easily sit in front over there, do a 12-hour shift, because our operational period for this operation was 12 hours. Do a 12-hour shift taking people in. We'll train you. But we just need the bodies and the personnel to come in and do the work. Okay. So those were takeaways, Judge.
Edward, I have a question. The employees that worked during this off time, the holiday time, are they getting compensated?
Well, that's the problem. We're going to try to compensate them in a different manner, but the problem, Judge, is this. So the county, because it's a holiday, we had one day off, which was that Friday. So everybody else in the county is working 32 hours. So all my employees have to be there or going to work 40 hours. So overtime does not start until after that 40 hours is reached. So that what the commissioner is alluding to is, shouldn't the overtime start at the 32-hour point where everybody else is being sent home?
Well, the reason
They're
I'm
working
asking
a
that also,
holiday. It should be
if it's a
holiday
holiday,
pay. Yeah.
it should get holiday pay, right? Time and a half. Whether it be 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, they should get holiday pay. So, I mean, if somebody your staff or anybody's staff is going to be out there working during the holiday, especially during the Christmas holiday, I mean, they should be compensated, and I want to make sure they do get compensated for being out there.
Yes, sir. Well, that may be a policy change that needs to be made. I think Dale can speak more to that as far as.
Looking for an answer from Dale to see what he says.
Well, no, we talked to Edward on this issue, and we're working on looking through the policies we have to make sure there's some items that we'll probably be bringing something to court before long to do some compensation for this.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, next slide. All right, some of our recommendations, we talked about a few already. Staffing. Sorry about that. So staffing, and as Edward alluded to earlier, staffing for these type of events, it's a quick event. It's a quick turnaround. Having identified some staff from each of the departments may go a long way to saying, hey, you're on call in case something happens. And then what that does is that gives people time enough to plan. Holiday overtime pay, I know Dale is working with Edward on that. I got one person in our office in emergency management that worked as well. All right, participation throughout the county. And this goes back to staffing. We did do all department heads call. But one of the things we also need to also think about is when we do that call, to find out if we have anybody that really wants to come in and help out or who wouldn't mind coming in and help out. That's a failure on the EOC. I'll correct that in my next briefing so we can ask that question. And if people have volunteers available, then we would like to have them. They can get trained up by Everett's crew, and they can come out and help as well. This particular event, since it happened on the holiday, it happened on Christmas, we knew that it was going to be hard to get people out to help out, and it's just the nature of the beast.
And how many people used it?
Just about 30, Commissioner.
How many?
Just about 30. I think the total number was 28 people that we had out in R&B.
And didn't the city have warming centers open too?
They did. They had they utilized Salvation Army as their warming center. Actually, they used it as a shelter.
So I would have to recommend that, and I would hope going forward now that we have a new county judge that can work with the mayor, that maybe we ought to coordinate that too, because I don't want to be duplicating efforts if the city's covering an area that we can cover, or we need to cover. That might also be some efficiencies that we can look at too, because
Well, that's why I asked for a breakdown from Edward. How many people were actually from Nueces County, and how many were from the inner city? And I don't know, do we have that breakdown, Edward?
Yeah, it was like 10 and 15.
Commissioner, I think you received it. I thought we had sent it to you. I apologize if we didn't, but essentially we had like one person from California, one person from New York, 2 people from Alice, because the police dropped them off. I think 2 people from Sandia. We had some people from Bishop. We had about, over the time frame about between, because we're not telling you got to stay. We're just, you come in, you flow out. So maybe a total of 18 people from the city of Corpus Christi.
And how many of those were in Nueces County? Just 18?
No, all of those people that I just mentioned came to that shelter.
No. Because you said California, Alice. I mean,
yes.
So how many of the 28 people that Louis referenced were Nueces County residents? Just the 18 of the 28?
Well, if you include the city of Corpus Christi, it would have been, of the 28, 24 were Nueces County residents.
Okay, so the Alice, the California,
New York.
New York doesn't count, but the rest of them were.
Yeah, well, some circumstances occurred. So there was one person that was living in their vehicle, and we had like 6 dogs, 2 cats, and I think that was it.
And how long did they all stay there on the average?
They all stayed on average through the whole time period. You know,
How many employees did we have there, volunteers or whatever, working?
we essentially had 2 per shift, 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10 people, and then plus EMS and Robstown Fire.
Edward, do we use what we call essential employees?
Yes, sir. I mean, technically, pretty much when the judge calls something, everybody becomes essential, but it doesn't mean that it's in our system. It's very difficult because if I didn't want to do this or I didn't have the training to do this, I could say, "Hey, Louis, we're not going to do it. You're going to go find somebody." That's the difficulty of this system. It's each department head decides if they're going to put resources towards this operation. In a hurricane, it's the same scenario, but you get more buy-in during a hurricane. That's why the issue is, as Louis says, we had a discussion in regards to, we asked for volunteers first, then we start assigning people, you know, hey, you need to come in or you need to do this work. We try not to, in the case of a hurricane, Commissioner, we try to keep a minimum amount of personnel, because once you commit to that person that, hey, we're going to have you sheltered at the fairgrounds, then we're got to take care of you. So we try to reduce that number. But it doesn't mean that you're not essential, but we're going to tell you you need to be back into the operational area within 24 hours or 36 hours.
Yeah.
And that's how we don't have, everybody's essentially essential, but we don't have everybody there on plan.
Yeah.
And it's scalable based on the incident.
That's the way it worked in the past. You know, even if you weren't here on premises and you know, allowed to go home, you have to be back within a certain amount of time to, you know, help out, get things ready. So.
That's
Well, also with that, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Commissioner, we have to also think about the training for that staff as well. So that's just part of it. Identifying people, but we need to set aside time for training them as well.
I think if you look at other entities, cities and counties in our area, region, or state, you looked at their responding to an emergency. You know, there's definitions, there's levels of severity, but there is not a buy-in or buy-out. You're part of the team, and I understand that, you know, the way our county governments are set up in Texas are a little strange compared to other states, where typically the county government is the lead entity in that county and calls in all the resources, and it's the point of contact. Because we have elected officials integrated in with department heads that are appointed by this very commissioner's court, there's a difference there. But my opinion is that there should not be any option to buy in. When you look at City of Corpus Christi and they have their emergency preparedness drills, they have every level of departments who are part of their drills and their preparation and their training throughout the year, especially during hurricane season. I want to make sure that, you know, as we provide you the resources in the future, that you don't have to worry or scramble. Now, you will need to come up with the plan and to come deliver it to us. But I think that the judge, you know, will be able to help us with that, to get everybody on board, so that you're not having to scramble, so people know when there's an emergency, someone is up, someone is on call, if you will. So I would hope that we would really discuss that further and make a real push for that. You would have my support on that, because that's a big problem in itself for you to have to find people to come in and work when it should be just, there should be a phone tree, a flow chart, if you will, to follow and know who exactly is going to be part of your team because of the level of severity, and then they have their people that they know that are up. And so you may be on call. When I worked on call with the state, you knew, hey, I did one Christmas where I was on call, just waiting for that phone call to ring. Thankfully, it never did. I was able to enjoy time with my family, but sometimes it does. And then you may not come up again on that rotation for years, depending on how many people you have set up with that. So I would be in support of y'all really pushing this further and getting it developed to where it's not arbitrary, that it's an absolute requirement, and that it comes from a gentle request from this court, because I know that we get pushback from our elected officials, but in the end, it's the county judge who is the head emergency management coordinator of this county, right? And when it's normal, regular times, Louis, that's your position, right? And you always defer to the judge. So that's what I would like to ensure that we have. I know that's what you all need, right? And I know that it's hard for you to ask for that and to require that. But I think if we can have some further discussions to support that, let's please do it, because that's just frustrating to hear of how you, and hearing the phone calls and the updates that y'all gave us throughout that freeze of the requests that you put in, and just asking and finding any resource you could to come in to help. We shouldn't have to do that. Going to the other issues as well, coordinating maybe on severity, right, longevity of a freeze or certain emergency. Maybe there is opportunity to partner up with, say, the city of Corpus Christi. If they have multiple outlets, maybe it is easier to get people and move them into one site than to have multiple sites. But, you know, we're going to talk about this on an item later on. We have facilities and resources in the county for a reason, because this county is still pretty big, and when you drive from the coast all the way to the Jim Wells County line, or from Portland or I-37 all the way down towards Bishop and Kingsville, that's at least a 30, 45-minute drive easy with a regular speed limit and green lights all the way. So we cover a big area. And so I do not believe in just putting people on a bus and shipping them somewhere that's further away from their home, further away from loved ones that maybe can go and get them in a shorter time frame when the emergency has expired, rather than just to put them off somewhere else. So I'm willing to explore that, discuss that more, but I think that we do need to understand that we have our resources that we coordinate with the city of Corpus Christi, but we have them out in the rural parts, because the rural part is so vast, and it takes a while to get. Even from Agua Dulce to Robstown takes you a drive. Bishop North takes you a drive to get there as well. So enough of that. Thank you.
I agree. And I think we can also, we are planning to implement some department head meetings and include the electeds if they, we can ask them to attend, and we can help facilitate working on this list as well as soon as possible. Yeah.
Edward, we still have cooperation between Public Works area and you all. You all work pretty good together and mobilize as needed, right? Regardless of whatever disaster we're looking at.
Yes, I mean, Public Works comes in, they have their specific design, but they embed with us like in hurricanes and stuff like this.
Yeah.
But what we're looking at is including them as much as possible also in these other freezing, cooling, all these other operations.
Because I know they also are come together with the state, in communicating about the roads, icy roads and whatever. So let's not forget, we need to cooperate and talk to Public Works also in coming in. Okay.
Yes, sir. From my part, I know Louis wants to talk more about that, Commissioner, but one last thing is that we need to stop looking at incidents like this in regards to FEMA or some kind of payback that we're going to receive. Because in the state of Texas, we have to meet a threshold. So threshold, I think, is $39 million for any event in order for us to receive any funding. So, just to be clear, there may be a generator that we need sitting there, even though right now we have plans to try to shuttle people to different electrical areas. So like if we're in Robstown Utilities, we need to move them to NEC or to AEP in the event of an outage. So we have plans for that because we don't have that generator right now. But the issue is, okay, a generator may sit there. The one that's required there is like fits on an 18-wheeler and may cost us $18,000 a day. But we still need it. We still need it for the event, especially on a hurricane basis. And that may not, we may not get the money back for that, but we still need it for operations.
Well, let me tell you something that's good news, Edward. We just got a generator donated from College Station, one of those on-wheels generator that you can pull wherever you want it. and Public Works going to pick it up. They're going to work on it. So we'll have a generator. We're going to probably get another generator pretty soon, so.
No, that'll help, Commissioner, but
We
for
don't
the
have to pay
fairgrounds,
$18,000 for anybody.
for the fairgrounds, we need 2.5 megawatts.
They're big, believe me.
So, Louis?
Good job.
And Commissioner, just to go back to talk about different entities, especially public works as part of emergencies. So we operate under the incident command structure. So I think there's a few of us in here that are really adept in the incident command structure. We really need the county to adopt that more as our posture during emergencies. And the incident command structure will put people where they most needed. Those entities like Public Works will fall up under operations, and they'll report to operations as well as reporting to their supervisor to make sure that we are thorough in the start of an incident to the end of an incident and recovery. And I think I'm done unless you guys have any more questions. Oh, one more thing, Commissioner Chesney, and you talked about a cooperation with Corpus Christi. We did that in the past. Edward spoke to that earlier. We did it last year, where we did a week-long event with them. They provided food and manpower. We provided manpower in the building. So it's able to be done. We just have to make sure that all parties want to do it.
Louis, excuse me, I'm
Yes,
kind of
Commissioner.
confused. Where is our command center located? On the 5th floor? Or
Yes, Commissioner.
on the 5th floor?
Please come on up. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Good work. Good work.
Good work, Edward. Good work, Louis.
Yes, very good. Moving on, I guess we're on item number 7, discuss and consider approval of agreement, supplement number 2 to the agreement with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman. I believe this is just a correction, and the county attorney and LAN have approved. A $2,000 error was in the contract.
Yeah, this
you
is
did
the
approve
correction
that?
of a clerical
Yes,
error. Yes.
Yes.
And that's what it was, $2,000?
Yes.
It's not an addition of $2,000.
Let's see.
Yes, it did go from
It went down.
162 to 164. It went up.
It went up.
2,000.
Oh, sorry, it went up 2,000.
Yes.
My bad.
Yes, 164, not the 162 that was also erroneously stated in the first supplement.
Yes.
Okay. It was our error or something?
I don't know whose error it was, Commissioner.
All right.
We'll take it.
We'll take the blame, you know, no problem. But anyway, so move.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimous for the clerical error. On item number 8, discuss and consider the elimination of the NCDC to coordinate our efforts with existing economic development organizations. And I believe Mr. Chesney, Commissioner Chesney, that is
Do we
your...
go to executive for that, or do we?
There's one portion of it that we do have some recommendation in executive, and that only goes to the board, not the department or the movement of personnel.
So there's a legal issue?
Yes, and it only goes to, but it may be moot since there's not that many people who are active members, but just dissolving the board that's already been created, it may be that after it's created, it can't just be dissolved in the same fashion. It may, but at the same time, you don't have a quorum of members on the board.
That are not participating. I don't think that's a secretive thing.
You have a bunch of expired terms, right? And there are only, I think, 3 active members on the board at this time with, so.
Well, they're not, I mean, if we haven't, they hold over if we don't.
But these are statutory maximums of 2 years. These are not like other appointed boards, is my understanding. And so with the constitutional maximum on those of 2 years, after they do expire, then they wouldn't fall into that holdover.
So
Who are the board members that we have? I don't have that in here.
Well, I mean, I guess, go ahead, sorry.
The remaining, let me see.
Okay, I can't find my agenda. I have not.
Let's see.
Judge, I don't know if you or anyone else on the court received any requests. I received an email tabling this item because I guess the existing remaining members were not able to attend today. So I'd like to table that if possible, but I'm very interested in that, I guess, the statutorily, this
They are not
request
members.
may be
They-
from
they're
individuals who
yeah.
are not technically a member any longer. So I would still ask for this to be tabled anyway, but unless, Jenny, you have
No,
that
I have
detail
6 expired people on the list, and the only people I have 1, 2, 3 current unexpired, maybe 4 current unexpired.
I mean, I don't really want to table it. I don't know what the point is. I mean, it's been on there. We've talked about it. I mean, you certainly have every right to make your motion, but I mean, since I put it on, I'd like to have a discussion and move forward with it. But I mean, you have every right to make it if that's what the board wants to do, but I prefer to make a decision on this and move on.
To dissolve, I don't know why we need to, again, to table it, we're gonna dissolve it, then we have to deal, how we deal with the board members. You know, how do we advise them, how do we identify, properly tell them, hey, we don't have there's no purpose for members.
Well, and further, the port did not, my understanding is the port did not reallocate funds for this anyway, so there's no funds for this organization to exist anymore because we pulled our funding
They have an
last year.
executive director, so I don't know. I'm assuming he's still operating, John LaRue, and so I don't know.
Just temporarily, though.
Yeah, that was temporary.
That was temporary.
Yeah, we only temporarily funded through the end of last year is what I remember, so there's no.
Well, we may have temporarily funded him, but, I mean, technically, he may still be executive director. I mean, if he wants to work for free, I don't know. I don't know, understand that part of it, but.
I'm certainly willing to make the motion subject to Jenny doing whatever she needs to do legally to wrap it up, but, I mean, I think that, I think it's time to move forward and coordinate our efforts in better unison with people like the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, the Robstown Economic Development Corporation, and the other organizations that are doing economic development already. And I mean, certainly you can argue you can't do too much economic development, but for the fact that, there's effectiveness and we're spending money other places and things of that nature.
And if it is the desire of the court that it be dissolved, it should be, as it was created, I believe, by the county judge at the time, it should be, we believe, the county judge that makes that decision on that one.
The recommendation, you mean?
Well, it's not it wasn't voted on, it's created.
Yes, it was.
It had to have been voted
We voted on it. In fact, we had discussions about it in regards to letting the judge appoint the board members. We approved it. We went through it. She had to make a motion. The prior county judge had to make a motion, and it was second, and it was voted on. And we talked about, she even looked and said, what do you want me to do on board members? And at the time, we said, we'll let you appoint board members. So it was voted on.
But it was statutorily created, correct?
Statutorily created, but if it's voted on, then, I mean, the statute says that the county judge creates the board, but I think at some point the court as a whole did decide to enjoin in or add in that, but it's a county judge statutory board.
Well, the county judge can create an industrial commission. This isn't even an industrial commission. If I remember right, it's the industrial commission. It's a statutory. It's not even an NCDC.
Right, they're the same. It calls itself the same thing in the establishment of the document.
Right, but an industrial commission is, I mean, it's kind of like, to be honest, I think we found a way to create this thing under a statute that we really not even sure we had the right to do it, but we just did it. So, I mean, if you look at it, definition of an industrial commission, that's different than.
Well, that may be, but just so you know, the paperwork that establishes the thing calls itself an industrial commission, also known as this other thing.
I mean,
Well, we have a motion.
Well, no, I mean,
Did
if you-
you table your table?
I never,
You didn't,
no, I
you
didn't
didn't
make
do a table?
take a
Okay.
motion, but.
So we have a motion
So-
and a second.
And what is the motion? Can you state it,
Brent,
Commissioner?
your motion again, total?
to
To dissolve,
And do we have backup documentation on this, or?
pending
What do you want? I
Jenny
don't know what backup
finds out
documentation
that
that would
it's
be.
okay to do, yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
we always
it
ask
was-
for backup documentation
What
for
would there
everything,
be?
so.
There is no backup documentation. It's a discussion item. And there's
You know,
nothing to
a
back
memo
up.
or something explaining.
A memo? I mean, like, the motion is to discuss the elimination of the NCDC to coordinate our efforts with existing economic development organizations to better optimize economic development throughout Nueces County and all related matters, and I have no clue what I would submit as backup for that.
And I
And
have
the
no clue,
funding
I have no
has
clue
been-
what that means, Commissioner.
You have
I
no
think
clue what
that's
that
my
means?
problem is.
It means
is
to
that-
eliminate it.
I understand that, so if you let me finish. Existing economic development, I mean, that's very general. I mean, come with a plan, come with a game plan, come with who you specifically want to take the place of this organization.
I don't. We're eliminating. I don't have any plan. It's eliminating. It's all it is this. It's a
I think
simple
the
To
motion.
coordinate our
plan
efforts with
is-
existing economic development organizations.
The Robstown and then.
My
the
motion is to
regional.
eliminate the NCDC. That's my motion. I mean, that's it.
But I know,
I don't
hey,
know how to discuss
I feel a little frisky, so that's why I'm giving you a hard time right now, Commissioner. But we've
That's okay.
we've always made it a point as a court, and I fully support and agree that we should always have backup documentation, and in this item, we do not, right? I'm not going to fall on the sword for this, because maybe as time is done, maybe, obviously with the conditions that our county attorney has expressed as far as terms, that there's not, this may be a moot point. But what I'm saying is that you constantly press for backup documentation on items that was someone else's item.
what, John?
But when it's yours,
No,
it
what-
is
no, no,
yours.
no,
You
no, no.
filed this, Commissioner.
No. What,
You
John?
filed this.
What? I mean, tell me. I've asked him 3 times. What would I provided as backup?
Are
What?
you not hearing the words coming out
I
of my
am
mouth?
hearing,
That
but
was
I'm
Chris
asking you
Tucker.
what?
I don't know what Rush Hour movie that was.
I'm just asking you, what
But
would you want?
I just explain, give some specificity to when you state in this recommendation that you want the elimination of NCDC to coordinate our efforts with existing economic development organization. All I'm saying is we need just a little write-up somewhere from you, from whoever, the court administrator,
What
that
your
that
intent
specifies
is.
what
What your intent in
That's
the
all I'm
future would
asking.
be.
That's
So
all
I
I'm
understand
asking. So
that,
if
and-
we can put that in the motion and say, our intent is to coordinate with the
With the-
CCRADC and RADC, then let's do it. But
That's
that's all I'm
perfect.
asking for, is just because the public may not understand. I got this last minute request, and I'm not sure if you all did as well. So that's why I was just bringing that point up. I didn't even, want to go into making a motion to.
I think he can incorporate that into his motion.
That's all I'm
And,
asking. Just give us some
in light
specificity.
of the situation that we've just learned that the port has stopped the funding for this as well, I think it's more critical for us to
Absolutely.
move forward
Absolutely.
and eliminate this because we don't have the funding for this to begin.
I just want to know is that when we have a big project, because look, that big company that came knocking on our door last year, we didn't know much about it. There wasn't much on anyone's radar. It kind of just showed up and said, hey, we want to be in Nueces County. That could literally happen any day, any moment. So I just want to make sure that we have someone in place that is working on our behalf, whether we designate that today or we put it on the next agenda or within a couple of meetings, just so we have, this is our group or these are our 2 groups that are going to be our person. That's all I'm asking for. Let's just not, I don't want to jump off the cliff without having someone there that's going to be advocating for Nueces County's interests, right, for the entire county, especially like this project that we had out there that's been in the media about Tesla. That was in a rural part. That's not in any municipality, any political subdivision other than Nueces County itself. So that's my only concern, is if we get somebody to show up, they know who to go to, that they know this is the group advocating on behalf of the county's interests, and then that group will turn around, contact the judge, and then we can, or I date, and then we can get that item on the agenda. That's all I'm saying, is let's have somebody in place with this motion, and that would make me feel much better, and we can move on.
I agree. And will you amend your motion
I
to?
was just waiting for him to say how he wanted it amended. I don't have an objection to anything that he said. I just don't know how he wants me to amend it. So, I mean, if there's.
We're going to utilize the
CCRADC or RADC or both.
and the Robstown, utilize the both that we already have. So
We already,
We
sure,
already
we already
done
are. And
those
so if
as
you want to
well,
make it as
so
part of the
that's-
motion, then that's fine. If you want to say discuss and consider the elimination of the, to eliminate the NCDC to coordinate our efforts with existing economic development organizations that include but are not limited to the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation and the Robstown Area Economic Development Corporation and any other existing economic development corporation, then I'm happy to do that. And we could also, put Belinda, who's our governmental relations person, as the point person for some of that too. I mean, she does governmental relations, so that could be, we could add that to the motion. I'm fine with that.
Well,
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor? Oh, sorry, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have to restate the motion.
He just said.
No, exactly, but.
No, it's okay. I'm playing. It's fine. To eliminate the NCDC to coordinate our efforts with existing economic development organizations to include but not limited to the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, the Robstown Area Economic Development Corporation, and any other existing economic development corporations to better optimize economic development throughout Nueces County. Huh? Oh, and to appoint our governmental relations liaison as the point for that contact, I guess. Yeah.
And we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And Jenny, is there something else that we have to do?
Yes,
Another
there is
motion?
a department, aside from the commission and the board members, there is a department within the county that needs to be addressed also.
And what do
The
you
one
need me to do?
employee.
What motion do I need to make on that?
That one needs to, if that is the desire of the court, be dissolved,
Dissolve the department?
so that there's no more department within the county.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then I would make a motion based on the county attorney's advice to dissolve the department.
Second.
Now, there's currently an employee within that department, so the court needs to determine what action to do with the current employee. We try to move them around or whatever might be the case.
We have plenty of openings.
Yeah,
in Nueces
Positions
County.
that they can
sure.
move to.
We want
Yes,
to move that
absolutely.
person
What
to.
is the title of that
Senior clerk.
position?
I guess senior clerk too, I believe it is.
I think
I believe we have multiple openings, but that's up to the departments.
that was the condition that the staff person there be transferred to another level.
Add that.
Well, I mean, assuming she I'm sorry, assuming she wants to be transferred.
Oh, yeah,
then-
but I'm saying for that.
Yeah,
The
we want
opportunity
to
to
provide her
transfer, yes.
an opportunity to move to another department in the county. My understanding is she's been a very good employee, and we want to keep her.
Yes.
But if she doesn't want to stay, then that's obviously her
That's up
option.
to her.
If that needs to
Yes.
be part of the motion, I can make it that, or however you want me to do it, Jenny.
Second.
Do I need to make that part
Is
of the motion?
that,
I mean, it couldn't hurt. It's kind of one of the natural penumbra of things that happen when a department goes
Dissolves.
away and dissolves. But if you add that to the motion,
Sure, to dissolve the department and move the employee to another opening in Nueces County that is mutually agreeable to the employee and the department head.
and we have a second already. Any other discussion?
Maybe just clarify, because I hire folks, but it's not going to be funded either, so it would need to be funded under so just hypothetically, I take her in as a
It has to be an opening budgeted position.
It would be
That's
all
why
right,
it's-
because you're removing the budget, everything.
Yes.
Correct.
From that. Okay, that's what I'm, okay.
Right. So that's why it has to be mutually agreeable. There has to be a position. But I know we have plenty of open
They
positions.
have
in this
several openings that they can go to. So all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. I would like to suggest we take a short recess, 10 minutes max. If we could be back here at 11:45. I've had a couple of requests, if you don't mind.
So moved, or however you want to do
I
it.
just recess for
Recess.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
I don't think we have to do anything, do we? We just recess. Yeah. Be right back. up on our meeting.
Back in order. Meeting back in order.
Recess is over.
Your Honor, before beginning, I need to do a little bit of clarification, number 8.
Number 8, yes.
Now, I was asked by the county attorney. Will cease to exist.
Okay. So that may take
It might take a few weeks.
30 days even?
Yes,
Yeah.
probably.
Okay. All right. On item number 9, moving on, discuss and consider the ratification of previously passed updated Nueces County Commissioners Court Policy and Procedures Guidelines. Back on? Oh, we're back on. I told her we were back on already, 11:50. Sorry, I didn't do the time.
Judge, this is just simply that, and John, you'll be happy to know I did put backup in there on this one. This is just simply the ratification of what we have previously passed, and that's it. So I would move to approve, and Jenny's reviewed it and acknowledges that it is what it is, and certainly if somebody wants to change them later, we can, but I just would make the motion to ratify these for now.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on this item? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. The policy is ratified. On item number 10, discuss and consider that all non-consent agenda items have an accompanying written staff recommendation in the Commissioners Court packet.
That's a good recommendation.
Yeah, and again, this was one that we had talked about as a court, and I just put it on. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to just be non-consent. It can be certainly all of them. I don't really, I throw that to the court, for consideration there. Obviously, I don't want somebody to just stick an item in consent so that there's not a staff recommendation. Anybody have any thoughts on that one?
Commissioner, I shared with you after or during the recess on the item we had discussed earlier, item 8, and I support this. I think it's a great policy, and I would just like to see a memo. Right? Sometimes we do have a brief little summary, but if a memo of staff or maybe our court administrator could create it, or whoever the department head is, or whoever maybe is actually put the item up, can provide us just a little bit of background. We usually have something like that to where we can click on the link and get us more information, but we still don't always have that. So even if something very brief that gives us a quick overview of what's being recommended, I think that would be very helpful, not only for us, because we can do, we can ask questions offline before the meetings, and we should, but for someone from the public that's looking in, and I know that was the media's concern early or late last year, was transparency. I think that helps just provide more transparency so that the public understands what exactly that item is about, and not just some vague wording with no attachment to it.
Yeah, I just don't know what to put on. I don't disagree with your concept, but when we have discussion items that don't have any backup, which I guess I can put a paragraph that says
Just
this
a
is what the court
sentence
decided, discussed. I don't know what
it doesn't have to be lengthy.
Yeah, I don't know what to put on some, like the ones that I complain about all the time is when there's backup, a 30-page backup, and it gets walked in at the last minute.
Yeah.
This is something where I guess I can put a paragraph that says this is what the court talked about putting on the agenda, but I don't know what else to put on there, so I'll try my best.
I'd like to also point out that in the policy it says that items submitted for the agenda should be turned in by 5 p.m. on 8 days prior to the meeting, and then we will have these packets in time for us to go over them, not this last minute trying to get our information out. I know that sometimes things change, but pretty much we can work off of a schedule like this and worry about it on the next meeting if it doesn't get posted for this one.
And especially during budget items, I
Absolutely.
know that budgeting is constant. I mean, it's right before we walk in sometimes, so that's kind of understandable because we still have several days to work over it. But like I said, if we can just,
don't know what to
and,
put.
and I'm telling myself too, so if I put any item, I need to make sure
I just don't know what to
that I'm
say.
providing
Just to
y'all
clarify, it's
just
part
a
of the
few
policy,
sentences.
and we have it when they submit the agenda item. They had to put the background, the discussion, everything. So we just need to enforce.
Okay, I'll just,
Yes,
I'll just.
it won't get put on unless
No,
you
I don't
have a
disagree with your
sentence or
concept.
two.
I just don't know, I don't know what I would have put on this.
So we
This
can
is
have
just
less
something-
government if we just have the enforcement part that may police
Yes.
it enough to where people get conditioned to do it, so.
Well, this was really direction of the court. I just put it on. So next time I'm going to let John put it on since, in the direction of the court, because I got no clue I really don't know what I would have said on this other than the court talked about it. We all said we wanted to do it, and so I just put it on. So
This is already in the policy, so we don't need to have a motion on this. So we're good with moving forward.
no. This is regarding staff recommendations. I don't believe that's in our policies. In other words, this is saying
Anybody that sends something, it's on the form you fill out.
right, but in other words,
Whose item
court
did it-
manager.
Whose item did it belong to?
Like all these department heads put on different things, right? What we as a court said we wanted was the court manager to give us a specific recommendation on all these items. So they don't, it's
I
staff,
thought they
in other
had to
words,
go
like,
through the.
right, if you go, like John, when we were at the city council, we would get presentations and the staff would always, on every single item, staff would give us a recommendation on the item. Why they supported it or why they didn't support it, because somebody can put something on the agenda that the staff, court manager may not think is the right thing to do, and we need to do this. So the intent of this is, what the court discussed before, is to have the court administrator,
Give us a recommendation.
their
Okay,
staff.
That is different, yes.
As an elected, may I say, Judge? Maybe clarify with department heads, because as an elected, I know what my office needs, and that's going to be between myself and the commissioners. We're all electeds. I'm not going to go to no offense.
But doesn't mean you have to go to them, but I still want to know what she
well,
thinks.
Well, I understand, but now you're going to set up what I need for my office against the court manager's recommendation?
It's not a setup against, we rely on her, in my opinion, we rely on her, whether someone's elected or not, to say this is good, bad, or indifferent, and to have an opinion, and quite frankly, she rarely does, and so why is it against anything in other words, why would it be?
The way that what I'm hearing that is, okay, well, I may need something for my office, but you're going to rely on what the court manager decides, or her recommendation.
No, I want her recommendation, absolutely. Absolutely, I want a recommendation.
Well,
but I'm going to always rely on you more than anybody else because you're the elected official. Well, no, I mean, because sometimes people see, but what I would expect her to do is go to you and say, hey, Kara, before I go on here, let me tell you what I got a little issue with, and you might say, oh, no, you're not reading that right, and it gets resolved, and poof, we're done.
We do that. I'm not saying for me, because we do.
I get it, right. So this should it's more formalizing what I think happens anyway between, right? But like, because that way things can get worked out before we come in here and have all these discussions and decisions. Because if you're telling me one thing and you're telling me the same thing, well, I'm blowing through that agenda item because I've read my background and I'm moving on. But if the county attorney says, well, wait, Carol, we got a problem with just using you as an example, then we stop, we pause, we talk about it. No, but I'm just using an example. So that's all I'm saying is I just want more staff recommendations. If somebody else wants to do a different way.
So is that a motion to?
I'm willing to make the motion, but I don't want to, if somebody else wants to weigh in or I can make them.
And I just want to clarify, so you're speaking on behalf of all the elected, others?
As an elected. No, me. I'm speaking about myself.
But I'm saying, is that written here that you understand that? I don't want it just to be that we're explaining it now, and then in the future, it doesn't show that in writing. I mean, Jenny, do you feel that Commissioner Chesney's explanation is stating that in writing? Or, I mean, we're all agreeing right now, or it seems like we are verbally talking this out, but do you think that that's what it does? Because I don't want someone to come in after Kara or in another elected position and not realize that we all kind of have that consensus here.
Hypothetically, say I need something for a budgetary issue for my office. Right now, I'm the elected, and I know what it takes to run my office. And just, for instance, again, this hasn't happened in the past. I don't foresee it happening. But again, we're all not going to be here, right, forever. It's not indefinitely. But say you get a recommendation from the county manager saying, nope, that's not good, and so y'all take her recommendation. Now you're setting yourself up to be sued by me because you're not providing.
That's if we vote no. That's if we vote no.
Wait, but that's my point. Like now so again, if it's something, I just say electeds are different. Electeds and department heads are very different, right? I'm elected. The public has entrusted me to run my office, and the law, the Constitution allows me that, y'all are supposed to provide what I need in order to run my office.
But we have the
tend to
discretion
agree
when it
with
comes to
Kara.
budget, and
But that's
we
the
are
whole
the
point,
budget
though.
officers, right? But I mean, the point is, Carrie, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. The point is, I just want recommendations from the staff, and I don't know why that offends you. You can make that mountain out of a
All I'm
molehill.
saying
I'm
is
okay with it, but I mean,
Right.
like, I don't understand why that's so offensive.
99.9 is going to go.
Right.
Yeah, I
Not
mean, it's
necessarily,
like-
no, it's not offensive. I'm not offended by it. I'm just letting you know what could happen, and that's it, just to be aware.
Sure.
When it comes to the elected, it may be.
There's a thin line on the elected.
And we
So
can
that-
certainly,
that's it.
we
And
can
I
certainly
think
direct the
that
county.
would definitely be taken into consideration if it's coming from an elected, and
Right.
other than just a department head, that someone that works underneath us, so.
Right, just because she makes a recommendation, no offense, I've disagreed with her recommendations a lot. So it doesn't, just because she makes one doesn't mean I'm going to agree with it. I mean, but I think I need to have all the facts so I can make a reasonable decision. And so, I mean, we could add language that says, if any issue exists between the
Maybe
department
I don't
head or elected official and the county manager, then they need to go meet. I mean, if you want to get into, we can micromanage it some more. I'm okay with that.
Not
But I
necessarily.
just want staff recommendations.
Yeah. So does this have to be a motion then? Are we doing staff recommendations, or is that already written?
No, it's not. We do not have anything that says
This
that
was
staff
just-
makes a recommendation in our policies that I've read or found.
The court manager's staff, I think, that's what you're saying.
you're saying.
I think, I mean, that would help clarify if
Well,
that's part of the motion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because when it just says staff recommendation, that's,
Oh, right, yes.
I was kind of including you in that, but.
Oh, okay.
You know, county manager / county attorney.
Okay.
But, you know, whatever. Discuss it. I mean, I guess I'll try it with a
We always
motion.
go to Ginny for recommendations anyway.
Right, I mean, so we can make a motion to
More than what we
consider that
should.
all agenda items have an accompanying written staff recommendations by the court manager / county attorney, and if any issue exists between the elected official and the county manager, those need to be worked out prior to coming to court. That, I mean, there you go. That'd be my motion, if that helps with everybody.
Okay, we have a motion. Did you get that?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any other discussion?
I would just ask that if you allow within that process an appeal process, because if it's not able to be worked out among those people, then that elected would need to be able to bring that funding question to the court and to override any decision
Well, there's no-
or recommendation.
No, she doesn't need to, she doesn't
She's
get
not
to
going to
quash
deny
it.
anybody
Yeah,
access.
she doesn't
She's
get to
just
quash
sending
it. It's just a recommendation. It's
Yes.
just, it's not a,
You don't have the authority to deny them putting it on the agenda.
she didn't have the
Yeah.
ability to quash anything. She just
Yeah.
has the ability, yeah, that's, okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Hernandez, were you about to ask something? I thought I saw you.
Judge, I'm
Okay.
perfectly satisfied.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Can
Any
you just-
opposed, same sign.
All right, and then can you put this in the policies, and then we'll have to bring that back again, I guess?
Another policy change.
We can do that, and we'll get with you on exact wording.
I'll get with Carol on exact wording, and I don't want to make her mad, so let's get it with her. Well, no, I'm serious, I want to make sure.
Okay, moving on to item 11, discuss and consider funding sources for furniture needs for the county outreach medical clinic located at the Calderon building.
That's you.
And Commissioner Gonzalez, this is your item.
Yeah, just thought maybe it'd be about $10,000. You know, maybe I need to go to hospital district because it's $10,000. I don't have to go to the court, but it might be higher. But I just right now we're kind of dressing up the Calderon clinic, or the Nueces County Clinic, and we went to the surplus and we bought some furniture, about $8,000, paid about $500 for it. So we bought desks and chairs and conference table and everything else.
So what's the total?
We only paid $400, but the value is $8,000.
No, but how much do you need is what I'm asking.
Oh, I'm missing $10,000.
I'm.
Be able to furnish it the way. You know,
I was
we
gonna-
go back
I was
to
gonna
the
offer to
surplus.
put
I
in
wanna
the
give-
full
I wanna give
amount.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would do
it's
the
in precinct 3.
10,000.
I'd love to be able to.
I'll put in some,
fund
yeah.
it.
I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, we got to have that thing in good shape. So, I mean, if everybody wants to share in it, we can, or I'm
And
happy.
the health department will help also, they're gonna help a little bit too.
I just don't want to ask hospital districts since
I'll do my part.
keep asking them.
I think we should all share in that.
Okay, so would there be a motion for each of us to put $2,000 into, is that okay with everybody? I don't want to jam it down anybody's, is
That's good.
Yep, I think it's good for right now.
that good?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the motion would be to the funding source to be from each precinct and the judges, whatever funds they designate that are appropriate, $2,000 each for the furniture needs for the County Outreach Medical Clinic located in the Calderon Building.
Second that?
I'd like to go ahead and change that, since we're doing this,
Okay.
make it 3,000. Because if we don't use it all, we don't use it all.
That's fine.
We only get
3,000
from
from
here what
each.
we use.
Okay.
That's
So
fine.
it'd be 3,000, that way we not have to come back or,
Okay.
yeah.
I accept that amendment.
And I have seconded the motion. Any other discussion, anybody? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimously to take 3,000 from each of our, whatever funds we designate to all pitch in for this Calderon building
I want
furnishing.
to thank Public Works for going out there with me to the surplus and helping us rent a U-Haul and bringing it down.
Well, and let me tell you, I want to thank Commissioner Gonzalez because I think he probably
His
just
work,
saved us
absolutely.
like thousands and thousands of dollars because he went and got this furniture and spent his time and effort too. So, I mean, I appreciate you doing that as well because I know how much that really would have cost. And I appreciate the fact that you're helping out with that as well.
Very much.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Gotta get it going, gotta get it going.
Thank
And I'll be
you.
glad when we cut that ribbon.
Moving on to item number 12, discuss and consider an order of Commissioners Court to procure construction services for the proposed animal care center through a request for competitive sealed proposals as authorized under section 2269.151 of the Texas Government Code. And this is a day you submitted this, but this is in your district, isn't it? John Marez? Yes.
We can discuss this. So this is the funding source. It was approved by commissioners. It was the 4.2 million back then. So this is just going out for bids for the construction. So if the court approves, that's what is going to be the process.
Okay, so this is to spend $4.2 million on that facility?
That's correct.
That's, let me,
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second in discussion. I know I talked to Commissioner Marez, and we talked about trying to keep it under and eliminate some cost in that as well, but I also agree that we have to get started and we need to
Yeah.
move on with something.
Dragging her
But
on.
if we can cut back on any cost, it would greatly be appreciated.
Yes, Judge, absolutely. Michael, does the credit seal proposals, does that allow us to get a lower cost or
So
Any-
under the competitive seal proposals, if y'all recall, when we tried to do this for the pier demolition, that the court has to go with the recommendation and scoring of the committee. I think that's what we found out last time, and y'all weren't able to maneuver very much with that CSP method. So long as y'all are aware of that fact, and then whoever y'all have selected on the committee, this didn't come to my office, so I didn't get a chance to review the language that was here. I would also ask that y'all authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice and that you adopt the order that sets up the evaluation committee that's attached. I believe there's an order attached.
Judge, while you're looking, just quick discussion, just to
Okay, yes.
put on the record, I support the concept of doing it. I think we're spending way too much money on a facility that could be done for way less. I think, this is just $4 million when we've got, in my opinion, not proper infrastructure in place. It's too much money to spend on a facility that I think we could do far less without all the bells and whistles. And I've given up on my argument with the city because nobody wants to do that, but I still think that would have been good to do. But I acknowledge that we need to do something and we need to make it better. I just don't think this is the right course of action. So thank you.
And I mean, while we're talking this, I don't think that the city option is dead. I think it's viable. I spoke with the city manager on Monday. We all saw him Monday afternoon, and so he's open to whatever we decided to bring to him. Their facilities are pretty much maxed out according to Mr. Zanoni, but as far as any kind of management or partnership, I'm all for it. I just, like I said earlier, I think there are some facilities, I get having one is ideal, but when you're talking about travel time and size, capacity of facility, that's where we need kind of a duplication in other areas. So that's my push for having this, continue to push for this to be at the site next to the old show barn. I agree also on the dollar amount. That is a concern for me, that we don't overspend for something that maybe could be a simplified version of an animal care center. When we talk all of this is infrastructure total, all of that is included.
That's correct.
Nothing
That's
over
correct,
this
Commissioner.
amount whatsoever. Yeah.
So we're not going to have any surprise like this is this is total for the building, and then, oh, by the way, we didn't include any kind of sanitation, plumbing.
No. Everything is included in this. That's correct.
Because from my understanding, we don't have much there other than maybe what's at the old show barn, but this is 50 yards or 100 yards away, actually.
That's correct.
And I appreciate you saying that, John, because I would really love to, be able to make a motion, get some support to engage in conversations with the city of possibly taking over our facility and running it better. And again, I don't disagree with your location, and I don't disagree with doing it out there, because I think even if we merged with the city, we'd still have to have a location out there. I just think we're spending too much for what we've got right now, and that's all. So that's the only reason I just don't support the number at this point. But again, and I don't know if it's posted where we could have a motion to where we could actually engage in a conversation with the city, considering we're building this, or is it germane to this today enough to the county attorney, since Mr. Mottas has indicated a desire to at least have those conversations.
Like I said, I mean, I want to move on this definitely, but I think the city is open to it, and I think we can have both, right? I think we need a new facility. I tell you, having that old facility parked in the back of my office there on FM 892 is not the most easiest to find location. It's not very central for the community, for the rural community to get to, and it's unsightly. And then you got to go through a public works yard just to get to the back of it. So all those things added up were really the reason why we even looked at putting it several different sites throughout the Robstown or Western Nueces County area. So I'm never going to give up, but I do, I think everything else should be on the table as far as how can we improve management, running of the facility. And I think, hey, if we were to decide something similar to what we did with the health services with the city of Corpus Christi, they may appreciate saying, oh my gosh, you're giving us this brand new present to run, where it's a brand new facility, and they don't have to worry about any of that other than working with us on the management agreement of it. So I think that can be run in tandem, parallel track as we continue to move construction. Because what's the estimated, does anybody know the estimated time? It's like, is it 12 to 18 months, or am I thinking of a totally different project? Do we have that? For this one?
For the construction.
For the construction?
Animal Care Center.
JP isn't, so he should probably.
He's on. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
So he might give us.
Hey, Commissioner, it's easily a year's worth of construction, probably a little more.
Yeah. So I think within that year, let's have that talk now, and within a year, the building's finished, and then maybe the city says it's feasible, and then they can also budget for it. We can budget for it. I just don't want to stop it and then wait till we have that discussion that could take months.
No, I agree. I think
start.
I appreciate the heck out of that, John, and I'm going to change from a no to an abstention just because you've done that. I think I appreciate that, because I'm trying to be reasonable on this too. I know we need something out there, right? I know we do. I think it could be run differently and better in a partnership, and at the same time, I don't want to, stop, this thing either. But my question, and let's vote on this, but I would like to know is, can I make a motion now that says that we can engage in formal discussions with the city, not committing anything, but just to not just have a casual conversation, which I really appreciate John doing. Is that germane to this?
I think your item is very specific, and it does not provide for other matters to be included into it. As
This
sometimes
is
we have
moving
other
forward with
matters
the construction
included,
and-
this
Okay.
doesn't.
Then that's fair. Then I'll just ask that,
Can we just bring it up the next meeting or within a meeting?
Yeah, I'll just
or
ask
two,
that we
or-
put that on the next agenda. Hopefully Peyton is listening, and if you can, maybe Jenny, if you can give her the wording that needs to be on there, just to discuss these, because I think, with all the advisory boards we're going to be talking about, there's just a whole big picture issue that we just haven't had, those conversations about, and I think it's time we do it. But I mean, I don't disagree that we need a facility out there. I really don't.
So we have a motion and a second authorizing the purchasing agent to procure or construction services for the proposed animal care center through a request for competitive sealed bids. That's how I needed to word it correctly?
Yes, and authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice.
Authorizing the purchase agent to also publish a notice and
And adopt an order delegating evaluation authority to a selection committee.
Okay, did y'all get that? And adopt an order delegating an evaluation subcommittee to look at these when they come in. Yes. So we have a motion and a second. There's been discussion. Any more discussion, or all those in?
The last thing I would mention, just so the court is aware, the selection committee membership is the county engineer, the commissioner's court administration manager, and the director of animal services.
Okay. All those in favor? Oh, do you have a question? Yes.
Mike, will this be open to our local bidders contract?
It's open to any bidders.
Anybody, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
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 Abstain with explanation as previously
And
stated. Thank you.
4 ayes and 1 abstain with exclamation. The motion passes. On item number 13 and 14, are those going to be gone to executive
13,
session?
14, 15, and 16.
Yes, we do
13,
have an
14,
update.
15, and 16?
Now, 13 and 15 are only there if the court wants to talk about purely contractual negotiation matters in executive, as far as, good for the county, bad for the county. If you do not want to have those discussions in executive, you don't need to, you can just pass on 13 and 15, and then the discussions on those two matters in executive would be limited to solely legal questions.
There's really
Well, 15, I have a problem with 15 because AT&T, I don't want to be, I really don't want to find ourselves in contract with AT&T at all.
No, sorry.
Hello. Come on, Jenny, you excited?
Pardon me. No, you are correct, sir. No, what we're proposing is that the county gives that money to those ISDs, and they in turn contract with AT&T.
So future contract with them will be up to them.
Yes.
Correct.
Will not be
Okay,
anything with
I
us.
want to make sure we're out of that
Yeah.
one. Because
So we can move forward with 13 and 15 here and move 14 and 16 to executive? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So wait, do we, okay, so
Unless you want to talk about if you want to do strictly those other types of discussions that are non-legal.
question on these I didn't get the contracts on some of these until yesterday, and I haven't read them, so I'm a little nervous about voting on them for that reason. Not because I don't support it, but because, I haven't read them at all. I mean, I got
Right,
them.
and this is an ongoing process, and we are seeking, after consulting with the court, guidance on those two items.
Right, because to me, what would have been great on this, had we really been able to have a real discussion last year on this, would have been, look, why don't we just, you guys decide what you want this money for and give to. And I get, there was the one issue with, was it Agua Dulce that didn't have which one that didn't have the?
Banquete?
Banquete, the school district that came, and we couldn't just give them money,
Yes,
right?
precinct 5.
So, but on this AT&T stuff, we're being real specific with it, and if that's what they want. But what I'm going to do is, I'm putting mine on to allocate to the schools for what they want, right? So if this is what they want, then okay, because there's a continuing cost on this, or, if they just want us to give them a one-time amount of money and let them spend it the way they want to spend it, I'm not trying to throw a wrench in this. I can't remember whose item this is, but if this is where we're going, then I'm okay with that, but I just haven't read the contract. So again, I'm supportive of it. I'm fixing to, bring back to the court allocated a bunch to the schools that I allocated to, but that's how I'm going to go about it is, look, whatever y'all think you need for school safety, you know better than I do. So I'm just throwing that out there for discussion on this. But that's not an executive session thing, in my opinion.
No, the executive items that we're looking for guidance on is, just the legal issues.
Is what?
Just the legal issues that we're,
Right, because you're saying 13 and 15, we can't go back unless it's,
13 and 15 are only there if the court desires to talk about policy, good, bad, money only type of issues.
yeah, no, that's why I'm doing it out here. That's just my issue on the whole thing. I haven't read the contract, so I'm a little nervous about voting on that. And I just wanted to throw that out there for whoever's doing the Banchetti stuff with AT&T specific. Is it better just to give it to them and let them choose? I don't know. That's up. Whatever everybody wants to do, I'm okay with it. I'm just throwing that idea out.
Well, we went through, in our meeting, we went through the contract pretty thoroughly, isn't this on number 13, the one we went through?
13, well, but there are things on 13 regarding the school resource officer that I would like to address in executive.
Okay. Well, then we'll just put these 4 into executive then for discussion, yes.
When we discussed this, I believe it was the former judge that took the lead on it, and
This, which one? Are you talking about the
Banquete?
buttons or the resource officer from Banquete?
the resource officer for Banquete.
Okay. There was a full-on 45-minute discussion between all the commissioners and the representatives from Banquete, so.
Yeah, but I think it was the former judge that was kind of leading, the way she wanted things to be done.
Well, there was a vote, a 5-0 vote, and so that's what I'm wanting to address in
Well,
executive.
yeah, we had to do something, so we did. But
So, okay, so I guess maybe one at a time. So 13 is deciding whether we need to go into the Texas Governmental Code open. I don't have any desire to do that one. That one's just on there as a precaution, right?
Yes.
So I don't know how everybody else feels, but I don't need to do that one. So, but I mean,
So
that's
we're
up.
on 13, we'll do 13?
Do we just pass
Just
that?
pass on that one.
Okay.
Okay,
No action.
no action. Then 14 is, executive session. 15 is another one, pass, no action.
I have no, it's fine.
And 16 is executive.
Yes, thank you.
And those are listed in the back under executive too, right? Do I need to?
Yes.
Right.
Adjust my notes. What numbers are 14 and 16?
School resource officer is F in executive,
Okay.
and then
They're both on
G.
there. F and G, okay.
for the technology.
What, sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
G is the technology item, which is 16. And then F corresponds to 14.
So okay, so 16 we're going into execs, and then where are we, so we're now to 17?
Now we're on number 17.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just.
Discuss and consider, yes, ratification of agreement between U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, local, county, and state law enforcement agency and Nueces County Sheriff's Department for reimbursement of cost incurred by the Sheriff's Department in their participation in the program with Homeland Security There is no cost to the county. Homeland Security reimburses this cost. I'm correct, right?
Jenny, it meets all the, you've looked at it, you're good?
Everything is fine with this?
Yes, we reviewed this one. It is a ratification. We provided a document, I believe, that should be attached since there's no place for the commissioners to sign on the original agreement, we provided a document.
That is signed now. Commissioners Court order.
Yes.
Yes, yes. It is in here. So do we have a motion to accept this order or adopt, I guess? I'll make the motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion, any opposed, same sign? Motion passes to accept the ratification agreement between U.S. Customs and Immigration, local sheriff's department for their reimbursement on their costs. Number 18, discuss and consider acceptance and approval of Progressive Insurance offer of settlement. Is that out here, I guess?
That we can give you details in executive.
So we want to move this to executive.
Yes. There should be a corresponding.
18, 19, and 20 all go to executive?
Okay.
Yes.
Looks like we're about to head into there. 21, discuss and consider next Commissioners Court meeting dates and related matters. We might.
Well, the next meeting to me, there's a workshop for Monday for the 23rd.
It'll have to be a meeting, agenda meeting, in order for us to do an action item
Correct.
to vote on
That's
it
correct.
instead of a
Special meeting, I
workshop.
guess?
It's a special meeting.
Special meeting, I guess, with
The
special meeting.
23rd, what
the regular
time?
meeting will be on the 8th, right?
Yes.
9 a.m.?
9 a.m.
9
Both
a.m.?
at 9 a.m.
Okay.
And that would just be for that particular item plus the one that, in
Right.
case
The
I
one that
need
we-
it. You can post that item, but I
Case
don't know
the
if I'll need it.
dunes are ready, yes.
That would be it.
Because we posted, is it a special meeting? It's been posted already,
Right.
And this number,
Do we have to have a motion on that or not?
do we have to have a motion for the meeting to be the special meeting on Monday?
At 9 a.m.?
Yeah, we would,
11?
Okay,
so moved.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item number 21 is going to be set for our 1 o'clock meeting, so that needs to, and 22 and 23 are both for
Right.
part of that 1 o'clock meeting. So we'll go into section B, Public Works.
Wait a minute, whoa.
What?
23 is the executive session, right?
No, I don't know why.
No, it's part of the 1 o'clock, the
I don't know how
CDBG.
23 got, I don't know how I got
Is it
on.
1 o'clock or 9 o'clock for the special meeting?
9.
Well,
1 o'clock this afternoon.
1 o'clock this afternoon first.
We have one.
Yeah,
Oh,
1 o'clock is-
yeah, okay,
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
And I mean, we may not need that special meeting depending on what we do at 1 o'clock, but I guess
Oh, yeah.
we will. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how that 23 should not have been on here. It should have been on for the next, so I'm not, for the 1 o'clock portion of it, so. Unless you had something specific on that one, because I didn't.
No, sir.
I didn't mean to put that on there. Sorry.
We're good.
Okay.
So
23, there's.
23, there's no action on, you didn't want it on here?
Just motion to table to be official, I guess. I meant to have it discussed in the big picture issue of the,
On Monday.
well, what we're going to do this
1
afternoon
o'clock.
too.
Well, it'll be the picture you have
Right.
of us.
So it's on that.
For no-
So I would make a motion to table this.
Okay, we have a motion to table. Do I have a
table what?
second?
Second.
And all those in favor?
I don't know. Who seconded it? Wait, who seconded it? Joe, he did. Mr. Gonzalez.
We're tabling it till when?
23.
Commissioner
I'm just
Hernandez
tabling it.
tabled it.
I'm not listing a date. That's a table indefinitely,
Seconded, sorry.
because it's going to be in the next presentation.
Okay, Public Works, B, authorize award and execution of agreement with CLK Architects and Associates for RFQ 3216-22, services for the medical examiners.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, Polarworks is recommending the award and execution of the agreement with COK Architects and Nueces County for the medical examiners facility. What this includes the new facility for the medical examiners and also the renovations for the existing facility. So we're recommending.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to, I'm sorry, what?
I can add it with the motion.
The cost
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
it's on there, where I saw it, I read it.
To award it.
Yeah, it is. You want me to say? $848,453.
And that's for architectural and engineering?
Yes, sir. That includes the architect, engineering,
Everything.
construction administration, throughout. This is a turnkey project.
Which is about 11, no, let's see, what did we fund that for? 7 million?
7 million.
So
it's around 15.
So it's
So
about
it's-
11, 12% of the
about
cost?
12%.
Yeah.
Okay, and we think even with this, this will still come in within the 7 million, and we'll be able to do everything that Commissioner
Yes, sir.
Gonzalez wants to do?
That's what we're proposing. Yes, sir. That's what we're proposing with the architect.
So
Yes, sir.
we have a motion and a second to proceed with this.
Commissioner,
And you don't think that's high, Juan?
Normally, Commissioner, this involves mechanical engineering, mechanical, electrical, civil, landscape. It has a bunch of other disciplines of architectural and engineering that are involved.
So I'm asking you, do you think that sounds high, or does that sound
No, sir,
appropriate?
it's reasonable, yes, sir. It's fair.
No more than the one from the pier.
No, I get it. Well, yeah, let's don't talk about that one.
but Commissioner, when you were talking about the budget, are you thinking that this is through the 7 million? It's included in the 7 million because it's not.
No, 7 million is for the, it's for the.
It's just the construction.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
This is a
million is just for
separate
construction.
for different funding
So
source.
it's 7 million plus this?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, but
So they base in
this
that.
is a different pool of funds, right?
Correct,
that we're
that's
using old
correct.
COs. What was the funding source on this?
COs 2021.
And we have that, Dale?
Yes.
And it's unallocated and it's free to go and,
I'll have to check. We may have already have it allocated, but if not, we'll make sure we'll bring it, when we do another project change order, we'll bring in the allocation for it.
okay.
Teresa look into it, so we have the funds available.
Assuming it, again, I guess, assuming that it's,
Yes.
Funded.
that we're funded, I remember we said it was, but I just want to verify that on the record.
And there is room in the 21 COs, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the funding source is, I'm going to
Where's
put my
the
glasses here. It's CO 2021s.
I think Teresa has something to
It's on the
say.
agenda.
Teresa?
It's on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Do you want to comment? Sorry.
Yes, Judge. The 845 is available from the unallocated balance in the medical examiners project, but all other funds have been reallocated. So this is the remaining of that 2021 CO budget. And it's short about $2,700 that would have to come from unallocated.
Wait, so this comes, say that one more time? I'm sorry, Teresa, I caught you until you said the 2,700.
That's okay. There's a remaining balance of $845,679 from the $4 million that was originally budgeted for the ME's facility.
Okay.
For the ME's facility, we've reallocated everything but the 845, so that those funds are available.
Okay, and
use.
then, I see,
But
and then
it
we're,
is-
we're using ARPA funds for the other 7 million for the.
That's correct,
Okay,
for
I
the-
got
for
you.
the
Okay,
construction.
10-4, that makes sense, thank you, as always, thanks, Teresa.
Two buckets.
Thank you, Teresa. Sorry.
buckets,
I
two
didn't see you. Thank you, Connie.
All right, very good.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Did we already vote on that? No, a motion and a second.
Who did the second?
John.
I seconded
Or,
it. He made the motion, and I seconded it, I thought.
Okay, because everyone talks at once.
Commissioner Gonzalez made the motion, Commissioner Chesney seconded. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes for you to move forward with that. Thank you very much, Juan.
Thank you.
Judge, brought to my attention that we may need to go back and amend one of the things that we've done on the dissolving of the NCDC because the Tower 2 lease doesn't expire till March of 2023, so we would need to dissolve the department as of.
That's what I explained when we first came back in, because we know there's still an employee there that needs to be transferred as well as other expenses. Once all those expenses have been processed and done, that's when the department will be eliminated. Yes.
Okay, I missed that, I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
you think that's covered in the motion that we made?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
mentioned
as long
it
as
when
that's
we were
on the
doing it.
record that once the expenses
Yes.
are paid out?
Yes.
Okay, fair. Okay, thank you.
Moving on, item number 2, under B, discuss and consider Hazel Baysmar Park new restroom building funding source. And are you doing that one, Juan?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Judge. On this one, we're requesting a funding source for the Hazel Baysmore park renovations, or the new restroom park renovations. We're recommending or looking at maybe using the 1115 waivers and/or the CDBG monies that might be available.
I think this project one is already listed on the CDBG monies already.
Okay. Okay, so
Or the ARPA funds.
Or ARPA. The CDBG MIT won't cover this, so that's why we were shooting for the
We should put it in
1151.
ARPA.
Or the 1151.
It's already, I think
1151.
I don't know, I don't think you can use the land 15 waiver for that. Because the land 15 waiver, you gotta go back and look at it and make sure what we're doing, because the land 15 waiver was strictly to provide for outreach services. It's not, I don't think it's for infrastructure, so you need to really look at that. I mean, I'm telling you.
The thing, Commissioner, was that we had talked to, at that time, it was not Dr. Dante, but Annette Rodriguez, and to see if we could put in circuit training equipment throughout the park. So that was one of the things, because their grant was for obesity and all these other kind of deals. So what we were proposing just for the 1151 is that we use it as a changing station. So people that run through the park or they use the playgrounds and they go in there, they can change. And that's one of the, I think, the allowable things if we have to go that route.
You need to look at it, but I think we're safer just, if we can just stay with the ARPA or the CDBG. And then if we need to go back and use the land 15 waiver, we gotta make sure we can. But, I mean, you're talking about training is one thing, and you're talking about infrastructure is another thing. So we really gotta be careful with that land 15 waiver.
Well, if we can do it with the ARPA, then we'll.
Well, I think it's under the ARPA fund, so.
I think Ade wants to
Yes,
comment
on the
something.
ARPA, it's still, we have to look into
I
it
know.
because there are a lot of restrictions, so we cannot put it like, we're going to use that funding source. Talking about the 1115 waiver, I mean, they're not as restrictive, but it's better we would use it like for health-related
And that's what,
matters.
and I'm just saying that's what it was meant for, right?
Correct.
So we just got to be careful with the M15 waiver. Make sure we're going to get it cleared, and maybe Jenny needs to get involved with this or something.
I can share with Dorsey the opinion that I got from the health.
Yes, that's what we were told. I mean, it's a policy, it's strictly policy on how you want to use that, because you do have the authority to use that 1115 reimbursed monies however you like.
And who said that?
So is the motion to
That's what we
use the
got
1115 waiver money for this part? Do I have a motion for that?
Make a motion.
I would say.
If it's available, if it's allowed.
M15
if it's
waiver
allowed.
contingency on that, we can't
On the
use that.
review, okay.
When you can't use the other funds, you know? I'd rather use the other funds first if we got them, because we need to use them, and not come back to the land 15 waiver.
So Commissioner Hernandez, your motion would be to,
Look for those other funds, I guess. Because we're not using the land 15 waiver, are we?
No, that's the recommendation,
Yeah, that's
Commissioner.
use the
recommendation.
That is our
1115.
recommendation. I know
Subject to, what I hear, subject to make sure with the
Right,
county attorney
right.
that funds are absolutely available for this particular. Okay.
If we can't use it from the ARPA or CDBG.
We look into other
then
funding
we'll
sources.
Looking for the land 15 waiver.
Okay.
But can we at least get the permission to advertise once we get that settled?
Sure.
Okay.
Because we've gone back and forth on this, so I don't.
No, you're good, Commissioner.
Okay.
You're good.
So move.
So we have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Okay, so the second
Any
one.
other discussion,
Michael?
guys? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes to find the funding for this and move forward. Yes, whichever one works. Yes, thank you. Number 3, discussing.
Judge,
Oh, sorry.
there's a couple of items.
Oh, there's another part, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
On this one, Judge, we're recommending, we're requesting authorization for a method of procurement to request for bids for the Hazel Bazemore
Yes.
Park, and also authorize purchasing agent to publish a notice.
Was it splash pad?
This is for the restrooms.
Bathrooms.
Oh, okay, I see.
There's
Yes.
two items on the agenda.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Some-
A motion by Commissioner Gonzalez,
Second.
seconded. On any discussion on this, just for the purchasing agent to move forward? Yes.
Okay, so what I wanted to mention is that I've been working with Juan and Ida and Jenny on a procedure where when they have new projects to bring to the court, that we can accomplish both getting the funding approved and then in the same stroke, getting approval for what procurement method we want to use, and that helps us hit the ground a little faster.
Okay.
And so that's why you'll start to see these items with the two-part
Two parts on them, yes.
approach. If y'all approve the funding and then you approve competitive bids, this is the IFB low bidder method that we like to use on construction. And so if y'all approve this, then we'll be doing the same thing on number 3. It'll be a two-part
Okay.
process
Thank
as well.
you. Yes, and
They have it separated to 3 action items.
3 items?
Yeah, that's how it's
Worded in 3
worded
action,
in 3,
yes.
not 2 part. It's a 3 part.
Request and authorize to
Yeah.
publish a notice, so, yes. We've already done the funding source, allowed that vote, so now we're requesting, we have to do a vote for a request for competitive bids. And we have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by Hernandez. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Then the third motion would be to authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice to move forward with this. Yes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, please respond by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you very much, and thanks for pointing out there are several items in there to move forward on.
And I'll reach out to county clerk and see what the best way to word this is. But typically, when y'all make this motion, when I'm only bringing it by myself, it's only one motion.
We do
And
everything at the
maybe I
same
should
time.
use a comma instead of a semicolon to
Maybe.
designate that,
Yeah,
so it's not
maybe.
looking like it's separate.
Perfect. And item number 3,
Thank you, Mike.
discuss and consider approving a funding source for Hazel Bazemore Splash Pad Project Precinct 1. Approve a finding for the, well, I guess number 1, we need to discuss
Funding source.
the splash pad.
It'll be the same scenario.
It'll be
whether we
the
use-
same, so number 1, and then approve funding for it, and then authorize purchasing agent. And we have to do 3 separate motions for this, then, you're saying again, Kara?
Or the way he words it on the,
Okay.
he put on the agenda.
A separate motion.
But in a motion, in the second motion, when you approve the funding, for the method of procurement, just approve that and authorize, just add it in your motion, the authorization, to authorize that would be easier if y'all
Okay.
could.
So moved.
Just do the one where you're going to approve funding, just,
The first one is approving funding for the splash pad project, precinct 1.
So, Judge, we would request it be a similar motion to the previous one.
The
so if we
same
can-
one, the
Yeah, if we can get the ARPA funding, then that
ARPA
would be
funding
the.
or the
or the
waivers,
1151, yes.
yes. The 1115 waivers, so it would be worded the same way, and we have a motion from Commissioner Hernandez. Do
So
we have
moved.
a second?
Second.
A second from Commissioner Gonzalez. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The first part of that motion has gone. Now we need to approve a method of procurement request for competitive bids. So do we have a motion for,
Judge, can they?
and
authorize,
authorize the
yeah.
purchase? Oh, I can go
Yeah.
ahead and do the and
If
now?
you would
I
do
don't
that.
have to do all 3? Okay. Method of procurement request for competitive bids and authorize a purchasing agent to publish a notice. If I could get a motion. Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. A second?
Second.
A second. Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much, and we will work on the wording of that next time. Moving on to purchasing.
Okay.
Item number 1, discuss and consider conditional selection of Priestley Farms, and there was only one bid turned in, I understand, on this.
That's correct. We conducted a bid opening. We notified 88 folks. We had 16 folks download the bid. Only one bidder provided a bid. That bidder is our current provider, which is Priestley Farms. We visited with the Texas AgriLife extension agent, and he recommends approving this vendor again. We're going to have an increase from the last time, so this is good for the county, and I recommend approval.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion, guys? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign.
What's the amount of the lease?
The amount is $97,000 a month. So times 2 months? No.
No,
Unit price per.
it's $97,070 for the annual amount,
Annual
and it's a
amount.
5-year contract.
Five-year
So the
contract,
total's
yes.
going to be $485,350, as indicated on the attached bid tabulation.
I'm reading sideways, sorry.
Yeah.
Item number 2, discuss and consider rejecting all bids for the jail transport services. And this says rejecting all bids, but I also read in there that no bids were received, so it's kind of misleading that.
Yeah,
we're not rejecting anything.
So the legal requirement from the statute is that you have the ability to reject all bids is one of
And
the
go back
options that you
out
have.
for
And
bidding
that's a
again.
mechanism you have to do in order to get to step 2, which is to allow me to publish another notice
Is a
and try to get
technicality.
bidders on this.
Yes, okay.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All right, and I'll work with the sheriff's
Motion
office
passes.
and talk to those current providers and see what might have prevented them from bidding, see if we can rectify that so we can get them to bid on the next go-round.
Item number 3 is similar. Discuss and consider rejecting all bids for our FP farmland for lease, County Airport, 119.91 acres, and authorize you to publish a new notice.
Correct. This is another case where we had no bidders. This is a piece of property out by the airport that's used for farmland, and the current tenant had some issues with the rains that we had in the last couple of years, and they didn't wish to rebid. And so I'll work with the Texas AgriLife Department, see if there's some other publications we can use to get the wording out to the farming community, and see if we can find some other.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Item number 4, discuss and consider conditional selection for RFQ 3221, architectural services for infrastructure projects.
Right, so I'm going to pass you out a scoring sheet at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, so the evaluation committee reviewed the 4 proposals. We notified 1,000 folks, and 53 downloaded and 4 provided proposals. The committee, which was Commissioners Court Administration Manager and the County Engineer, reviewed, and the scores you have before you there, we're recommending conditional selection to Levy Dykema, PLLC, and Turner Ramirez and Associates, Inc.
There will be 2 of them?
This is to
2 of
create a
them,
pool
a pool
of
that we can
folks
use.
that we can utilize on future
Immediately,
ARPA projects.
yes.
So then what are you wanting to pick more than one?
There's 2
There's
on there.
2.
They recommended
We're
both.
recommending 2.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
You can be
Levy
more.
Dykema and Turner Ramirez and Associates, Inc. are recommended at this time.
Okay.
Okay, and that way this meets the procurement process for what we need to do to spend ARPA money and.
Yeah,
we're all good.
this qualifies them in, and then as projects get identified, then Juan will come back to you when he's ready to do a work authorization and request the court to approve those individual work
Speeds up the
authorizations.
process.
Motion
Yes.
to accept the committee's recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation. Any other discussion? All those in favor, respond by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna.
The next
do it
one,
more time.
yes, item number 5 is discussing conditional selection
Same thing.
for engineering services and infrastructure projects, ARPA. This is another scoring sheet.
Move passage of the committee's recommendations for the two.
We have a motion to move passage of the recommendation of the committee. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second. Also, any other discussion? All those in favor, respond by aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to item
So we
number
selected 3 on that one, Michael?
Two.
two.
Two. Right here.
You second.
Yes.
Oh,
The two recommended
two
for
and
conditional
both.
selection are Friesen Nichols, Inc. and Hanson Professional Services,
oh,
Inc.
okay.
Yes.
You know, hold on, I want to say one comment.
Okay.
I think it's really compelling to let people know that I'm glad they scored well, but that every one of these groups that we picked today were local, and I think that's important.
That's a
I know
good
everybody
thing.
thinks that's
Yeah,
super
yes.
important, so I think that's great, and I'm glad that it worked out that where they scored high enough to be that way, but I'm glad that they were local as well.
Absolutely. Agree.
Could
Item
they-
number.
Could have they selected 3 or 2, whatever?
Yeah, any number could be selected. The selection committee members, Juan and Ida, could speak to why they recommended 2 if you have questions on that.
I like having more.
But I would think maybe 3, but, all right, I mean.
And that's, as always, guys, on these selection committees, those are recommendations to the court. The court still has the option to do something else or add or take away.
Add later.
Right.
We've
Well, we
already
can
voted
reopen-
on this.
We're going
now,
to reopen again anyway.
Yes,
for-
yes.
Yeah, if we also determine at a later date that y'all would like to get additional folks qualified in, we could publish a new notice at that point.
Well, I think
And
we
I'll
should.
come
I
to the
mean,
court
I
and
think
ask
we
for
should
that
have
permission.
I think we should have more than 2 in the pool, right, in pool.
Okay.
2 is not really a full pool,
Yeah, it's a pretty small pool.
yeah. So,
Item number 6, discuss and consider making a finding for the method of procurement for administration of the Nueces County Colonia Self-Help Program. Authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice and adopt an order delegating evaluation authority to a selection committee.
So, Ida, I don't know if you want to speak to this. I was asked at the last minute to add this agenda item and self-help program.
Yes, this was approved, so we had the funding for the 500,000 for the self-help centers. Commissioner Hernandez, you've been very involved in this process, so we just need to go out to request to assist to manage the project.
Yeah.
And what's?
The
what's
funding source is the grant. The grant is going to,
Grant.
So
How much is the grant?
500,000?
it was given a total of 500,000, and my understanding is like 75,000.
Yes, if
Correct.
I might add, so it's about $60,000 to $70,000, which is the management amount that we have available.
Say that again?
$60,000 to $75,000, so it's a percentage of the total of the grant. So the grant is for $500,000,
towards
but as we
management.
use the money, we can apply for more or additional monies.
And so what are we talking about here? Building something?
So in this scenario, what we're looking at doing is hiring a management group, and it's multi-componented. So part of it is we're going to lend tools out, so it's got a lending tool library. Part of it is that we're going to do educational training and allow computers to be used. So these are all things that are in it. So we're going to pick because it's only a small amount, we're going to pick maybe 5 homes, and we're going to look at helping renovate the interiors of those homes. So it may be bathrooms, it may be kitchenettes, it may be something that whatever we can do to the best of our abilities do. So the manager will go out and they will contract some group to come in and make those renovations to those facilities.
And what, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm saying we are talking about the self-help colonias.
Yes, sir. It has to be in those colonias that we picked.
Yeah.
So we can train or we can help anybody in any of the colonias, but the program is scheduled for those people. And in 4 years, we can move to a different location, include different locations.
And why do we need to pay someone out, like, to do this? Why do we have to do it this way? In other words, I want to spend as much of the money as I can helping people instead of paying for administrators. So why are we doing it this way?
Well, in essence, we're doing it this way. We can do it any which way you can. There's some counties that are doing it where it's all staff. There's some counties which are doing a hybrid where it's a portion of staff and a portion of a private entity. And then there's some that just farm it all out. The reason is we don't have enough manpower. I mean, I'm already sliced. My time is already sliced as much as it is, and we will be helping depending on who applies for this. So if the group that applies for this, we don't want the program to fail. One of the concepts that we have is that the county will take over the lending library. So the program will buy like saws, drills, all that kind of stuff, and we will hold on to them. So you call us and you want a mower or something, we'll take it out to you and we'll let you use it. But hopefully the company or the grantor or whoever wins this deal will be able to have the resources in order to take care of all that. So it may end up as a hybrid. At this point, Commissioner, we won't know until we find out who bids to manage the project.
So, but you're talking 65 or 70,000 to start with?
Yes, sir.
And we need an administrator for 65 or 70,000?
No, the whole program's 500,000.
Okay, so how would this person or persons or company get paid? Because, and I'm looking at all these, right? I mean, I got problems with all the way we're doing, grants and paying percentages to people, and so I'm just not picking on you. I got another one, that we're fixing. We're going to talk about in just a little bit of money how we do that one too. I don't like paying people big chunks of money that we can use to spend on the people we're trying to help, right? And I know you are too. So you're gonna have to kind of tell me how would we structure this? I mean, would they get a percentage of the grant or?
Basically, that's the flat rate that we would negotiate with them. So 60,000 is the best that we can do. So they'll have to come in and let's say
60,000 is the best they can make.
No, that's all that they can do. I mean, that's the total.
Max amount.
So the max amount because it's controlled.
60,000.
So what we're looking for is like Habitats for Humanities, some nonprofit that already is making their money. So like in the Valley, you would think that there's a limit or cap of $75,000 for any renovations to any homes. Well, in the Valley, the Habitat for Humanities, if it goes 80,000 or 90,000 to do a renovation or do something, they put in the extra amount. So, that's the type of synergy that we're looking for here. It's more intended for a nonprofit to help the rural community areas. It's not necessarily set up for, somebody to make money out of
Edward,
it.
Edward, we're also looking partnering with Del Mar College maybe, since they have those kind of programs going.
Yes, sir. The training program, as you said, suggested. Yes, sir.
So that'll help, and those kind of things we're looking for.
I have a
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I have a question. I'm getting a little confused here. But $60,000 is to hire somebody to run the program?
Yes, sir. Manage the program.
To manage the program. 60,000 includes benefits and everything, or is it
It's a contract.
It's a contract basis?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a contract basis. You don't get no benefits.
That's
You just
right.
but what kind of scale are you going to use to show that person actually is doing what he's supposed to be doing? At what level, what scale? Because who's going to be asking for them drawdowns? That person or who?
Well, it's part of that we have metrics. It's in the agreement that the Commissioners Court passed. So essentially, It may be that we have to have 250 people come in and checking tools from the lending library. The only thing that the biggest portion of it is going to the house, remodels.
Right, upgrade, yeah.
That's what we're trying to, as the commissioner said, emphasize where the money's going to go.
So where's the library going to be at?
Right now, we were looking at Banquete. So Banquete has offered their school district to allow us to use that because it's centralized to all the colonias that are close to it. So
is there like an office, a barn, or something?
They are actually going to give us space, but as Commissioner said, if we build out that space to provide a building for us to work out of, the problem is now we've taken some of the program money, instead of using it for the people, we're using it to build out a space. And then now we're stuck in that space. What we want to be able to do in the future is spend 4 years in that area, then maybe move it to Bishop, use the school district there, and spend 4 years in that area. So it takes a lot of working with our local partners in that area. So in this scenario, maybe the company that we get, like Habitat Humanities, works out of Corpus. They don't need a satellite office in Banquete, but they do need the computer lab in Banquete to help do some training and do some other things.
So I'm just asking, I know Commissioner had a point about spending money, but if we get, say for instance, we get a trailer like the one we had before, right? Donated. Could that be something like you can use as a base office or a base?
Yeah. Definitely, Commissioner, definitely.
Because, right now they got a couple of trailers they want to get rid of in College Station, so.
No, definitely. That would be a good model for our mobile program.
They can probably work on, they can probably use that to work on too, right?
Yes.
So, okay, well, let me check on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a motion to move forward?
Okay, I got one more question, I'm sorry.
Oh, so, go ahead, I'm sorry. I
Now,
thought you were done.
are we going to go and buy tools that word, or are we going to go rent tools, or how are we going to?
We would
You say lawnmower, you say, because we know we've got a place to keep them, so how are we going to do that? Are we going to lease them?
So we're going to actually have to buy the tools because we're not using county assets. This is going to be something that is just for this program. So
you're really going to need a shed to put them in.
Yeah, no, but we'll keep it at the county yard. So the county yard, unless this group, again, it all depends on who we get, and they have the facilities in order to do that. If they don't, we can keep it at the county yard, and we can check it in and out, check the stuff in and out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the plan is.
All right, I just want to make sure we got everything. Okay, thank you.
So now.
Okay, so just a reminder, this is just step one, just getting permission to go request proposals. And then when proposals come back in, then the committee will review those proposals and bring a recommendation back to the court for a selection or a decision to reject all bids. You still have both options. And this selection committee will be the Commissioners Court Administration Manager, the Grants Administrator, and the Community Services Director.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hernandez, a second from Commissioner Gonzalez. And this is all in one motion, and we're doing the whole thing in one, not dividing this one up. Yes, just one. So
Yes.
Those in favor, all say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. It is now 1:02, and we're supposed to start another item, but I would like to take a 30-minute recess for lunch very quickly. Some of us have not eaten anything. We can come back at 1:30 and start with our 1 o'clock agenda.
Judge, can
we do executive session while we're at lunch? We're happy to do that. Lunch is brought in for us, so and for all of y'all too. So yes. So anybody that has to stay.
That okay?
You want to do executive session then?
Yeah.
Are we going to do it in the conference room? We're going back to
We don't have the conference. No, next meeting it'll be ready. We're going to have to do it in here. So
Okay. You
yes.
have to read the magic words.
Oh yes.
And you have to.
Oh yes. I've got to
So-
go through all of that.
Which language? Oh, for executive.
Yes.
Are there no items in addition to what's already noticed on the executive session? So if you just go with that normal.
The normal, the top all of the whole list of?
Give me a time.
Okay, it is 1:03, and we are moving into executive session. Public notice is given. Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provision of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice, reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer.
Oh.
Am I done? What are you stopping me? What?
What about, so on the 1 o'clock, just so I'm clear, the one that was set for 1 o'clock for CDBG MIT, you've convened it, but you're going into executive first?
Just so we can have lunch and do the working at the same time. So it's just 30 minutes, yes, and we will get back out to y'all. We're sorry. I know we set you a time, but yes. Okay. If y'all could just bear with us just a little bit. Yes. So do I need to finish reading this since yes. Thank you very much. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters regarding to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices and/or economic development, negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A, consult with attorney regarding legal matters relating to Santa Maria Drainage Project and related matters. Item, that doesn't have a number after what, I guess.
It doesn't, but I believe that was tabled and open.
Okay.
I may have messed that up, but we'll see what
Did mess that up.
Okay, consult with, item B, consult with county attorney regarding legal matters relating to acceptance and approval of Progressive's insurance offer of settlement for Nueces County total loss property damage claim associated with an October 17, 2022 incident involving a Nueces County Constable Precinct 4 vehicle, authorizing the county judge and other appropriate county official to execute all documents as necessary in order to complete this settlement transaction and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters relating to the approval of the fifth supplemental engagement letter dated December 28, 2022 with Craig Enoch and his firm Enoch Kever PLLC to provide legal services related to San Patricio Nueces County boundary dispute and tax legislation and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to approval of the supplemental engagement letter dated December 29, 2022 with Doug Chavez of Chavez, Obregon, and Perales LLC to provide legal services related to the San Patricio Nueces County boundary dispute and tax legislation and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to a memorandum of understanding between Banquete ISD and Nueces County to supply temporary school resource officer from American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Deliberate business and financial issues related to a contract being negotiated, the memorandum of understanding between Banquete ISD and Nueces County to supply temporary school resource officer from American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.0725. And consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters relating to the AT&T agreements related to school safety technology from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Deliberate business and financial issues related to a contract being negotiated, the AT&T agreements related to school safety technology from American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.0725. Consult with the county attorney and deliberate a matter regarding the dismissal of former employee within the district attorney's office. There's no code after that one either.
That should be an 071 also, Judge.
551.071. Consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to clauses in interlocal and subrecipient ARPA agreements and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with county attorney on legal matters related to the current operation of the Nueces County Development Commission. Did we decide we had to do that in here? Are we doing that still? We'll list it anyway. Texas Government Code 551.071, but I think that issue has been resolved.
Yeah, we've
Yes.
done that one.
Okay. So that one can be X'd off.
Time.
It is 1:10, and we are going into executive session. So if you are not part of the executive session, 11, and we will bring this meeting back to order. We are moving to our specialty set item for 1 p.m. Discuss possible projects for submission under the CDBG MIT grant, including drainage projects. We have 3 additional people signed up to comment on this item, so we'll move forward with that. Carrie Myers, you are up if you would like to comment first.
Good afternoon, commissioners and judge. Nice to see you today. I'm here to comment on item number 22, the CBDG MIT funding. We're all here, this group here from North Beach, and we live on North Beach and are very familiar with it and are advocates for our neighborhood and for that part of the city, which is real important, as you know, for tourism and is one of the most historic parts of our city. The breakwater project that this money would go to fund has so many benefits that it's not only to break the water, right, to prevent big waves and shipwrecks from eroding our shoreline, but it has many other benefits. One is it's a living shoreline where oysters would grow on it, birds would roost on it, maybe even nest in the backside of it or the front side of it. So we would have the oysters helping with water quality. We would have the breakwaters themselves creating calmer water conditions, which would make then tourism, it would actually enhance tourism as well, as people would be able to use kayaks and other little maybe sailboats or paddle boards to go out and enjoy the bay, even on a windy day. And mainly, though, the main reason is to prevent this continual erosion that we continue to have on North Beach as the waves and currents gouge out that area near the USS Lexington and send that sand northward. Sometimes it stops at the North Jetty, a mile north. Sometimes it just keeps going and goes into Nueces Bay. North Beach is currently a man-made beach that's always having to be renourished. Those are millions and millions of dollars that are spent every 5 years or so. So to have that erosion minimized through this project would be a benefit to the government and to the citizens and to the visitors of our city. It sounds like a lot of money, but the people who in the 1930s built the breakwater around our marina and our downtown shoreline also had to spend a lot of money to do that, and I don't think anyone right now would look out at that breakwater that protects our downtown and think that that was a bad investment. Indeed, I think it was one of the wisest investments those leaders back then ever made, and I encourage you to make a similar decision today. Thank you. My address is 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard. And one more thing is I appreciate you putting us on camera, because at City Council, they don't put the public comment speakers on camera anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, we have Ron Grayson. Please state your name and address too.
Good afternoon, and thank you for serving. Not to be redundant, Carrie pretty much summed up everything, so I'll just be succinct. And I'm the president of North Beach Community Association, and we are excited about this proposed project, and we would like to see as much funding as possible to help mitigate the problems that we have down there. So as in the words of a great philosopher, Larry the Cable Guy, let's get her done, all right?
And Lynn Frazier.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have a lot to add to that. It's just that I moved on to North Beach in 2007 and over in the Harbors area, and I've got a lot of money invested in North Beach. I put Fajitoville in. I've got a hotel there. I've got some other land. I'm putting in the Lighthouse apartment complex, and then I've owned several houses out in the Harbors as well. So somewhere around $55 million worth of investments out there. And so I'm really wanting that to keep going and keep moving on. Because as Carrie said, all the wave action and everything, I sit there and, at Fajitoville and watch all that beach just start disappearing, because when you see those ships roll in, you see these waves 2 or 3 feet tall coming in, and now when they start running these bigger ships in here, you're going to see twice that, and that beach is going to disappear in half the time. So we need to get this breakwater fixed and get it done. Again, get her done. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. This is an item on here. Did anybody have any questions or anything?
One from earlier.
Oh, Peter, yes, you signed up earlier and you need to come back. Yes, sorry, I almost missed you.
Honorable Judge and Commissioners, Peter Davidson, 1525 North Shoreline Boulevard. I'm going to tell you a little bit of the engineering and history behind this. I have been part of this breakwater project for the past 4 years. That's a long time, and nearly every day. And it's to protect North Beach and especially the USS Lexington. The engineering is 90% complete, and the project is shovel-ready right now. 2 engineering companies have done reports. Both say that the USS Lexington's at risk. What has occurred over the years at the bow and on the port side, sand has been eroded. And if we got a hurricane like Hurricane Ike that had a tidal surge of 17.5 foot, or Hurricane Ian that just late last year hit Florida, that was a tidal surge of 18 feet. And those weren't Category 5 hurricanes. That would lift the vessel and she would list to port. And she's a National Historic Parks symbol for the United States. She was in the Second World War and actually picked up President George Bush when his plane got shot down in 1943, I believe. The Breakwater project has been chosen by the Texas General Land Office as a Tier 1 project, which is a big deal. It's been put on their list of projects, would mean that only coastal counties can get GOMESA funding. GOMESA funding is for the protection of coastal conservation, hurricane protection, and restoration. The partners in our process are many. The Port of Corpus Christi is diligently working and getting the Corps of Engineers permit underway with the partnership of the Rochelle Foundation, and that will be complete very soon. And then also they have offered a lot of their sand to build the back of these islands for the protection of North Beach. The Ed Rochelle Foundation thus far has put in approximately $800,000, and they've done a lot of the engineering, and they have also an in-kind matches, and they have also offered concrete blocks. They've got huge concrete blocks that are 20 foot long and 10 foot high and 10 foot wide, and they've got like 200 that they will offer as a match for this particular grant. The dollar worth of the concrete's about $1.5 million, and they've said they will pay up to $200,000 to transport it to start the process of protecting the USS Lexington. Other partners in the project are the Homeowners Association, the USS Lexington, and the Aquarium. Even the city of Corpus Christi started this with the bond election in 2018 and put in $250,000 and hired engineers Mott MacDonald to start the process. And we have taken that from then and added to it and made it a shovel-ready process. Today, I ask you for your vote, and by using this particular funding to assist us, the CBDG MIT funding, and just the cost of building the breakwater for the Lexington is $10 million. So I ask you for $10 million or $14 million, as much as you are able. And the drop-dead date where the money will go to other counties or go back to the Texas General Land Office is February the 21st. And our project is already written to submit to them to move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Did any of you have any questions for them?
Peter, real quick. Peter,
yes, Peter.
To me, I just wanted to ask if you could, first of all, I support some level of funding for this, and I'm waiting to hear what the rest of the court wants to do, but I'm a little confused by the fact that the city's only put in $250,000 and we're being asked for 10 to 14 million, when the city, in my opinion, it's a city jurisdiction issue. The seawall funds would easily cover a lot of this, that they qualify for that first chunk of the Lexington, if my memory serves me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm really curious as to why we would be asked for the majority of the money when it's really not a county first project. It should be city, it should be port, and the fact that we have these funds, I get that's why we're being asked, but if we didn't have these funds, no one would think to come to the county to ask for this, because this is really in the city's jurisdiction. So do you have any indication that the city's going to step up and do anything, or any indication that the port's, and let me thank you too, first of all, thank the Ed Rochelle Foundation, because you guys were not this project, it'd be dead. And with all the things that y'all put into it, as usual, the Ed Rochelle Foundation steps up for everything good in this community, and I appreciate that. But I'm just trying to figure out why the port's not involved, why the city of Corpus Christi, $250,000 for a project that they ought to be primarily funding, and you may not have an answer, but I'm trying to figure this out, because I don't know why they're not more involved in this.
Well, we have met with City Manager Zanoni and others several times in the past. The Type A Seawall Fund does have funding.
How much is in that fund, do you know?
I'm guessing around $43 million.
Yeah, I got $43 million sitting in there for seawall
funds. It's an eighth of a cent from the taxpayers every year. We have asked, they seem to be very tight on that funding, and even though they promised the marina funding, they have not. We do know that the USS Lexington has been approved by city attorneys in the past and is in their the area of the seawall. But we will continue the good fight and go back to the city and see if we can get additional funding. And I do have a meeting with the Type A chairman and a couple of the members next week.
And I appreciate that, and I get you got to ask, and I understand that. It's frustrating to me when
For all of us.
the city's got $43 million sitting over there for seawall funds, and this would qualify. Is that right? I mean, that's what my understanding is that first phase, not maybe all of it, but that first phase that protects the Lexington, which is the city's Lexington, not the county's Lexington, it's the city's Lexington. Just again, to make this point clear, and they got $43 million sitting over there. Why, and I get you may not, I just don't understand how they can't step up and haven't stepped up, and then all the pressure is being put on us to spend $14 million of a very limited fund with very limited use that we can use it with. And you're going to hear in just a minute, we got about $80 million worth of drainage projects that are need work right this minute. So, I really want to support this, and I'm trying to figure out how, and I'm trying to figure out how much everybody's comfortable with, but it's really frustrating when the city won't step up to do their own project, and then what about conversations with the port? Has the port stepped up?
The port's on board.
How much?
So far, they have paid for the engineering for the Corps of Engineers permitting, at least $150,000, and they're giving us all the sand as a match and hopefully the transportation to put in behind the islands and start the project. When you look at $8 a cubic yard, that will add up to multi-millions of dollars.
So that'll be how much?
They're getting it from their,
All the sand could add up to multi-millions of dollars at approximately $8 a cubic yard.
So why then is there still needed $14 more million if the...
Well, we're just trying to start the project. Once we get the project started...
Oh, you're saying over the whole, all phases, right? You're saying the sand from the port would be for, because it's a $50 million project.
Even a little more than that.
Okay.
But yes, they would start it, and they have come to us. They're very interested, and it's always politics. When we started this with the CBG mid-money, it was 4 years ago. We went to the first meetings, and we've shepherded along the way until it's got to this stage. Originally, the county was just going to get like 97 million and to dole it out like they wished. But the funding was changed, and all the towns, population over 2,000 persons, got some money,
right,
and the county got 31 million, and the city got 15 million. But we will continue the good fight and make this happen. It doesn't happen easily.
Has the city indicated they're willing to do any of their, if they're not willing to do seawall, they're willing to spend any of their 15 million? So that means the city has $58 million that they could use on this project, that's their project. And if they committed anything more than, respectfully, and I have to laugh, no offense, not at you, but I have to laugh at $250,000 is all they've committed to this breakwater project. I mean, have they committed anything on the 15 million either?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
But we will continue.
And then the port on the first 10 to 14 million, that first phase, so the sand that the port's committed and the other stuff, how much do you think that would be worth of that just the first phase?
For the protection of the Lexington?
Yes, sir. And if you don't know, I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
I don't know. I'd have to go to the engineers to get that figured out.
Okay, so then of that first 10 to 14 million, the port has committed an amount of sand that we don't know, and then there's another 10 or 14 million of construction costs in addition to all the materials? Because you're saying they're going to give us all the sand, which that's huge. That's all the materials. So then what's the other 10 to 14 million for?
And you're getting the concrete?
Well, it's to get it's to build the cost of the engineering for the rock breakwater to build the USS Lexington all by itself without sand or anything like that is $10 million just for the rock. And this would start that project. Because hurricane season, it would take two years for the project to even begin. But what I'm concerned about today is that today is January the 18th, and still grants have to be written and sent in to the Texas General Land Office by February the 21st for the project to be accepted, where ours has been accepted and the grant has been written. So I'm just saying, I would love you guys to use it and not lose it.
Yeah, I don't think we'll lose it because I think and just so you know also, while you weren't here, we set another special meeting to do this again on Monday. We're going to come back on Monday in case we can't finish today because we know how important it is to get these in. And I think, like I said, I've just barely gotten the list of all the stuff that Juan and the other folks have come up with at the county, that all the projects that we have ready to go to, that I don't think there's any risk of losing it. I appreciate that, though. I mean,
And Commissioner, I think
one of the things that I asked Mary yesterday in my meeting was, could we list alternatives? Like, could we put on the application, we want these projects, but if for some reason they get rejected by the GLO, then we want to move 1, 2, and 3 up. And I don't know what the answer is because we talked about that yesterday. And so we're trying to do everything we can to protect and make sure we don't lose that money as well. So, but
sure, all gets utilized. But we're also, that meeting is maybe going to be moved to Tuesday, just
okay.
FYI. Commissioner Gonzalez is not available on Monday.
We're having another meeting, that's all.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
me just say something. What's his name?
Peter
Sorry, Mr. Peter.
Davidson. Peter Davidson.
Mr. Davidson. I just want to say, I want to thank you for all your efforts, and you guys are really pushing hard. But you know, I think, and I feel like Commissioner Chesney feels that right now, I think we're kind of the ones in the bottom of, although we got this $31 million, but I think we probably got the most things we need to do with those $31 million in the western area of this Nueces County. Nobody has given us money to work the drainages, to work the flooded areas, to work the areas that hardly ever going to get any grants, colonias. So those are areas of concern that deal with people, lives, health, every single day. And I understand that this is a tourist area and everything else, but I think that the port is one of the biggest problems of destroying what's there, because not the port, but the ships that they come into the port, it create those waves in the hurricanes, like the hurricanes, and then take off the sand and the shells and whatever else. And I just don't think the other players are really not coming to the table like they're asking us to come to the table. You know, I mean, haven't heard that anybody has asked the city to put $10 million on the table, or has asked the port to put $5 or $10 million on the table to make it work. You know, and it's an area that probably, when I was a young kid, I used to play at North Beach when they had the carnival there, right? But it's a good area, but there's no way we're gonna ever stop the problem of flooding in North Beach until we spend millions of dollars, right? And somehow find a way to do it. So I just don't feel at this point right now. I can't support it based on what we come up yesterday when I went back and drew all these projects that we have that are underfunded projects, and this involves people every single day lives. And I have to balance it or kind of, which is more right now to me important, is the breakwaters or the ship, or is it the colonias and the people's daily lives? Well, it's not easy it's very easy to say it's going to be the people, right? Because it deals with lively people. And I know that you all do businesses over there, you have businesses, you have everything else. But, you know, it's like the farmer sometimes that says, you know, I got to worry about 30,000 acres that I'm flooding, I've got to drain the water out. And I said, well, I'm worried about 300 people you're draining out because you flood your fields. So we're always in the bottom of the totem pole here, and we have a little opportunity right now to really make an impact of helping those people in those areas. I wish we could get a grant from you, another $10 million to help us out in that area, because we need it.
Sure.
So, but right now, you know, I'm just letting you know that we hear you, we hear all of you, but I just, I feel that you know, based on what the needs are in our western area of the county, you know, I mean, I have to put people before shells and sand and everything else. So.
Sure. Don't forget the funding was for 50% of the funding is for flood mitigation, and this is for all the money for the entire Texas coast. And the other 50% is for hardening the Texas coastline against hurricanes and to stop floods on the beaches as well. So that's why we are here asking you guys. Sure. We understand the need for floods and the colonias and the importance of that. And if we don't ask, we don't get. That's right. That's why we are here, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Was Mary going to make some presentation, or I thought that's
Is someone here to make presentations on this? Are you?
Or is
Anna or Mary?
both, or?
Yeah, anyway.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Mary Afuso with Coastal Bend Council of Governments, and I'm actually not making a presentation. I am here as technical support for your grants team, but we do thank the opportunity to be here at the table. As Peter was saying, this is for mitigation for disasters. We were very specific and deliberate in making sure that we were very strategic about our LMI percentage so that the county wouldn't have to spend 50% of the money specifically on LMI areas, because we felt that you needed the flexibility to use it where it was needed. So some communities that got a specific LMI, like Robstown, for example, they have their own. Because they are a high LMI area, all of their money is going to go to an LMI area. But our strategy was really so that you could make decisions, and I'm glad I'm not in your shoes, but it's to make impactful decisions. We could have divided the $180 million into $180 million projects, and we didn't do that. We could have expanded the people who could get it. We could have given it to river authorities and to drainage districts, and we chose not to do that because we felt that dividing the pie too much, the 31 million isn't even enough, and we all know that. The 180 million for the region isn't enough. The hurricane landed here first. And I'm not, complaining to GLO, as anybody from GLO is here. We're very glad to have the money, but we could use 6-7 times that and still not have enough money. So we wanted to make sure that we allocated enough money so that the projects would be impactful. As Jag said, the water goes, and it doesn't stop at lines, but it does come in from the coast. So you have to look at things like storm surge and wind and when you're making these decisions. So thank you for taking this very seriously. Thank you for making decisions that can impact those of us in Nueces County and the surrounding counties for many years to come, because this is a one-shot deal. This money's not coming back. Right. And so the stewardship you display now is going to make a difference for down the road. So I'm here for technical assistance, but you've got a very good team on the ground, and I know they're going to do a really good job of administering these funds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary, I had some questions for you
Sure.
yesterday. I didn't know if you had a chance to get those answered on the.
As far as the questions, as far as having backup, I didn't get a direct question, but they said any projects you get in, it's one application and as many projects as you have. They said they won't leave any money on the table. So if, for example, a project wasn't approved, you would have an opportunity to put another project in.
And then what about the LMI the question I had on the LMI stuff, how that was defined, and some of the projects that there was question on whether they qualified as LMI or didn't qualify as LMI?
Right. We looked, and actually Ann and I also looked at the viewer itself and looked at the actual project, and it's based on the census tract of where the project is, where it's LMI or not. So digging down to the census tract of the project will tell you if it's an LMI project or not.
Did
that answer the
you
question?
do that map for us, Juan? Did you get some of that map done for us on that, showing us the LMIs? Okay.
I know Anna's pulled a lot of those maps too, because we were looking at them just a few minutes ago.
Who's going to verify today which of these projects that are on the list are LMI and not LMI? Because we've got to have that before we can make decisions on some of this stuff.
Well, we've gone through the list.
And can you, while she's walking up, Peter said something about 50%, what did you say, Peter? 50% hardening the coast and 50% hardening the coast. What does that mean?
This particular funding, the requirement is that 50% of the money that we allocated had to go to LMI areas. When we did that strategically, we decided to go based on each community's actual LMI instead of just doing 50% down the road, because a lot of communities like Port Aransas, for one, they don't have 50. There's no way they could meet the projects. So our strategy was that the communities that have over 51% LMI, they had to spend 100% of their money in LMI areas. Communities that had 49% to 50%, they have to spend 72% of their money in LMI areas. Everyone else, like Nueces County is one of them, you are required to spend exactly what your LMI is. So Nueces County's LMI is counted at 43%, so 43% of the money has to be spent in LMI. that was the way we could do it without burdening coastal communities.
Right, but what I thought he was implying was that some of the projects had to be for hardening the coast, and the other 50% had to be for whatever the other category he said.
The intention of the money is to mitigate against disasters.
So
it's not quite as specific as Peter said.
Okay, so basically, if the court decided to use it all on what are pretty dramatic drainage issues that aren't on the coast, that would qualify?
Yes,
Okay.
as long as you can demonstrate that it's hazard mitigation. Yes.
Oh yeah, you can.
Definitely.
Yes. So thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I also would like to chime in on the monies that we got. We got this money because we qualified. Our areas need this money. Our people need this monies so we can mitigate this drainage. I applaud the gentleman that had the vision to do the seawall when he did back then. It's something that really worked. It's something that was really needed. Okay, we've been here years and nobody's ever come up with the idea how to fix this problem in North Beach. I think the problem comes from big ships coming in, and now we are making our harbor bridge even taller so we can get bigger ships in. That's going to make a bigger problem. Okay, so how is that going to get fixed? Okay, there's no ending to it. Okay, I'm responsible for my constituents out in the Maquete area, Driscoll area, and you're my constituent as well, ma'am. Okay, but I got to consider who's going to benefit most. Okay, of my people, our people, in those areas that have been neglected for years because we haven't had the money. And it's like you all said, this is a one-time shot, and we need to take advantage of it. Okay, and that's what I'm fixing to do, take advantage of it, because it's something that needs to be done. The people have waited a long time for it, and I just can't justify putting good money into something that's not going to get resolved. It's going to be an ongoing problem, okay? Because it doesn't matter how much money you put into it until you find a way how to block that, make a seawall that's going to block those waves from coming in. Maybe, just maybe, it'll work. And Mother Nature is very unforgiving, okay? You just can't fight Mother Nature. Look at Florida. Look what happened in Florida. And Florida, to me, was one of the places that's really thought things out and had things in place to prevent some of these things. And look what it's done to them. Okay? So for that reason, I mean, and I think the port, the city should do their fair share. Okay? But I got to consider also our areas that have been neglected for years and years. And I apologize to you. It's not that I'm uncaring. I do care. Okay? I just wish there was a better way or more money to go around, which there isn't. So for this reason, I stand by what I've said in the past. I got to take care of the rural areas, which this was the money was intended for, and that's the way I'm going to go. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you.
I have a question about these. Does there have to already be a mitigation plan in place for these to move forward for us to file on these, whatever decisions we go with?
Yes, that is my understanding, that this is a mitigation funding. So we have to go
Projects
by
that are
an
ready,
active
that are-
map, HMAP that we have in place. And part of these projects have to have named in there, not specific projects, but in this area. So I was given the list of these, and I was trying to locate them in that GLO provides a viewer guide of LMI areas. And some of the projects are not too specific. So yes, put in an area, I can get Petronila and you'll give me the LMI. But if a specific line, a road or area that it needs to be, we need to kind of dive into more to make sure that we are hitting the right LMI to fit it. But it has to be part of the HMAP already in place.
Thank you. Do we have somebody else speaking to us next?
I don't know how you want to start this, Judge. I mean, anybody got any suggestions? I mean, normally when we have funds and money, we just divide it up by 5 and figure it out, but I don't know that, I don't know how to do
I
this.
think I want to table the rest of it for Tuesday's meeting.
Oh.
That way we can figure out exactly what we want.
Well, I think-
You can come up with your idea of how you want to do it.
Well, I got
We
mine.
can all come up with some, there's options, right?
I think the meeting is, there's a conflict with several people, so I'm not sure we can do Tuesday morning either. So I think having something to move forward with instead of coming in just Tuesday or Monday afternoon, I think then we're going to be right back at this same square where we don't
Afternoon would be
accomplish it.
fine.
Yeah.
Monday afternoon would be fine for me, but I should, at 2 o'clock.
To when?
You have to go to.
And the
Well, what- okay,
afternoon
so I guess-
on I think,
I'm just trying to figure out why we can't move a little more forward today. So just tell me why. I just agreed to this special meeting because everybody wanted one. So, but I mean, what are we waiting on for the special meeting? So do we need to?
Well, decide how you want to handle it.
Well, so in other words,
In order to, what we have right now, Commissioner, on they are restricted, we'll come up with, we're short $7 million if we want to do the project we have.
if we do, what?
Going to do under the unrestricted, the restricted is only 16,150,000. The unrestricted is 22 million.
are we in the?
You're saying on this
Go
draft
through the general?
that they provided this draft?
Yeah, we're not going to do anything here. They're just talking about it. We'll have to do an action in there.
Do what?
The regular.
And the regular, this is, we'll have to go to the regular agenda to do an action for
Oh,
this.
yeah, we can't do
What did we post this for? I thought we posted
I
it
thought
for.
we posted it for that.
There's an action item.
Yeah, there's an action
Yeah.
item. Yeah.
Then what is
Okay.
it?
It's
And
okay.
The regular as well?
Yeah, we posted it as an action
Posted
item.
in both and the regular
we're fine.
too. Item number 22 on that too, so,
So, but we
We're
posted
good.
the 1 o'clock as an action item is what I thought,
yes.
We did?
right?
Yes,
So we-
okay.
Okay, so
Sorry.
then, what are we going to get on the next meeting that we, and I'm legitimately asking this because I just don't want to, I'm okay with it doing another meeting, but I'm trying to figure out what it is you want to achieve coming back. That's all I'm trying to get to. So just help me with that.
And I think by the next meeting, we can also know what we're going to have on the ARPA funds and what can we have on the CDBG funds. Because some of your projects, we probably have to be moved from the unrestricted to unrestricted if they qualify for that. Or to the ARPA funds. We're going to have to get rid of some projects regardless, because we're not going to have enough money to do it.
Well, I mean, there's $80 million on this list. I mean, we don't, yeah.
Well, we're short $7.2 million out of the CDBG funds to do the projects we have here. We're short.
That's on this draft.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you look at the last page, it says it comes out to the restricted comes out to 16,150,000. The unrestricted comes out to 22,045,000. You put them together, we're short $7 million to be able to do those projects.
So, okay, so what I'm looking at is, and I'm not being critical, right? Because I know you guys did a lot of work on this. So I'm looking at this and I'm looking at $16 million in project costs in one precinct, 21 in one precinct.
No, that's all of them.
Huh?
60 million is all of them.
Right, I'm just saying it's broken down. So what, y'all are trying to get. Okay, I'm confused because if I add this up, it adds up to. Here's the bottom line here. I mean, if you add up.
The last page.
That's what I thought, but it changed.
This is the last page.
Wait a minute, maybe I don't have the last page. Hold on.
It's totals.
Because.
I think
so-
having a starting place with the projects and then seeing if they qualify is moving forward. We just can't do this again, all divide, because we can't get together and we can't discuss this, and then come back in and we're back at this exact same spot. We have to find some way to move forward.
This is yours.
And Judge,
With
I
seem like
ideas,
66
yes.
I wasn't sure where we were going, so I thought we were going to meet again, so I don't know how we'll get all our timing for next week. But I do want to go on record, and I hear Commissioner Hernandez's concerns, but I do feel strongly about the Breakwater project. Now, I do hear the concern and the frustration. I share it as well, as far as how much should we put in compared to the city. So that would be my one question on that. But I do think we need to be able to put in a certain amount to at least allow that process to move forward on the application, meet your February deadline, and be able to move forward. Now, maybe you need a full commitment. That's where I guess we need to maybe finalize it. We may not give you all, but I do agree and support with giving something, because we put a lot of time into it. I agree. I'd heard from someone over the weekend specifically about the Lexington as well. So I am concerned about all of that deals with the breakwater out there. So I do support what the commissioner is saying.
As well, after what the commissioner said,
Right.
if the funds get divided, because before I thought I was out of them, then that would be my intent, to use the funds that are divvied up to me to help with the breakwater pad project. So.
Right, so going back to what I'm confused on this is, we have $73 million, $73 million on this total, and then next to it has this ARPA column, and I don't believe ARPA money has been allocated to these projects.
No, it's been talked about, but ARPA not included.
No, I get it, but I'm saying, I don't know how we're not more than 7 million short, because the grand total is 72,370,000. Then there's the ARPA, then there's the CBDG, then we're short, but we haven't allocated the ARPA money.
No, we haven't yet.
Well, I mean, we don't have 31 left. We only have like 7 million left, I
These
thought.
projects here, Commissioner, the only ones we're going to work on are the ones that are on this side, right?
So taking all of that out, then let's not worry about what the ARPA is, and let's
Right, that's
focus
why I
on
said
what
to
we
take
can
the
do
ARPA
with the
column out.
CDBG, and, yeah.
So
The ARPA comes into play, will come into play once, because we're not supposed to discuss the ARPA right now, we're supposed to be discussing the CDBG. So that's why we took it out. So when we discuss at the special meeting, we discuss both of them, and you'll see, where the money from the ARPA is going to. If you want to do a one-time deal where everybody gets an equal amount, well, I don't know that that's really fair, because, I know
Well, like, I didn't get any parks put into mine. I didn't know we were doing parks too. Everybody else got parks
I
in
didn't
addition
get
to.
piers when we did piers either.
No, I'm just saying, I didn't know we were talking about parks. We were talking about, but we said we needed drainage. and we needed drainage.
Whatever you falls into that category, Commissioner, that you need to fix in your area, this is why, we thought about, well, if it's gonna work, it's gonna work. If it's not, it's not. But, there's things we need to take out anyway.
I just have never seen the park, I didn't see the parks thing when it was shown as a draft, because I thought all we were focusing on was drainage, right? So there's another, like, millions of dollars
Commissioner-
thrown in here.
Commissioner, if I may add, that total $73 million includes ARPA money, so this is a total list of all the projects, and so I got $6 million allocation of ARPA money, so that portion is that portion in there. So as Commissioner said, that's the ARPA portion.
Yeah, but
And
it's
that's the
3
column-
million short.
Well, the column's taken out, and the idea being that if we pick these projects, we may pick up some additional funding from other counties, as Commissioner Jag was saying. They may not apply, so there may be additional fundings that are available. That was one of the options. And then some of these cost estimates are on the high end, so we may have additional monies that are available there. So that was what the thought process, even though we went over the allocated monies, including both ARPA and CDBG.
Right, I would ask by saying that I don't think we should include parks in CBDG money, because I thought all we were doing was drainage projects, and we can't cover the drainage projects that we have, much less with the shortage for the parks. And the ARPA being in here is really confusing. And I asked yesterday and didn't get done, but I asked yesterday that please provide me a list that didn't have the ARPA column in it, because we're not talking about ARPA today, and I didn't get that.
It doesn't have the ARPA column in
Yeah,
it.
mine does. And there's all the ARPA stuff in it.
But you read it at the top, Commissioner, what does it say on the very top?
Draft for Friday's workshop.
For Friday's workshop?
I know this is all I got today.
It was gonna be Friday, today's
No, but
today,
this
not
is all I
Friday.
got.
But it was for a workshop, right, not for the meeting. So it was supposed to be for the workshop. So,
Well, the other
Right, but I asked for this for
issue
today.
with these columns is there is only one column, one commissioner that has anything in the LMI, and that is Commissioner Motto's. his projects are the only one with the restricted funds that have to go in there. So we should be able to move forward.
But did someone verify that? Because
That's
all these
what we were
projects,
wanting the map to make sure,
Right.
because right now, looking at this, the only person eligible is him. So all of that 13 would have to come out of
Judge,
but is that the case? Because I mean, like, I don't understand how.
find it hard that.
Then he won't get the ARPA funds. If he gets more money for the.
Oh, I agree with that, but
Well, if he
I
gets all
find it
17
hard to
million, then we get
believe
the
that
14 million.
Banquetti Water Systems or Petronelia, those aren't in the LMIs.
Well,
I
they-
think we talked about that yesterday.
They are, in this scenario, they actually are. The money may not be allocated at that point, but that was what Commissioner wanted to allow for the court to decide. So, for instance, the
So they're
drainage.
in the LMI that
So-
we could use the restricted funds for.
Correct. You
That's what
could,
we
it's-
wanted, a list that showed all the options for that restricted fund, and then we could choose for that.
It is possible, but say, for instance, if you look at the Valley View Detention Pond on Precinct 1, that's 2.5 million. That is not in restricted.
But
The
right
Banquetti
now-
Community Center, that can be out
What
of
is?
restricted. The Banquetti Community Center, because anything in Banquete,
Anything in Banquetti, the water system, the wastewater improvements,
right, but.
those could all be in there.
Right, but as Ms. Fuso said, that they modified the LMI, so the LMI regularly, Banquetti would not be qualified.
Yeah,
So
but-
the only place that's really qualified would be Robstown. But they modified the LMI so that more communities could come into the.
Right, and so how is like the Colonias septic tank study rehabilitation phase, how are those things not LMI eligible?
It all depends on where your
Okay,
colonia
but it's a
is.
Colonias. If
No,
that's
it-
not eligible, I give up.
So, for instance, what's called Golden Acres near Bishop is not in the LMI area.
It's not whether you're colonia or not, it's what the residency in that colonia.
Around the area?
Yes, ma'am. Judge, the thing is that it can be skewed based on, like, say, for instance, if you go with the census tract, Banquetti census tract is huge. It covers almost all of northern Nueces County. So if you look at the part of Banquete that's south of Highway 44, that is LMI qualified. But if you include that with the total, which also includes the lake, the northern parts where the berries, not the berries, the Blunzer, all that other area, it won't qualify because it's in that census tract.
And who defined the LMI?
Yeah.
The one in this case,
Okay, because if the COG defined it, then we need to go back and redefine this. This can't be the intent of what they were trying to do here, because you've got a poorer area that happens to abut up to a not poor area.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Yeah,
The
that
COG
doesn't
can't,
make
the LMI is defined by HUD. We can't define that. What we did is we, instead of dividing the money by 50% across the board, we divided the money based on actual LMI, so only 43% of your funding has to be spent in LMI areas as opposed to 50%, because 50% of the total 180 allocation is in communities with high LMI. But when we were making our decision, we could have just said, okay, 51% across the board, everybody has to spend it 51%. But you get communities, well, frankly, anybody on the shoreline, you get somebody like Port Aransas, you get somebody like Rockport, they just don't have the LMI in their communities, but they do have the disasters. So in order to meet the needs of very high-prone hurricane communities, we shifted our strategy so that the communities who have the highest LMI, they bear the larger percentage of the funding for LMI, and the other communities could only have their actual percentage of LMI. So the money that you're spending of the 31 million, 43% of that has to be spent in a HUD-qualified LMI area. But we didn't change the definition of LMI. LMI is by HUD. We just reduced the amount that you have to spend in the LMI. So we gave you more unrestricted funds so other communities took higher restricted funds because they have higher LMI.
So you could have given us a lower restricted fund.
We
even
could have
more.
given you 50% restricted. In
Or
this
you could have
case, we
gone to
gave you
40.
43%
Or you
restricted.
could have gone to 40. You
No,
picked something.
they went as
We-
low as
What did y'all pick?
We
How did
picked-
y'all get to 40? How did you get to pick 43? If you can't change LMI, how did you get to pick 43?
We have to spend 50% of the money has to be in LMI areas.
Right, so you chose to give us 43 because
Because
Robstown's 100.
because your actual LMI is 43%. The LMI for Nueces County is 43%.
Countywide as an average.
Countywide.
So then why in precinct 2 do all these projects say 43% LMI next to it? What does that mean? To me, that says that's 43%, and then they're telling me those aren't LMI projects. What does that mean in the, again, I get it, it's a draft, but this is the one that's for today.
That's not a COGRID web spreadsheet, so I'm not sure
Yeah.
exactly
so
what
we're
you're
just-
looking at.
Spreadsheet.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is
That's
that
my spreadsheet.
the money, when we did the LMI, we don't change the definition of LMI. We just didn't charge you as much to LMI as,
So precinct 2 is not just considered anything in it LMI. It has to be specific to a certain area in precinct 2, and you know how widespread that is or anything that
Right, but for
LMI.
nothing to qualify in precinct 2 as LMI, there's something wrong with this. I mean, I don't
each
get it.
project has to go based on where it is.
Okay,
And
so
so, yeah,
for-
I would be surprised at that too. And you have to look at what the address of the project is to see what the LMI
Right,
is
so-
for that project.
So like, this LMI column, who made this column? Anybody? Anybody?
No, I put it on there
So
because
what did-
because he came with the information that we had. It shouldn't have probably been, I shouldn't have put it in there, but I did.
Because that's what's confusing to me, is that says LMI is
Well,
43%,
don't-
whereas
don't
in
pay
precinct
attention to
3,
that.
it's
My
100%.
bad.
Disregard that.
But John's is right, because John's all has LMI 100%.
Yeah.
Well,
He's the
your
high-
LMI
he's
is
the
based on the
highest
address
LMI.
of the project. So I would recommend you have your team look up each address of the project
Each
and find out what the
project and
actual
look at the
LMI is for
address.
that.
Okay,
I'll
so
make
has
sure.
someone verified the addresses of the projects that they don't qualify as LMI?
We
Someone on
didn't
the
receive the list that you have barely yesterday, Commissioner. So we need to look into, work with Anna to verify the locations.
Well,
Because
no, I
that's,
asked this yesterday. I asked for somebody to go
Commissioner,
check
you
this
can't
out.
do things overnight either.
No, I just,
But Commissioner, a lot of the thing is that
You could've done it
100% of the
yourself.
money could
How
be
do I
used in
do
an
it? I don't
LMI
do it.
area. The opposite's not true.
Excuse
though.
me.
I said 100% of the money can be used in an LMI area.
Right.
So you could take all 31 million and use it in an LMI area. But the opposite's not true. You can't take all
we
the
get
money
that.
and use it in non-LMI.
I'm just asking, does
So-
anybody know if these are, who's verified these LMI addresses? That's all I'm asking. And if
We're
it hasn't
trying
been
to
answered, then
see-
we're going to come back for a special meeting. But I need somebody to tell me, I don't know how to go back and look and find out if they're an LMI or not. And
There's
I need,
So what
a
we'll do
program on there
for
that you can click
Tuesday,
on
I
the
guess
project.
Tuesday of next week, is we'll put all the projects on a map with the LMI map that's officially certified by the,
that's all I'm asking.
and we'll provide that for you all as well.
Oh, that's,
All of these on this list.
Yes, all those projects on that list.
Including the breakwater.
I just
Yes.
can't believe there's
Okay.
nothing in precinct 2 that's not LMI.
So-
And if
so
it is, it is, but I
Just,
just,
just to give you an example
It's hard
that's
to
not
believe.
LMI, Commissioner, just to that extreme,
Yeah.
if you look at Sydney Park and the ranch, we've done a lot of work in those communities. They are not LMI.
They should have been LMI, but they're not.
They're not.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
So
I
it's,
would've
it's,
never
it's
thought
I could tell you, I could walk you through it, but it's better, as Commissioner says, just to show you a map. Here's the
And
pins
make
for each
sure and
project.
verify, so we are clear when we
Well-
move forward Tuesday that these are definitely in, because I think then we can move forward with our restricted funds and unrestricted division, because until we know for sure how many projects are available in there, you can't really decide where we're going to spend it or how we're going to do it. It's not really fair to any one of the commissioners or myself up here, so we have to know what we're working with before we move forward. Has to be done. This cannot be
No,
put
we-
off
it will-
again.
it
We
will be
need
done. It will be
direct.
done by
I
Tuesday.
mean, if you don't have an answer whether they're in the LMI and they're not, they're going to be wiped off the list, and we'll move to the next item because
Well,
we
we'll give you the-
cannot move this item
Judge
again.
will give you the answer.
Thank you.
So-
I am very serious when I say
Sometimes you have
this.
to
No, no, no.
understand
I've
that
got-
when you-
I've got the
Well, no, I
message.
think when, all fairness, when sometimes you have something from the morning, from the afternoon, sometimes it can't be done.
Exactly.
I mean, you
From the
know,
morning to the afternoon, but now we have till
we spend
Tuesday.
7
This
hours
has to be done.
Just doing
Yes.
this right here, 7 hours.
Yes.
So-
We all worked all day long yesterday
know,
on trying to figure out how to divide this up and had
and
several
so-
meetings throughout the courthouse
don't
and everything
understand.
else.
What I'd like to also make sure, though, I mean, seems like we're going on several different directions, so I'm not sure Commissioner Chesney, if his points are taken just about what he's given or not given in precinct 4, but also there's the argument, I think, standalone of the breakwater. So, I mean, I'm assuming, as the judge directed, that we're going to get all of this addressed. So I want to make sure that happens. And, you know, I get, you know, the area that I represent, at least the western part of it, the Robstown area, falls into that LMI. And so I know that ARPA's not included, but it kind of is or should be. I want to look at that bigger picture, right? I want to be able to say, what is that number? What is that, magic number that we need to help show real support for breakwater, right? Our part, it's a fraction of probably what is expected or being asked, but at least we're putting something there. And, if Commissioner Chesney doesn't get it through here, does he make up for it in ARPA? Because I see it as one big pot of money, right? There's fundings that he gets sometimes out of coastal parks or coastal grants.
I'm not worried about
that. We're not available. That we're not.
I don't understand what we're doing.
No, I get you. I get you. I'm just trying to make sure that we all understand that we all hit and miss projects based on certain criteria. So I just want to make sure Tuesday, whether in the morning, afternoon, whatever we set, that we are able to address breakwater. We're able to address precinct 4. It looks like my precinct's covered, and all the others are getting a pretty fair chunk as well of different projects. But I want to make sure that those areas are addressed too, because we obviously can't divide it equally because just the way the numbers work. But we do need to be able to meet that need. They're on a strict deadline of earlier mid-February, Peter, somewhere around there. Well, I mean all of it. But I'm thinking of the breakwater in general for their specific funding as well. So I hope we can get that worked out.
So all these projects include both. So it's ARPA and it's going to be CDBG.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not.
You have to understand one thing, okay, so you commissioners, you understand too. If you use the ARPA funds right now, we're gonna have to probably give back the money we have, the $4 million. We're all allocated, right, $4 million. That's gonna have to go back into the pot, because we're not gonna have enough money if we don't put it back into the pot. What I found out yesterday is we only have $7 million left out of the ARPA funds. And I thought
it was less.
I thought we had 15, but it was less.
I thought it was less.
We had 7 million, so that's not gonna cut it, right? So if we all give back our $4 million, where some of it's already spent, I can understand that.
We're gonna do that.
But no, but I mean, you gotta give whatever you have, right? It'll bring us back up to almost 31 million. And that should almost bring us up to what we need from the ARPA funds. So, because you can't have the 4 million and have money from here for the projects also. You know what I'm saying?
That's not part of this
No,
right here.
but that's going
either,
to be, that's going to be for the work.
That's not part
Just
of
so
it.
you understand though, that the money that we got was going to we probably have to go back to the pot so we can actually have enough money to spend for the ARPA funds.
And that's and who's directing us on that?
Or just be like my precinct and take less, because I'm not getting. I mean, I'm not saying that negatively, but I don't. I shouldn't. I don't want to give my ARPA money back if my precinct's getting $4 million and y'all are getting 16, and I don't care that you do. I don't mind that you do.
We got $28 million for the piers.
No,
but I got $2 million.
Right, but you're getting.
I mean, so what's the difference?
Right, but under this plan, you're getting 12 million more percent.
No, but I won't.
Well, that's.
We just, in
Commissioner,
order to move forward, we
that's the way I
do
read
need
it.
everything that would be available in the LMI. I don't care what you have over here on the side, it hasn't been paid for, whether you're planning to use it, any eligible projects in the LMI, and then the others in the other column. And then we can make a decision moving forward, but all the projects included. And we have to have that, and we have to move forward to do that on Tuesday afternoon.
If we're going to give this money back, does this include money has been allocated in the past?
You're right, allocated. Well, like precinct 3, for example, here you're allocated, Commissioner, funds, so you have less than 4 million.
Yeah, so do I.
Commissioner, you allocated, so you don't have the 4 million.
Well, and I fully expected there to be more flooding money spent in the other 3 precincts than mine. I get that. I didn't come in here thinking I was going to necessarily get the same exact dollars, because I get that y'all have more flooding issues, right? So that's not what it's about. It was just I didn't understand how this combined with the ARPA funding, because I just didn't. It wasn't adding up. So if what you're telling me now is you're saying this is your wish list and you're not going to suggest funding all of those, well, that makes more sense, because I'm adding this up and it's $73 million, and we're not even close to $73 million, even if everybody, so that's what I wasn't understanding. So maybe what we ought to do is come back with
projects, the total of your projects, you have what projects can you handle, what projects can you do? the ones that we want to do will still come under short.
Well, and that's all I put in. In mine, I just put in the ones that I have an immediate need I'm going to do right now,
The one
right?
you gave, that's the one you gave.
Right. And so when I saw yours, I'm thinking, holy cow, okay, how are we going to come up with it? I get that you need it, and I could have come up with some other projects too, but I was more like trying to come up with a smaller amount that said, here are the ones that I know right now I can get shovel-ready, get applied, get going, and go. I also wanted to participate, and I wanted to put something into the breakwater, again, whatever that comes out. I don't know what that number is, and so that's why I kind of came in light on my, because if I get those three projects, I'm in, good shape, and then something towards the breakwater, whatever the court comes up with. But okay, so then I guess what we need to come back with then is some sort of draft, maybe of which project funds that each of you want to fund, maybe, because that's what I didn't know how we were
Priority
gonna do
list
this.
of ones
But
and
if
which
you
column
short
they
seven,
belong
if you short
in.
7 million of those projects, you have to cut somewhere.
No, I understand now. That's why I wasn't getting it. It wasn't adding up for me. So I understand now. Okay.
Because I think there are some more that can go in that LMI that only John is in right
That's what I'd
now.
like to know.
There are some projects, so we can take some of that to help with some other areas.
The other thing, Judge, is that,
Remember, if you take from this pot here and put it into the LMI pot, now that pot goes up, and you're still not gonna have enough money.
Well, they said this wasn't actually funded, the stuff that's listed in the other column, but if it can be, if it's in an LMI area, and it could be funded in the restricted funds, then we could divide that
It
up.
can.
That's what I'm talking
But
about.
this is why we have to look at everything, even the ARPA funds.
the other thing, Judge, just as Juan is committed to doing the mapping of it, so it's
Thank
great
you,
for Juan.
Yes, all these projects, make sure, yes or no, right beside the project, which column they're in before we come back on Tuesday, yes.
So the other thing, though, Judge and Commissioners, that you need to consider is there's some projects, they're huge, $10 million, but will benefit a huge area. Like Commissioner Hernandez, if you put something in 73, that's going to help everything from Banquete to Cindy Park to Driscoll to all the way down. If you put one, that huge pond over there near Robstown,
Yeah.
Spend that kind of money, I hope it's going to benefit a lot of
that's
people.
going to benefit all of the northwest portion of it. It's going to help
That's why
Robstown.
they need to be prioritized when you put them on the list too as well. So that's a good idea, good
Yeah,
plan.
because that's a good, because that's what really got, and I apologize, because I was not understanding how this was adding up to where we could even come close to this. So maybe what we need to do is everybody needs to come up with, like, their,
Top three.
or whatever, I don't know, their priorities and how they suggest funding it, right? Maybe come back that way, because mine's simple. I'm not changing mine. Mine is what it is. I didn't come up with a wish list. I tried to come up with a small amount that was not going to drain the tank too much and let you all have more, and hopefully there's some for the.
You got a good area to work with. We said we don't.
But it doesn't. My point. I'm just saying. I knew y'all would need more than I would, and I'm okay with that. But I didn't come up with. I just came up with the ones that I needed right now. That was it. And then it sounds like everybody else understands that there's a lot on your list that we can't do all of them. But then we got to get that LMI defined, because that's a hard one for me to get my arms around. There's nothing in precinct 2 that's LMI, but I mean it's LMI eligible, right? There may not be I know you have LMI areas, but maybe there's no project that's eligible. But okay.
So
So Tuesday, we're going to go Tuesday. Is that what
Tuesday
everybody's saying?
afternoon, can we set that now? Do we have to come out of this This is not really a workshop because it was an action item too, so we're
Morning or afternoon, either one.
We're fine to set for Tuesday afternoon. I think morning was not available for some, so Tuesday afternoon, 1 to 5.
What do you have?
Am I available?
If I could get to 1:30, I'd appreciate it. I've got a noon, and I won't be done by 1. 1:30. 1:30.
Am I good? 2 o'clock? 1 o'clock? 1:30?
1:30
1:30 is good.
That's pretty fine.
1:30 on Tuesday?
Tuesday.
And then and I've got an event with constituents that evening, so if we could get out of here by 5, I'd appreciate that.
I don't have my calendar, but Dee, I'm okay, right?
Judge and Commissioners, can I add something? So the application is due February the 21st, but prior to submitting an application, there is a requirement that the application, the projects with the cost, has to be out posted for public comment for at least 14 days. So.
Tuesday, we have to make a decision
Yes.
and post, yes, ma'am.
Well,
And I'm
but wait.
very clear, we are doing something Tuesday.
Do the specific ones have to be, like the ones we're picking? It can't just be this long list?
What we're going to submit for application,
Okay, all right.
within that budget amount, it has to be provided for public comment.
Okay, then we'll get it done on Tuesday. We have to. Okay.
Okay, so thank y'all for being here. Thank you for your comments too. We appreciate it. And we promise we are going to take care of this on Tuesday.
Yes, we will. Now that I understand it.
Yes.
I'm a little
The day
slow.
we go back to the regular meeting, still with the auditor, I think we're on that part.
That's
aren't
correct,
we?
Judge.
And then we'll go, the last part, go back into executive to finish those 2 points.
That's correct,
Yes,
Judge.
Okay. We're going, we're at the auditor, section D.
Okay.
Where we stopped before we went into executive to have lunch.
Auditor?
Yes.
Ay, 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 ay.
Okay. Section D1, approve the monthly expense report for fiscal year 2022, 2023, ending December 31st, 2022, with no P cards. And why is there no P cards?
There usually takes up to 2 months for some of the people to reconcile that. When we get the new system, that won't be an issue. So right now, there's probably missing anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000 to $400,000 worth of expense in the balances. So I wanted to try to get you a realistic balance of where we are in the position as of December, which is the first quarter of the year for our finances. So I was just going to go through this real quickly. And so if we go to page 1, you'll see where we compare last year to this year. And as you see, a lot of the balances we're below last year, which is very promising. We knew our salaries would be higher because we did have the COLA increase, but our benefits are less. And some of our other expenses for our utilities is less, which is very promising. Now, as we go through the budget cycle, starting on page 3, going all the way down to page 25, there is no budget requirements that require anything over this. So everybody is well in there, and we need to thank all the departments, all the commissioners who are working with the departments to keep them on a good cycle. Right now, if we follow the years, we got 75% of the year remaining, and we have 85% of the budget left. So we're doing very well on those issues. As I said, no problems for the budget. And that's also for all of our other funds, our road funds, our stadium funds, as well as our airport and law library funds. This is the expense report for the period of December 31st, which is our first quarter of the year. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have. I'll submit the monthly expense report for December 31st for your acceptance and approval.
Thank you, Dale. Do we have a motion or any questions, guys?
So when will we get the P card? When will we get it?
Normally, the way it's been going, some of the departments are very slow in validating their P-card expenses. Sometimes it takes anywhere from 1 to 2 months, and we're working with the purchasing and working with the departments to try to advance that. When we get the new system coming in, it won't require a verification for you to know what the amount is. It'll still be required to be verified, but we will know the amount. Right now, our old system does not allow us to see the amount until it's verified.
Okay.
When will our new system come on board?
January 2024.
Sorry, Judge, for the record, we pay that monthly, so we've already paid December for P cards, so I'm not sure what you mean by.
We've already paid, but people haven't reconciled their expenses.
Right, but there is an amount you could give.
I cannot give you because it's in the system waiting to be processed to be verified. If you do not verify it, it does not go into my system as a report.
Go to print.
I pay the expense, but I don't have the expense shown. I pay the bill, but I don't know what the expense is.
So we pay a bill before we see something?
We know what it is, but it cannot be seen in the system because we know it.
But we
But
can't
because
print
there's
anything out to
many
cover.
departments
Okay.
that don't reconcile their
I was-
accounts, and
I
we're
was
fighting
just-
with them every year, every month.
The P card
Well, that will
system,
change next year.
The P card system is a mess. It has always been a mess, and it's not necessarily anyone who's administering the mess's fault. It is the system.
Right.
So part of what needs to be addressed, in my opinion, on the purchasing board is how we deal with these P cards, and that's one of the reasons I want to get on the purchasing board so we can kind of address this because it is an illogical system, and it just I mean, I don't even understand sometimes Dale's explanations because I just can't see how that can be the case. But that's not a justification. That is just a realistic, I think, explanation of it, that it's a mess, and I don't know exactly how to fix it yet, but we need to address it on the purchasing board, and hopefully Commissioner Gonzalez and I can get going on that pretty quickly as soon as we get through the CBDG money and all the other stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll make a
It never
motion
stops.
to
All
approve
the
the
other
monthly
messes that
expense
this county
report
has.
then.
So moved.
So we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. None, the motion passes. Moving on to approve the budget change order number 6 for fiscal year 2022-23.
Yes, Your Honor, this is a very small budget change order. There are only two departments that have a significant change, that being our mechanical maintenance as well as general administration. Mechanical maintenance needed some repairs of some camera equipment that started to fail. This is normal expenses that was not necessarily budgeted because they didn't know it would be something issued, so that's why the funds are there for that cases. And they're just moving it out of 1570. For general administration, we're just moving this money around from contingency to pay for some professional services that was needed to do by the court. The other one's a small amount from the judge's office for mechanical maintenance repair. We've gone through all the budget change order requests that's provided to my office. We've seen the imbalances. We believe these are adequate and available for the funds. So we submit budget change order number 6 for your acceptance and approval.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to item number 3, approve capital project budget change order number 116.
Yes, this is our capital projects items that we work with Commissioners Court Administration, with Teresa and I on the staff and determining the balances we need to do. And we see we have 4 of our particular funding sources: the 2016 COs, our 2019, 21, as well as our 22 PSCOs. As you see, for example, the 2016 COs, we are moving a little bit of money from the queuing system to the call center for the tax office because the queuing system is closed and the call center needs the funds, so those are moving around. And some of the other funds have been closed, and we're moving the funds back to Commissioner Precinct 1, as well as moving some stuff for the Hazel Bazemore Park that has been requested from each of these funds. For 2019 series, we're moving some stuff for mechanical engineering services that was brought to us by the Commissioners Court Administration, as well as some other issues, as well as the Calderon building. The largest one is on the 2015, which is our generators are now putting the funds in to do the installation and set up for the balances. So those are being moved out of the unallocated funds, and we knew that was coming. And as you all remember, last Commissioner's Court, you authorized the medical examiner to buy some equipment. We're just providing the funding source there for what was approved by the court for the 22 PPFCO. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have. Otherwise, I submit project change order number 116 for your acceptance and approval.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion, questions? None being, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much, Dale.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Item E.
I'm going to move table number item 1.
On E1.
Yeah.
We have a motion to
One
table.
requested to table it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Till when do you want to table it?
Second.
When do you want to table it?
for next meeting.
Next?
meeting,
Or the following?
For the second
The
meeting,
regular,
second meeting in February.
second meeting in February 22nd.
Second.
We have a motion to table to the February 22nd meeting and a second. I believe Commissioner Chesney seconded.
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Moving forward, item F, Information and Technology. Daryl, you are up. Approve the Criminal Justice Information System addendum to the Master Odyssey Agreement.
Yes, the Odyssey is our case management system from Tyler Technologies. And this is a criminal justice information system managed by the FBI on the national level, by DPS in Texas. And this is a required addendum primarily for the vendor, Tyler, because they are it sets the guidelines for them to follow whenever they're housing and processing criminal data. So it does require the judge's signature. and then we'll send a copy to them, send a copy to our auditor. Has no change on the agreement whatsoever. No monetary, doesn't lower the agreement any either, so it's pretty routine.
Yeah, I read through this, so I'll make the motion to approve this.
Oh, second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. We're still doing item number 2, right, under that. Discuss and consider authorizing 2 temporary employees at 29 hours per week for 90 days to assist with ongoing intercom replacements at the county jail. It seems to be this is an ongoing issue.
Yes, it is. They're continually being vandalized, and so it's a full-time job for 3 employees over there to keep up with this. There are a whole lot of intercoms over there. I do dedicate one IT person as the lead person over there full-time. So we've had 2 temps for 90 days, and their time has run out. It's still a very long list, and it's a perpetual problem. So we're kind of stuck with it right now.
Are we actually preventing, once we're fixing it, they?
You can't prevent it. They're going to tear it up as soon as you put it in there.
Anyway, there's got to be something you can do to prevent it. You can do like a metal thing that goes around the box.
Yes,
block it or something.
The Public Works has been working well with us on providing very thick iron housings that we put in there. But unfortunately, there are so many of these that those housings get installed as they get vandalized. So there's not really, there was never a project. It'd be very expensive to just go across the board and go in there and do all cells at one time. So yes, there's 3 areas of destruction. Could be the intercom itself. Sometimes they get in there and can damage the wiring. That's the big deal for IT, is that it can actually require 3 people, 1 on each of 3 floors, feeding the wire down, because it goes from, they've got 6 stories, goes all the way down to the bottom end to connect to our system. And so it's that takes a long time, and that's why we have the 2 temps in there helping to do that part.
I understand, Daryl, too, that the sheriff has maybe offered to freeze a position and reclassify one of his positions to keep somebody there full-time.
Yes,
Because this is an ongoing, continual, I don't know how y'all feel about that or anything, but it seems like this is not an issue that's going away. It is something, it seems like a great solution to help out with the problem. So I appreciate the sheriff offering to do this by all means.
Yes, it wasn't really budgeted by IT. I work hard to keep salaries down quite a bit. But
understand.
So he'll do 1, and then you'll do 2. You still need 2 part-time?
Yes, yeah. Yes, it takes, like I said, a lot of the problems is with the wiring. Sometimes they feel like we move too slow over there, but what they don't see, they just count intercoms being repaired. Whenever they're not installing an actual intercom, it's when they're running a lot of wiring that gets, these inmates are able to get in there and destroy the wiring. And sometimes it's not too far away, but you can't stretch the wire to make it reach again, so they have to rerun an entire wire as it goes.
So you want to extend the part-times or what?
Yes, just 29 hours a week. So,
how long?
For 90 days. We did it 90 days a while back, and we exhausted one of them a while back, and today was the second one's last day.
Support you.
Yeah. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Oh, Commissioner Hernandez seconded. Any other discussion? And this is the motion to authorize the 2 temporary employees to continue
90 days.
for 90 days. And we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. So do we also need to possibly, is there a motion for the sheriff to use one of his positions? Do we have to do that?
I don't know if we posted
I
it.
don't think it's on the agenda, though, right?
No, it was just an offer to help with this, so, okay, never
We need to
mind.
post, we need
The
to post
funding
it.
source is in there.
The agenda
The funding source is in the agenda.
for the sheriff?
For the 90, yeah, for the 90 days,
no.
or we're talking about?
For the
No,
sheriff?
we're talking with the sheriff offered to.
Oh, that's,
freeze.
yeah, that's not part of
That'll
the.
have to come back.
That has to be
another one
different
of
meeting.
these.
That's
Okay,
correct.
sorry, yes. So that's the end of our regular agenda. We can go back into executive session. We have 2 more items on the agenda that we didn't get to.
Judge, before you go back in, do you want to do the ones that we did get to?
Oh, we can, sure,
I mean, I think we had a couple, right?
yes. We had an action for an executive, item B.
You going to do B?
Mm-hmm. We need a motion to accept and authorize the judge to sign.
Make a motion to have the county attorney accept the offer of $18,722.04 and have the judge sign the documents that need to be signed.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And item, are we doing C, I guess?
Be a motion, Judge, to
Motion
approve.
to continue.
For that motion that you just made, Commissioner, that is 3A18. So, because we need to refer back to the open agenda
To the-
portion.
Oh,
That is the total lost property.
yes,
At
yes.
18.
Oh, the original, on the original agenda item. I don't have that on the list beside me, sorry. We'll have to go back and forth.
And Judge, on C, it would relate to item 20.
3A20?
And there would be a motion to approve the 5th supplemental engagement letter dated December 28, 2022, with Craig Enoch and his firm Enoch Kiever, PLLC, to provide legal services related to the San Patricio Nueces County boundary dispute and tax legislation and related matters.
I'm second that motion. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. On 20,
Be 19, Judge,
is it 19?
that relates to D.
D.
Yes, ma'am, again.
3A19 as D.
Motion to approve the supplemental engagement letter dated December 29, 2022, with Doug Chavez of Chavez, Obregon, and Perales, LLC, to provide legal services related to the San Patricio Nueces County boundary dispute and tax legislation and related matters. That's the
We have a
motion.
motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah. Second.
Excuse me. Yes, a second. All those in favor, respond by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. None being, motion passes. On B is,
G and H passed.
That's 16A, Jenny? Or,
14 is
oh,
the,
14. Sorry.
14 is E.
Judge, I would make a motion to not ratify the agreement
And to
with Banchetti
renegotiate.
ISD and bring back, and instruct the county attorney to bring back the changes that were recommended by the court in regards to Banchetti ISD. That would be my motion.
Supposed to continue negotiations.
Continue negotiating. Yeah,
Continue
I'm sorry.
negotiation.
My bad.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. Couldn't read my writing. I couldn't read it.
We have a motion to not ratify and continue negotiation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Commissioner Hernandez, all those in favor, respond by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. None being, the motion passes. Now we have 2 remaining items that we will go into executive session for, and we may come out and have to do this again. The time is 3:35.
Judge, do we have to do these today, or can we do these at our special? Are they time sensitive? Just curious.
I have no idea.
Jenny? Time
Which one
sensitive?
we at?
We have L and J.
The,
J and L and J, you're right.
well,
H-I-J,
the J deals with one in particular that we are working on, but it's just important and a general rush, but
It's only
not.
3:30, we might as well do them and get them over with.
No, I'm just asking
Yeah.
if you need to do them today.
Okay, it's 3:35. We're going to go into executive session for these two items, hopefully not be very long, and Are we on, Connie? We're good?
You are live.
We are live. It is, okay, 4:17. We are coming back into the regular meeting. There are no items from the executive session to bring up, so I would ask if there are any adjournments in memory today. Anyone have anything? There being none, I'll take a motion to adjourn. And a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And we are done. Meeting is still.
Very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
He was worried about what he do.